everyone, welcome to the Tableau Full Course by Simplilearn. In today's world, data is everywhere, but insights, that's where the magic happens. And Tableau is a tool that turns complex data sets into powerful interactive visuals that tell a story. Businesses today rely on data-driven decisions more than ever. And Tableau has become the go-to platform for transforming raw numbers into clear, actionable insights. So whether it's sales trends, marketing analytics, or executive dashboards, Tableau make it visual, fast, and intuitive. In this full course, you will master Tableau from the ground up, learning how to clean data, build dashboards, apply calculations to create advanced visualizations and share insights that drive strategy. And here's the exciting part. Data visualization is one of the most in-demand skills. Companies across the industries are looking for professionals who can turn data into stories that inspire action. By the end of this course, you won't just know Tableau, you will be the one transforming data chaos into business clarity. So if you're ready to level up your data game, hit that like, subscribe, and let's get started with our Tableau full course. Before we begin, if you're interested in growing your career in business analytics, this course is a great way to start. The Professional Certificate in Data Analytics and Generative AI by Simplilearn is the right choice for you. This is an 8-month live and interactive online program from Purdue University Online and Microsoft. This program helps you master key in-demand skills along with exclusive hackathons and Ask Me Anything sessions by IBM. Live sessions on the latest AI trends such as generative AI, prompt engineering, explainable AI, and more. This postgraduate program adds a monumental credibility to your profile by earning certificates from Purdue and Microsoft. You will get career support including resume help, mock interviews, and job assistance. And in just 8 months, you will master data analysis, data ethics, ETL, SQL, along with 11 plus skills. So whether you're switching careers or upskilling, this course gives you the latest data analytics with AI knowledge and practical experience to stay ahead. So guys, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. You can find the course link below. So without any further ado, let's get started.
It is no surprise that business analytics and business intelligence are two of the fastest growing markets in the world. Organizations today are generating data at a rapid rate. There is a need to use this business data and make smarter decisions. Companies are looking for methods and tools to turn business data into actionable insights. This is where business analytics and intelligence can help play a critical role. Business analytics is the process of collecting, analyzing, and drawing valuable conclusions from vast volumes of data available. It helps to improve business performance through fact-based decision making. On the other hand, business intelligence or BI is a technology that enables data preparation, data mining, data management, and data visualization. It allows you to analyze data with queries and create reports and dashboards with the help of charts and graphs to be used by business leaders. Business analytics and business intelligence together create capabilities for companies to compete in the market effectively. Consider this example. Suppose you sell homemade chocolates through an online store. Business intelligence provides meaningful insights into the past and current state of your business. BI tells you that sales of your milk chocolate have spiked up in Texas the past 2 weeks. So you decide to manufacture more milk chocolates to keep up with demand. Business analytics asks, why did sales of milk chocolate spike up in Texas? By scrutinizing your website data, you learned that most traffic has come from a post by a food blogger based in Texas who liked your milk chocolate. This insight helps you decide to send complimentary chocolates to a few other well-known food bloggers throughout the United States. Using cutting-edge business analytics and intelligence tools such as Microsoft Excel, SQL, Power BI, and Tableau can enhance customer experience, improve efficiency, conduct competitor analysis, and accelerate growth. With this basic knowledge of business analytics and business intelligence, let's look at the topics we'll be covering in this video. We will start with learning the need for business analytics and the responsibilities of a business analyst. Then, we will look at the top business analytics skills and learn about business analytics and intelligence with Microsoft Excel. After that, we will see the basics of business intelligence and get an idea about Agile and Scrum methodologies. Next, we will learn to create reports and dashboards in Microsoft Excel and understand in detail how to visualize data with top business intelligence tools such as Power BI and Tableau. Let's get started. We will understand the importance of business analysts with a short and interesting story. So meet Rob. He runs a cafe in a small town far away. His cafe is one of the oldest and most popular eateries in town. Rob's cafe was hugely popular amongst customers and it was doing very well until the onset of the deadly coronavirus. Due to COVID-19, like other eateries, Rob was forced to shut down his cafe too. This took a heavy toll on his business and subsequently he lost his customers. None of his customers visited his cafe and this resulted in a huge loss for him. He knew he couldn't afford to close his business forever as it would take time for coronavirus to be eradicated. But he was lost. This situation was new to him and he didn't know how to reopen his business amidst this pandemic. After a lot of brainstorming, he recollected reading about business analysts. He remembered that business analysts are professionals who enable a change in an organization. He felt like a business analyst could help him sort out his current business problems. Hence, without wasting any time, he set out to hire a business analyst. He hired Ted, the business analyst, to help him with his ongoing business problems. Rob entrusted Ted with reopening the business. The first step Ted took was to have a discussion with Rob and understand the business problems and the objectives. That is ideally the first step a business analyst would take. On discussing with Rob, Ted learned that the business objective was to reopen the business and get at least 80% of the customer base back. In addition to that, Rob also wanted Ted to look for sustainable ways to reopen and continue the business in the long run amidst the pandemic. Ted studied the case and he came up with a few suggestions that he thought was fit for Rob's business. His first suggestion was to develop an exclusive home delivery app for Rob's cafe. This way, Ted knew that business will improve as customers prefer home delivery in the current scenario. Next, Ted suggested that Rob has work from home meal boxes added to his menu. Many professionals are working from home currently and having work from home meal boxes would be a good pick for such professionals in the middle of a busy day. Ted's third suggestion was to bring down the selling cost by providing discount coupons that can be utilized by customers. Having a discount will enable more customers to order from Rob's cafe. Of course, it was not possible to get the customer base back without any sort of price cuts in the current situation. Finally, Ted suggested that Rob's staff would facilitate home delivery orders. This way, he didn't have to lay off his staff and at the same time get the home delivery running. So these were a few suggestions given by Ted. Yes, depending on the situation, business analysts can take up different approaches. So after the suggestions were accepted by Rob for the app, Ted began to make sure that the development went well by collaborating with the IT team. Ted became the intermediary between the IT team and Rob. He provided suggestions to the team, checked the app through user interface testing, and made sure that the requirements met well. The same applied to the other business requirements and changes as well. Ted held regular meetings to gauge the progress and also kept Rob in the loop and updated him with the status of the project. Attending regular catch-ups helped Rob gain an insight into the progress and give his feedback from time to time. Ted made sure that the entire case was well documented. By doing so, he could always refer to the documents in the future with similar cases as well. Ted made presentations that showed Rob the business growth after implementing the changes, and Ted always supported his presentations with data. Rob was very impressed with Ted's business approach. Such an approach not only helped Rob reopen his business amidst the COVID-19, but also helped him get 80% of his customer base back. Ted successfully brought about a positive change in Rob's business, which was highly beneficial. So that is how Ted, the business analyst, helped Rob make a business sustainable. This was the importance of having a business analyst in Rob's organization. Don't you think every organization should have a business analyst? Well, yes. Depending on the business domain and the situation, the roles and responsibilities may vary.
Let's start off and have a look at a day in the life of a business analyst through a small story. So meet Angela, who is working as a business analyst in an application development firm. Her firm builds applications for clients depending on their requirements. Our next character is Rob. He is a budding entrepreneur with a vision of setting up his own e-commerce app. He plans on selling several electronic gadgets like phones, laptops, cameras, etc. on his app. So what is Rob's first step? Well, he approaches Angela's firm one day with the vision of creating his e-commerce app. Angela and Rob start talking business and Angela promises to help Rob with his app creation. She assures him that she will look into his business requirements and coordinate with him to get the app running. Rob is happy about it and agrees to cooperate with Angela regarding all the business requirements from his end. Angela, as we know, is the business analyst. She starts planning Rob's project, and without any delay, she embarks on this project's journey. She has a set of planned steps that will help her fulfill Rob's requirements. But what are the steps she takes? Is her approach going to be effective and quick? Let's find out the answers to these questions now. Up next, you can learn about Angela's approach that helps her deliver Rob's project smoothly and without any hassles. These steps that we are going to look at are the typical roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. Here, we will understand these roles better with respect to Angela's and Rob's story. First and foremost, Angela understands Rob's business objectives, problems, and requirements. Without understanding this, do you think Angela will be able to proceed? No. Hence, a business analyst like Angela understands the problems related to Rob's business and comes up with the right solution to achieve the goals of the business. She brainstorms around what is best suited for an e-commerce app focusing on electronic gadgets. In the next step, Angela gathers all the necessary requirements. Here, she understands Rob's requirements and makes sure that they are on the same page regarding the project and its goals. Both of them together arrive at a stipulated deadline for the project completion. She gathers relevant information based on security of the app, the payment setup, ways to login, cost of the products, and style, to name a few. Once Angela has an in-depth understanding of Rob's project and gathers all the necessary requirements, she starts allocating resources by keeping in mind the budget of the project. Here, she recognizes and allocates tasks and resources to the development team. BAs work closely with the development team to design the solution for a problem. Angela ensures that the development team doesn't spend their time understanding Rob's requirements. In this step, along with the development team, she finalizes the software and tools required to build the project. Angela doesn't rest until the project is delivered to Rob. She continuously monitors the progress and constantly provides her feedback to the development team with respect to the app's layout, design, and other features. She gives them suggestions in order to improve the application. In the next step, Angela collects feedback of the prototype version of the app from the users. She notes down if the prototype is fine or if it requires more work. BAs validate if the project is running fine with the help of user acceptance testing. They verify if the solution being worked on is in line with the requirements and ensure that the final product satisfies the user expectations. BAs also assess the functional and non-functional requirements. After collecting feedback, Angela moves to one of her most crucial duties, and that is building reports. Data visualization is a key skill for any BA. In order to gauge the performance of the app and get valuable insights from it, Angela builds reports using various data visualization tools like Tableau, Power BI, and QlikView. Reports can be general reports such as detailed reports, or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized reports with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. It is not uncommon for issues to crop up amidst this entire process. Hence, Angela conducts regular meetings with the development team and Rob to solve problems quickly. Having these meetings will help Rob understand the status of the project, and it will also help the teams proceed in the right path. Throughout this project phase, Angela makes sure to maintain transparency. On completion of the project, Angela documents and presents the project findings to Rob. Generally, business analysts present the project outcomes to the stakeholders and clients along with maintenance reports. Angela notes down all the project learnings and details in a concise manner. This will help her take better decisions in the future, and these documents will save her time while implementing the next project. Now that she has completed all her duties and responsibilities with respect to Rob's project, she is ready to deliver the final e-commerce application to Rob for use. Rob is rest assured that the application developed by Angela's firm is apt for his business and just what he wanted. Angela's streamlined approach made it easier for the project to be delivered within the stipulated time period. Rob is happy, and I'm sure he will come back to Angela's firm for projects in the future. So those responsibilities that we saw Angela carry out are ideally the roles and responsibilities for any business analyst out there. Yes, some may vary depending on the company you work for and the project you're working on. Business analyst is a professional who is responsible for bridging the gap between IT and business teams. They use analytics to evaluate processes, determine requirements, deliver data-driven solutions, and generate reports to executives and stakeholders. Business analyst is an individual who is a part of the business operation and works closely with the technology team to improve the quality of the services being delivered. They also help in assisting in integration and testing of new solutions. Growing a career in a field with high demand such as business analysis could be a challenge, and competition for business analyst positions can be intense. So you should have a clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. A BA should successfully identify and recognize the organization's business objective. They should understand the business problems and think of a lucrative business solution. They need to understand and collect the business requirements from clients and stakeholders, allocate the right resources, and improve the existing business. Documentation of business findings is another important key role of a business analyst. BAs interact with the development team to design the solution for solving a particular problem. They often need to spend a certain amount of time in meetings in order to save the development team from spending their time in understanding the stakeholders' requirement. They often give feedback on the layout of a software application as to what all features need to be added and what functionalities should the application contain, and also implement the newly designed features that a business needs. While BAs identify the needs, define the features, write use cases, uncover business rules, and manage issues, they should also gauge the functional and non-functional requirements in a business. Business analysts run meetings with stakeholders and other authorities. Hence, discussing issues with the client face-to-face can do wonders and even help in solving problems quickly. They engage with business leaders and users to understand how data-driven changes to products, services, software, and hardware can improve efficiency and add value. They verify and validate if the project is running well with the help of user acceptance testing and the solutions are in line with the client's requirements. They also ensure that the product delivered satisfies the user requirements. Finally, BAs write documentations and build visualizations to explain all the findings and draw business insights. They also deliver maintenance reports. They need to develop informative, coherent, and usable documents for the success of a project. Business analyst skills are a combination of technical as well as non-technical skills, often referred to as soft skills. The skills for a business analyst are not only acquired through training, but through experience and combined with the ability to understand situations and the motive behind the problem. So let's have a look at the top skills to become a successful business analyst.
The first skill we have is understanding the business objective. For a business analyst, it is important to know the goals and objectives of the business. It is advised that business analysts should have a good knowledge of the business operations in his or her organization. A business analyst should understand the problems related to the business and come up with the right solution. Business analysts should resolve the problems that have been identified and not avoid them. They work on individual actions and tasks that will build towards the achievement of the goals of the business. Objectives of the business can be to expand customer base in order to increase sales, scale up production so that it is in line with the revenue growth, improve revenue streams through increasing perceived product value, or increasing marketing budget according to the revenue. Business analysts should have the natural curiosity and determination to continue learning and figuring out how things fit together. Even as business analysts become managers, it is important to stay in touch with the industry and its changes. The next important skill a business analyst should have is analytical and critical thinking. Now there is a famous quote by Thomas Alva Edison which says, 5% of the people think, 10% of the people think they think, and the other 85% would rather die than think. Business analysts are paid to think. A business analyst should be able to analyze and interpret the client's requirements clearly. Business analysts require good focus in order to collect and understand the needs of the client. Critical thinking involves evaluating several options before arriving at the desired solution. In certain situations, a stakeholder may give a requirement that's not necessarily tied up to any business value, but rather to their own increased convenience. Applying critical thinking demands not taking all the statements of the stakeholders for granted. Critical thinking allows the business analyst to distinguish between requirements that add value to the business and those that should be given a low priority. A business analyst must be creative in order to reach stated goals where resources are limited and the conditions are non-ideal. The third important skill for a business analyst is communication and interpersonal skills. Understanding and being properly understood is key to any profession. If you are unable to clearly specify and communicate requirements to any stakeholder, then you may not fully understand the requirements yourself. Being a business analyst is like being multilingual. You have to speak several different languages while conveying the same message. Business analysts apply communication skills at every point. They use communication and interpersonal skills when the project is launched, while gathering requirements, when collaborating with stakeholders, and also while validating the final solution. Listening, reading, and writing skills are very critical for a business analyst. They should be capable of facilitating meetings. Business analysts use verbal and written communication to convey ideas, concepts, facts, and opinions to a variety of stakeholders. Non-verbal communication skills enable the effective sending and receiving of messages, but not limited to body movement, posture, facial expressions, gestures, and eye contact. Effective listening allows the business analyst to accurately understand information that is being communicated verbally. Fourth in our list of skills, we have negotiation and cost-benefit analysis. Being a successful business analyst requires working with and interacting with many people. These people include clients, business leaders, project team members, project stakeholders, vendors, private sector representatives, industry leaders, and so forth. Business analysts negotiate at every turn during the course of a project. At the initial stage of a project, negotiation skills are used to determine what should be included in the vision of the project. As details emerge, negotiation skills are used by all parties involved to determine which requests become requirements and which requirements have higher priority. As the project progresses, negotiation skills help to determine the functional design which fulfill the requirements. Technical decisions also require negotiation skills. Business analysts also perform cost-benefit analysis to conduct an assessment of the benefits and costs anticipated in a project. When organizations undertake new projects, it is advisable for business analysts that they use cost-benefit analysis to establish whether such projects should be embarked or not. Business analysts should be able to achieve a profitable outcome for your company while finding a solution for the client that makes them happy. This balancing act demands the ability to influence a mutual solution and maintain professional relationship. Up next, we have our fifth skill, that is decision making. The quality of decisions made by business analysts is what matters a lot because it has a direct impact on the company's business. Thus, it is important for every business analyst to think from all aspects before presenting their decision or strategy. They must be having good problem-solving skills as well. Business analysts should have a knack to think out of the box and find a solution to problems. Majorly, a business analyst follows 5 major steps while making a decision. These steps are: define the problem, find and define the alternative approaches, evaluate the alternative approaches, make the decision based on these approaches and test, and finally implement the solution. While some may argue that the technical team is responsible for designing the solution, the business analyst still remains instrumental in ensuring that the design conforms to the requirements that have been approved. Now that we have reached halfway through the skills, I would like to ask all our viewers to please subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Moving on, we have another really important business analyst skill, that is idea about programming languages. Business analysts should have a good hands-on programming knowledge for performing better and faster analysis of data. Knowledge of R and Python is highly beneficial. Business analysts can help solve complex problems by writing efficient codes. Both R and Python have a vast collection of libraries and packages for data manipulation, data wrangling, data visualization, and data analytics. Some of these libraries are NumPy, Pandas, dplyr, tidyr, ggplot, and matplotlib. In addition to these, it is good to understand statistical software like SAS and SPSS. Using these programming languages such as Python, R, and SAS, you can analyze and visualize large datasets as well as create machine learning models for making future business predictions. The seventh skill in our list is creation of reports and dashboards. A business analyst should be proficient in using various business intelligence tools for creating reports and dashboards. Reports created by business analysts can be general reports such as detailed report, grouped report, cross-tab report, column report, query report, data entry report, etc. Or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized report with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. Dashboard reports are developed by business analysts to solve business decision-making problems. Different from the tabular interface of the general report, the dashboard report adopts the canvas-like operation interface. Knowledge of Tableau, Power BI and ClickView are required to make different types of reports depending on the business requirements. Now the 8th skill in our list of skills is database and SQL. Business analysts often work with data that is structured in nature. Hence, to store and process this data, they should have knowledge of relational databases such as Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle Database, MySQL Database, as well as NoSQL databases. Also, having hands-on experience with SQL is a must for a business analyst to access, retrieve, manipulate and analyze data. So they should be able to write data definition and data manipulation commands such as create, update, delete and insert. Microsoft Excel is the 9th skill in our list. Excel is one of the oldest and most popular and powerful analytics and reporting tool used in the industries for working with data. Business analysts use Excel to perform various calculations, budget analysis and data analysis to derive meaningful insights and take decisions. They sort, filter and create pivot tables to summarize the data. Business analysts can also create different charts and graphs using Excel to generate dynamic reports related to a business problem. Business analysts can use Excel to create revenue growth models for new products based on new customer forecasts. When planning an editorial calendar for a website, business analysts can list out dates and topics in a spreadsheet. When creating a budget for a small product, they can list expense categories in a spreadsheet, update it monthly, and create a chart to show how close the product is to budget across each category. Business analysts can calculate customer discounts based on monthly purchase volume by product. They can even summarize customer revenue by product to find areas where to build strong customer relationships. And finally, in the list of skills we have documentation and presentation. You could have all the industry experience in the world, but if it's paired with poor business analyst practices, you could be more of a risk to the organization than a business analyst with no industry experience at all. A business analyst must be able to document their project learnings and results in a concise and compact form. They should also be confident about presenting their findings and conclusions in front of the stakeholders and clients. Organized documentation will help you communicate technical concepts to non-technical employees. It is important that a business analyst notes down all the details that they learn from their projects. This will help them take better decisions in the future. Also, if similar problems arise at a later stage, they can implement the same solution, thereby saving a lot of time and unwanted problems. While business analysts are generally not responsible for making decisions regarding project solutions, decision-making skills are still important for understanding, gathering, and presenting relevant information to assist decision makers with selecting the optimal solution. With that, we have covered our top skills for a business analyst. If you have any questions related to the skills that we covered, then please put it in the chat section. Our team will help you solve your queries. Now, let me tell you how Simplilearn can help you grow your career in business analytics and help you become a business analyst. So let me search for Simplilearn here. This is the Simplilearn website, and on the search bar, let me look for business analyst. You can see there are a few courses related to business analyst. So let me open these two courses. So let's go to the first course. So this is the business analyst master's program. Now this program is endorsed. Education provider is IIBA. Now if you look on the right, we have the different courses that will be covered as part of this master's program. So there is Introduction to Business Analysis, Certified Business Analytics Professional. You'll also learn about Agile and Scrum. There's Business Analytics with Excel. You'll also get training in SQL. There's Tableau training. And you'll also get to work on business analyst capstone projects. If I scroll down, now here are the tools that will be covered as part of this course. So there's Microsoft Excel, Jira, Tableau, Power BI, PostgreSQL, then there's Planbox, Target Process, and others. Here you can see the program advisors, and if I scroll further, this is the entire course content we have. These are the different courses that you will be learning in this course, and after you finish the course you will receive a certificate which will look similar to this. So please go ahead and enroll to this course if you want to start your career in business analytics. Now let me take you to another program. We have postgraduate program in business analysis. Now this is in partnership with Purdue University, and endorsed education provider is IIBA. If I scroll down, you can see here the key features of this course. You'll get Purdue postgraduate program certification, alumni association membership, master classes from Purdue faculties, enrollment in Simplilearn's Job Assist. There's 170 plus hours of blended learning, 11 plus hands-on projects, custom projects in 3 domains. If I scroll further, on the right you can see this is the Purdue certification that you will receive after finishing the course, and you will also get the certificate received by International Institute of Business Analysis, that is IIBA. Let's scroll down. You also have the advantage for enrolling to Simplilearn Job Assist program. So you will get IIMJobs Pro membership for 6 months, resume assistance and career monitoring. You'll also have interview preparation and career affairs. Now here you can see the program details. So you will learn about an introduction to business analysis, certified business analysis professional, there's Agile and Scrum, business analytics with Excel, Tableau training, business analyst capstone project. And you also have the opportunity to enroll for some electives. So we have Purdue University Business Analysis Masterclass. You can also enroll to a Power BI course, and there's Agile and Scrum Foundation. If I scroll down, here you can see the skills that will be covered as part of this program. So there's business analysis, there's elicitation and collaboration, requirement analysis, planning and monitoring. Let me click on view more. You have strategy analysis, dashboarding, wireframing, that's data visualization, statistical analysis using Excel, SQL database, there's requirement lifecycle management, and lots more. So these are the tools that will be covered in this course. We have Microsoft Excel, Jira, Fogbuzz, Planbox, that's Rally, Power BI, PostgreSQL, that's version 1, Target Process, and others. And now this is the important part. These are the industry related projects that you will get to work on once you enroll to this course. So the first project is canteen ordering system for Unilever. We also have library management system for Stanford University. There is WhatsApp Pay, and you can see the description of these projects mentioned below. And you also have hospital management system for Mayo Clinic. They are our course advisors for this course. Now they are directly related to Purdue University. If I scroll further, this is the learner's profile and how the industry trend has been for business analysts. So please go ahead and enroll to this program if you really want to start your career or you want to grow your career as a business analyst.
Now here is a quick roadmap that depicts what a fresher needs to possess to become a business analyst. First, they need to have a graduation degree in a related field. Then, knowledge of SQL and relational database is very important. Thirdly, a fresher should have good hands-on experience with programming languages, and that's a prerequisite. And finally, they need to have good communication skills to nail the role of a business analyst. Up next, we have the roadmap that depicts what an experienced professional needs to possess to become a business analyst. Firstly, they should have good knowledge of the domain they're currently working in. Next, they should know how to write SQL queries. An experienced professional should be good with programming languages. In addition to that, they need to have good communication and negotiation skills. Finally, they should be good at creating interactive reports using business intelligence tools. In addition to that, having a certification offered by International Institute of Business Analysis, such as Certified Business Analysis Professional, would be highly beneficial. These are a combination of technical as well as non-technical skills, often referred to as soft skills. The skills for a business analyst are not only acquired through training, but through experience and combined with the ability to understand situations and the motive behind the problem. So let's have a look at the top skills to become a successful business analyst.
The first skill we have is understanding the business objective. For a business analyst, it is important to know the goals and objectives of the business. It is advised that business analysts should have a good knowledge of the business operations in his or her organization. A business analyst should understand the problems related to the business and come up with the right solution. Business analysts should resolve the problems that have been identified and not avoid them. They work on individual actions and tasks that will build towards the achievement of the goals of the business. Objectives of the business can be to expand customer base in order to increase sales, scale up production so that it is in line with the revenue growth, improve revenue streams through increasing perceived product value, or increasing marketing budget according to the revenue. Business analysts should have the natural curiosity and determination to continue learning and figuring out how things fit together. Even as business analysts become managers, it is important to stay in touch with the industry and its changes. The next important skill a business analyst should have is analytical and critical thinking. Now there is a famous quote by Thomas Alva Edison which says, 5% of the people think, 10% of the people think they think, and the other 85% would rather die than think. Business analysts are paid to think. A business analyst should be able to analyze and interpret the client's requirements clearly. Business analysts require good focus in order to collect and understand the needs of the client. Critical thinking involves evaluating several options before arriving at the desired solution. In certain situations, a stakeholder may give a requirement that's not necessarily tied up to any business value, but rather to their own increased convenience. Applying critical thinking demands not taking all the statements of the stakeholders for granted. Critical thinking allows the business analyst to distinguish between requirements that add value to the business and those that should be given a low priority. A business analyst must be creative in order to reach stated goals where resources are limited and the conditions are non-ideal. The third important skill for a business analyst is communication and interpersonal skills. Understanding and being properly understood is key to any profession. If you are unable to clearly specify and communicate requirements to any stakeholder, then you may not fully understand the requirements yourself. Being a business analyst is like being multilingual. You have to speak several different languages while conveying the same message. Business analysts apply communication skills at every point. They use communication and interpersonal skills when the project is launched, while gathering requirements, when collaborating with stakeholders, and also while validating the final solution. Listening, reading, and writing skills are very critical for a business analyst. They should be capable of facilitating meetings. Business analysts use verbal and written communication to convey ideas, concepts, facts, and opinions to a variety of stakeholders. Non-verbal communication skills enable the effective sending and receiving of messages, but not limited to body movement, posture, facial expressions, gestures, and eye contact. Effective listening allows the business analyst to accurately understand information that is being communicated verbally. Fourth in our list of skills, we have negotiation and cost-benefit analysis. Being a successful business analyst requires working with and interacting with many people. These people include clients, business leaders, project team members, project stakeholders, vendors, private sector representatives, industry leaders, and so forth. Business analysts negotiate at every turn during the course of a project. At the initial stage of a project, negotiation skills are used to determine what should be included in the vision of the project. As details emerge, negotiation skills are used by all parties involved to determine which requests become requirements and which requirements have higher priority. As the project progresses, negotiation skills help to determine the functional design which fulfill the requirements. Technical decisions also require negotiation skills. Business analysts also perform cost-benefit analysis to conduct an assessment of the benefits and costs anticipated in a project. When organizations undertake new projects, it is advisable for business analysts that they use cost-benefit analysis to establish whether such projects should be embarked or not. Business analysts should be able to achieve a profitable outcome for your company while finding a solution for the client that makes them happy. This balancing act demands the ability to influence a mutual solution and maintain professional relationship. Up next, we have our fifth skill, that is decision making. The quality of decisions made by business analysts is what matters a lot because it has a direct impact on the company's business. Thus, it is important for every business analyst to think from all aspects before presenting their decision or strategy. They must be having good problem-solving skills as well. Business analysts should have a knack to think out of the box and find a solution to problems. Majorly, a business analyst follows 5 major steps while making a decision. These steps are: define the problem, find and define the alternative approaches, evaluate the alternative approaches, make the decision based on these approaches and test, and finally implement the solution. While some may argue that the technical team is responsible for designing the solution, the business analyst still remains instrumental in ensuring that the design conforms to the requirements that have been approved. Now that we have reached halfway through the skills, I would like to ask all our viewers to please subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Moving on, we have another really important business analyst skill, that is idea about programming languages. Business analysts should have a good hands-on programming knowledge for performing better and faster analysis of data. Knowledge of R and Python is highly beneficial. Business analysts can help solve complex problems by writing efficient codes. Both R and Python have a vast collection of libraries and packages for data manipulation, data wrangling, data visualization, and data analytics. Some of these libraries are NumPy, Pandas, dplyr, tidyr, dplot, and Math. In addition to these, it is good to understand statistical software like SAS. Using these programming languages such as Python, R, and SAS, you can analyze and visualize large datasets as well as create machine learning models for making future business predictions. The seventh skill in our list is creation of reports and dashboards. Now, business analysts should be proficient in using various business intelligence tools for creating reports and dashboards. Reports created by business analysts can be general reports such as detailed report, grouped report, cross-tab report, column report, query report, data entry report, etc. Or it can be dashboard reports such as visualized report with multi-dimensional analysis based on display of business indicators. Dashboard reports are developed by business analysts to solve business decision-making problems. Different from the tabular interface of the general report, the dashboard report adopts the canvas-like operation interface. Knowledge of Tableau, Power BI, and ClickView are required to make different types of reports depending on the business requirements. Now, the eighth skill in our list of skills is database and SQL. Business analysts often work with data that is structured in nature. Hence, to store and process this data, they should have knowledge of relational databases such as Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle Database, MySQL Database, as well as NoSQL databases. Also, having hands-on experience with SQL is a must for a business analyst to access, retrieve, manipulate, and analyze data. So they should be able to write data definition and data manipulation commands such as create, update, delete, and insert. Microsoft Excel is the ninth skill in our list. Excel is one of the oldest and most popular and powerful analytics and reporting tool used in the industries for working with data. Business analysts use Excel to perform various calculations, budget analysis, and data analysis to derive meaningful insights and take decisions. They sort, filter, and create pivot tables to summarize the data. Business analysts can also create different charts and graphs using Excel to generate dynamic reports related to a business problem. Business analysts can use Excel to create revenue growth models for new products based on new customer forecasts. When planning an editorial calendar for a website, business analysts can list out dates and topics in a spreadsheet. When creating a budget for a small product, they can list expense categories in a spreadsheet, update it monthly, and create a chart to show how close the product is to budget across each category. Business analysts can calculate customer discounts based on monthly purchase volume by product. They can even summarize customer revenue by product to find areas where to build strong customer relationships. And finally, in the list of skills, we have documentation and presentation. You could have all the industry experience in the world, but if it's paired with poor business analyst practices, you could be more of a risk to the organization than a business analyst with no industry experience at all. A business analyst must be able to document their project learnings and results in a concise and compact form. They should also be confident about presenting their findings and conclusions in front of the stakeholders and clients. Organized documentation will help you communicate technical concepts to non-technical employees. It is important that a business analyst notes down all the details that they learn from their projects. This will help them take better decisions in the future. Also, if similar problems arise at a later stage, they can implement the same solution, thereby saving a lot of time and unwanted problems. While business analysts are generally not responsible for making decisions regarding project solutions, decision-making skills are still important for understanding, gathering, and presenting relevant information to assist decision makers with selecting the optimal solution.
So what is Tableau? So before we understand what exactly is Tableau, let us imagine a simple situation. Imagine that you're an office worker and you get some loads of data, maybe like millions of rows or billions of rows, and you are supposed to extract the insights of that particular data. So what do? You basically load that data into a database and try to write the SQL commands and then try to extract the insights of that particular data. So this kind of approach is basically time consuming and you get exhausted. Now, what if you had a tool which could write all the SQL commands for you in the background and all you had to do is just to drag and drop the data? Sounds interesting, right? So Tableau is just the same. All you have to do is just drag and drop the data and it will automatically write all the SQL commands you ever wanted to write on that particular data, and it will give you live data interactions and advices for the future. Now with this, let us understand the definition of Tableau. So basically Tableau is a business and analytical software tool developed in America. Tableau helps people to understand, visualize, and make data-driven decisions in real time with extreme agility and accuracy. Now with this, let us continue with the next topic, which will be about the various versions of Tableau. So at first, we have the Tableau Desktop. So Tableau Desktop is a data visualization application to facilitate you to examine virtually any kind of structured data and generate highly interactive, beautiful graphs, dashboards, and reports within minutes. Once a quick installation, you can tie to virtually any data source from spreadsheets to data warehouses and display information in several graphic perspectives. Designed to be easy to utilize, you'll be working more rapidly than ever before. Next, we have the Tableau Server. It is a business intelligence application that offers browser-based analytics anyone can utilize. It is a rapid-fire alternative to the slow pace of traditional business intelligence software. It is an online solution meant for sharing, distributing, and collaborating on content created in Tableau. What makes Tableau different? It is proposed to everyone. There is no scripting required, so everyone can grow to be an analytics expert. You can grow your deployment as you require it. Train online for free, find answers in minutes and not in months. That's the speciality of Tableau. Now followed by the Tableau Server, we have Tableau Online. So Tableau Online is a business intelligence application that offers browser-based analytics anyone can utilize. As discussed before, it is a rapid-fire alternative to slow-paced traditional business intelligence software. So Tableau Online is a secure cloud-based solution for sharing and collaborating on Tableau views and dashboards. Next up, we have the Tableau Public. So now I want to give you guys a serious heads up if you're a beginner in Tableau. Tableau Public is like an open source. Whatever the data you choose to work on using Tableau Public, it goes to public. So kind of like Tableau Public is not preferable if you want to work on your company's sensitive and confidential data. Tableau Public is a free software to facilitate anyone to get connected to a spreadsheet or a file and create interactive data visualizations for the web. It is delivered as a service that permits the user to be up to and running overnight. With Tableau Public, users can construct amazing interactive visuals and publish them quickly without the help of programmers or IT. It is designed for organizations to facilitate their websites with interactive data visualizations. There are higher limits on the size of data you can work with, and among other features, you can keep your underlying data hidden. And lastly, we have Tableau Reader. Tableau Reader is a free desktop application that you can use to open and interact with data visualizations built in Tableau Desktop. With Tableau Reader, you can filter, drill down, and discover humongous loads of data. Now moving ahead, we have the features of Tableau. So these are the few important features that you might want to consider. Those are the first one, robust security. Tableau takes special care of data and user security. It has a foolproof security-based authentication and permission systems for data connections and users access. Tableau also gives you the freedom to integrate with other security protocols such as Active Directory, Kerberos, etc. An important point to note here is that the Tableau practices low-level filtering, which helps in keeping the data secure. Followed by that, we have the collaboration and sharing feature. Tableau provides convenient options to collaborate with other users and instantly share data in the form of visualizations, sheets, dashboards, etc. in real time. It allows you to securely share data from various data sources such as on-premise, on-cloud, hybrid, etc. Instant and easy collaboration and data sharing helps in getting quick reviews or feedback on data, leading to a better overall analysis of it. Another extremely useful feature of Tableau is the use of time series and forecasting. Easy creation of trend lines and forecasting is possible due to Tableau's powerful backend and dynamic frontend. You can easily get data predictions such as a forecast or a trend line by simply selecting some options and drag and drop operations using your concerned fields. Next up, we have live and in-memory data. Tableau ensures connectivity with both live data sources and data extraction from external sources as in-memory data. This gives the user the flexibility to use the data from more than one type of data source without any restrictions. You can use data directly from data source by establishing live data connections, or keep that data in memory by extracting data from a data source as per their requirement. Tableau provides additional features to support data connectivity such as an automatic extract refreshes, notifying the user upon live connection fail, etc. Next, we have informative view and even the mobile view. One of the key features of Tableau, and the one that got its popularity, is its wide range of visualizations. In Tableau, you can make visualizations such as bar chart, pie chart, Gantt chart, bullet chart, motion chart, tree map, box plot, and many more. Like you name it, Tableau got it. You can select and create any kind of visualizations easily by selecting the visualization type from the Show Me tab. Apart from that, it is capable to represent data in mobile view as well. Tableau acknowledges the importance of mobile phones in today's world and provides the mobile versions of Tableau app. The next and the last feature is that being capable of accessing data from various kinds of data sources. Tableau offers a wide range of data source options where you can get connected and fetch data from data sources ranging from on-premise files, spreadsheets, relational databases, non-relational databases, online cloud data warehouses, and many more. So followed by the features, now we'll discuss about the advantages of Tableau. So following are the advantages of using Tableau. First one, it has remarkable visualization capabilities. Of course, the unparalleled capabilities of visualizing information is on top of the list of Tableau's software benefits. Followed by that, we have the ease of use. The tool's intuitive manner of creating graphics and a user-friendly interface allows non-developers to utilize the basic app's functionalities to the fullest. Users arrange raw data into catchy diagrams in a drag-and-drop way, which facilitates information analyzing and eliminates the need for the help of IT department and pattern building. Next, high performance. Apart from its high visualization functionality, users rates its overall performance as robust and reliable. The tool also operates fast on big data, which makes it powerful performance on an important point on the list of the advantages of Tableau. And next is the mobile friendliness. One of our best advantages out of the Tableau benefits is its efficient mobile application, which is available for both iOS and Android. It adds mobility to Tableau users and allows them to keep statistics at their fingertips as well as supports their functionality that desktop and online versions have. And finally, we have the thriving community and forum. Tableau has a rich community. The number of Tableau fans who invest their expertise and skills in the community is increasing rapidly. Business users can beef up their knowledge on data processing in this community. Also, forum visitors are ready to help settle any user issues and also share their experience. Next up, we have the disadvantages of Tableau. The first major disadvantage is the high cost. The Tableau is not the most expensive visualization software, especially compared to such business intelligence giants such as Oracle's and IBM solutions. All the same, the license is quite costly for small and medium companies, which makes it one of the considerable Tableau's disadvantages. Next is the inflexible pricing. Tableau's sales team is not flexible enough to provide case-by-case approach for their customers, ignoring the fact that each company has its own unique requirements for visualization tool package. The Tableau sales model requires clients to purchase and extend license from the start. As a result, a lot of companies that use Tableau arrive at the conclusion that they don't need all their licensed features. They would prefer to buying a set of requirements and scale them if necessary. Followed by that, the next disadvantage is poor after-sales support. On multiple message boards, users complain that Tableau software lacks proper after-sales maintenance. If customer has software performance problem, the support team does not settle the matter by investigating the problem's root and eliminating it. Next, we have the poor BI capability or the poor business intelligence capability. As previously mentioned, the tool provides best-in-class information visual interpretation. However, it lacks the functionality required for a fully fledged business intelligence tool such as large-scale reporting, the building of data tables, and statistics layouts. And lastly, the poor versioning. Only the recent Tableau versions support revision history, while for the older ones, software rolling back is impossible. Now, with the advantages and disadvantages discussed, let's move into the top companies hiring. The companies which are desperately looking for Tableau experts are Accenture, EY, PepsiCo, Deloitte, Wells Fargo, Capgemini, and many more. Now let's discuss the humongous and handsome salaries offered by these tech giants. So according to Glassdoor, the average salary of a Tableau expert in America is 82,000 grands, and for a beginner it is somewhere around $60,000 per annum, and at the highest rate it is $110,000 per annum. Similarly, the average salary of a Tableau expert in India is 5,06,000 per annum, and for a beginner it is somewhere around 3,60,000, and for a highly skilled, experienced Tableau expert, the salaries range from 8,75,000 per annum.
You can call me Abdul. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer and I'm certified data scientist and data analyst by Microsoft. So I have done Black Belt in Six Sigma and I do have knowledge on ITIL version 3 and version 4. Overall, I do have 15 years of experience in data analytical domain. And I do deliver trainings offline and online on various BI platforms. Power BI, Tableau, ClickSense, and Advanced Excel, whatnot. Yeah, so this is all about myself. So I will be taking through this Tableau session. Okay, we'll have almost 8 weeks, 8 weekends, I guess. But yeah, 8 weekends. So during the session, we are going to see so many functionalities of Tableau. Okay, so before we proceed further, as you already aware, Power BI. So I would like to hear what is BI according to your knowledge in simple words. Yep. Yes, business intelligence tool. Okay. Advanced Excel, Tarun Khanna, Advanced Excel. I'm asking what is BI, business intelligence. By this time, you should give me a clear answer. Okay. Getting data, getting info from data, finding connections. Okay. Just manipulating data, Tarun. Is it just to get the data? Jenny Scott. Harish now very close to the answer. Data visualizations. Any other answer? You see, you have to put all these points together then only it become as a BI, business intelligence. Clear all of you? If you're putting all of them together, then only it become business intelligence. Not just data visualizations, not just importing the data. BI will help us to get the data from various sources. BI tool will help us to get the data from various sources. If you have data in Excel, you can import the data from Excel. If you have data in SQL or Oracle or any other database, your BI tool should be in a position to get the data. The data can be a live or the data can be batch-wise data or offline report. Okay, once data is in, what we have to do? Have you remember what are the 5 common stages we have to perform? Yes, what all are the 5 common stages we have to perform? I have very clearly mentioned, you take any BI tool. Yes, guys, you take any BI tool. Yes, guys, tell me, come on. If you take any BI tool, every BI tool follow how many? Exactly 5 common stages. See, it is not mandatory to remember 5 common stages. Remember, it is not mandatory to remember 5 common stages, but it always good to know about them. Life cycle of BI tool, life cycle of report. Okay. So first one is we have to collect the data, collection of the data. Right. Once we have data, we'll go for what? Hello, my dear friends. We'll go for transformation. What is the third stage? Going for a data model and creating a join. Have you remembered this? Fourth stage is doing analysis and visualizations. And fifth stage is publish. If you remember 5 common stages, it's make easy for you to go what? Report preparation. Simple. Now, these all are 5 common stages we have in across all the BI tools, and BI tool will help us to get the data from various sources, and the data can be transformed based on our business requirement. The data can be transformed based on business requirement, and we can perform certain data manipulations, or we can get some insights. Why we have to get the insights from the raw data? To take a decisions. Now, in simple words, by the help of BI tool, what we can do? We can extract meaningful information. We can extract meaningful information, or we can find what? Patterns, or we can bring insights. Okay. And see, you have raw data. You are going to perform certain calculations. Why? To get some meaning out of it, to find out certain patterns, to get more insights. Yeah. Why we have to do all these things? Why we have to do all these things? Why I should find out the patterns? Why should I find out the insights? Why? Come on, why? Why we should do all these things? Come on, guys. Why we should do all these things? To solve the business, correct. To solve the business issues, right? Or this BI tool will help us to take wise decisions, actionable items. Got it? Clear, all of you? So this is the use or purpose of having a business intelligence tools. How many business intelligence tools we have? Come on, you have to list down quickly. You have to give the answers. How many BI tools we have? A lot. How many? Excel is not a BI tool. Okay, Ashish? Ashita Saraf, no problem. Good to see you, Ashita. Okay. Remember, Excel is not a BI tool. Clear? Who asked this? Who said this? Ashish. Ashish, correct yourself. Okay. Now we do have Power BI. We have Tableau. right? We have ClickSense, we have Zoho, right? SQL is not BI tool. Remember, correct yourself. Jenny Scott. Okay. SQL and Excel, those are not BI tools. Alt YX, etc. Clear all of you? Now, one question. Can I call Power BI or Tableau as ETL tool? Can we consider all these BI tools as ETL tool? Yes, can we consider them as a ETL tool? If you say yes, you're wrong. You're wrong. All these BI tools are not ETL tools. You cannot call them as a ETL tool. No. Okay. Why I am highlighting this point here? Because you have already gone through Power BI. So I want to add few more points. During interview, they may ask you, hey, Tableau is a ETL tool. You should say, no, it is not a ETL tool. But if you notice functionality of any BI tool, all of them are follows methodology of ETL tool. Got it? You take Power BI or Tableau or ClickSense or any other BI tool. It will follow methodology tool, but those all are not ETL tools. Clear all of you? You will see the flavor. You will see the flavor, the methodology, but those all are not actually ETL tools. Those all are purely BI tools. Am I clear? Okay, but Mangesh, here we do. I have made so many mistakes. Is that okay? There are many typos. Okay, perfect. So Ashish asking, apart from Power BI and Tableau, which one is the most used BI tool? So most of the time you will see Tableau and Power BI. Nowadays Power BI is not leading the market. Second position is Tableau. Okay. If not, probably you can see ClickSense in a third position. But as I mentioned earlier also, if you're good at one BI tool, it's easy to learn other BI tools also. Clear? Alter works mostly will see to do data manipulation and all, but not that much used. Remember, if you're good at one BI tool, remaining all BI tools are very easy to learn. Okay. So now, today onwards, we are going to learn what? We are going to learn what? Tableau. Okay. What I will do, I will correlate with Power BI so that you can quickly recap what we have seen while we were in a Power BI session. Okay. I will correlate. Don't mind. If you didn't attend any Power BI session, don't worry. We are going to learn Tableau from scratch. Clear? One or two guys are there who didn't attend any Power BI sessions. But for you, don't worry. Clear all of you? Okay, guys. Tableau is also one of the most famous and well-known BI tool. Okay. So in Tableau, we do have various products, different types of products we have in Tableau. What are those different products we have? Look at my screen. We do have something called Tableau Desktop. We have something called Tableau Desktop. What is the use of having Tableau Desktop? What is the use of having Tableau Desktop? In this Tableau Desktop, we are authorized to prepare a report. In simple words, to prepare a report, we'll use what? Tableau Desktop. Clear all of you? To prepare a report, we'll use Tableau Desktop. This is like what? Power BI Desktop. This is like what? Power BI Desktop. Now, second point. Is Tableau Desktop free version? Answer is no. This is not a free version. Not a free version. You have to buy. Power BI Desktop free version? Yes, it's a free version. Clear all of you? But Tableau Desktop you'll get for 14 days as a trial version. 14 days as a trial version. Clear? Any questions here? You can make use of Tableau Desktop for only 14 days. You see, Tableau Desktop is used to prepare a report as Power BI Desktop. Okay. And it is not a free version. You have to pay. Okay, no, okay. You have to pay. Okay, no problem. But for 14 days, yes, you can use it. Okay, now wait a minute. Do we have any open sources for this Tableau? Answer is yes. What it is? We have something called Tableau Public. We have something called what? Tableau Public. What is the use of this? So this is also to prepare a report. This is also used for to prepare a report. Again, it's a free version. It's a free version. You see, something you are getting for money, something we have no paid version, and something you are getting for free. That means what? There must be some difference between these two, correct? There must be few differences between these two. So you'll see Tableau Public with the limitations as it's a free. We'll have a Tableau Public, it's a free version, but we'll have few limitations. So what I will do, I will highlight those limitations also. And during our training, we are going to use Tableau Public only. Clear? But in real time, which one will use? In real time, we'll go for a Tableau Desktop. We'll go for a Tableau Desktop, but during training, we'll go for Tableau Public. Clear, all of you? Perfect. I have a question. Since Power BI, Tableau are programming to primarily make reports out of the given data, which is most preferred and why? Power BI is mostly used because it's a free version. Okay, it's a free version. Mostly nowadays, Power BI is being used. Beside the free version, last time I highlighted few points. Since Power BI is a Microsoft product, and we all are already using so many Microsoft products. Let's say operating system, Windows, yeah, and database, SQL, and you can see the email for sending emails. We'll use Outlook, and to have a chit chat with our colleagues, we'll use Teams. And when it comes to cloud, we'll have Azure, and we have a SharePoint from Microsoft, whatnot. So these many products we have been using. So when I use Power BI also, that will make us to integrate without any challenges. Got it? Not more features. I would say you'll not get any issues. You'll not see any compatibilities issues. And is easy to comparatively, it's very easy. If you compare Tableau and Power BI, Power BI is a bit easy because Power BI is an advanced version of Excel. But when it comes to Tableau also very nice. We have very nice interface. Plus, when it comes to huge amount of data, Tableau is the best one. Okay, performance-wise, Tableau is the best one. And when it comes to map visuals, you have more scope to customize map visuals. And you have more scope to, customize dynamic visuals in Tableau. Got it? And Tableau is an older one. I would say the age of Tableau is around 15 years, almost 15 years. And Power BI is almost 7 years, 7 to 8 years. Got it? And which is okay, Uma asking very good question. Using Power BI or Tableau, is this a personal choice or no, it's a organization choice, Uma. It's not our personal choice. But mostly both are almost same. Concept-wise, same to same. You'll see different set terminologies, that's it. Interface is a bit different, but concept-wise, all BI tools work in a similar way. Clear, all of you? Any questions? And Tableau is very expensive. So So we do have two different products here, Tableau Desktop and Tableau Public, correct? Now, we have something called what? Tableau Data Prep. So what is the use of having this Tableau Data Prep? Tableau Data Prep we have, right? This is used to perform what? Data cleaning activities. To perform data wrangling job. Got it, all of you? So anyone can correlate this with what in Power BI? Any correlation with Power BI? What do we have in Power BI to perform data cleaning jobs, data cleaning activity? Exactly. We have something called what? Power Query Editor, my dear friends. Okay, I'm just correlating. That's it. Okay, if you're not sure what is in Power BI, you don't need to worry. I'm just correlating. So we have something called Tableau Data Prep. Now, is it free version? No, this is also not a free version. It's a paid version. You'll get this for 14 days as a trial. Clear, all of you? Do we have any free version here? As we have a Tableau Public, answer is no. You don't have anything for free when it comes to data prep. You'll have this for 14 days as a trial version. That's it. Clear, all of you? Any questions? No, right? Now let's move on now. Third one is we have something called Tableau Server. Tableau Server. Okay, Ash is asking if Power BI is free, then why companies go for Tableau? Is there any major difference so that companies are investing in Tableau? That's the reason, Ashish. Most of the companies nowadays switching from Tableau to Power BI. And if you correlate, the age of Tableau is nearly 12 to 15 years. But Power BI is 7 years. That means what? Earlier people used to, earlier many organization before Power BI launched, they used to work on Tableau. You see, there is a gap between 6 years between these two. You see, 6, yeah. So now, since there was nothing except Tableau, so they used to have Tableau. But again, as I mentioned, in terms of performance wise or visual wise or interface wise, Tableau is a really good one. Okay. Now, Tableau server. What is the Tableau server? To share our reports, to share reports to end user, we'll go for a Tableau server. And this Tableau server is nothing but what? On-premises server. What do we have in Power BI? In Power BI, we have something called what? Power BI report server. Understood? This is also on-premises server. On-premises server. Got it, all of you? No questions? All good? Why we have to go for a Tableau server? Once your report is ready, we have to share our report to end user. So how we can share this? We are going to deploy in Tableau server. This is on-premises server. What do we have another server? Come on. What do we have another server? We have two servers. Another one what? Tableau Online. So here what do we have? Power BI services. Oh my goodness. It's a cloud server. It is a cloud server. Got the point? What is the use of having cloud server? Same, to share. So now you have two options. Either you can upload your file in Tableau server, which is on premises, or if your company is using Tableau online, which is cloud server, there also you can upload your files. Am I clear? You have two different servers. One is Tableau server and another one is Tableau online. Tableau server means on premises. Tableau online means cloud server. And these all are paid versions. By the way, you're not getting anything free here. Tableau online also you'll get free only for 14 days as a trial version. After 14 days, you cannot use that cloud server. Remember. Perfect. Now, we have something called what? Tableau public server also we have. What do we have? We have a Tableau public server. Tableau public server. That means you can publish your files. publish reports publicly, we'll use public server also. But in fact, in real time, we are not going to use this Tableau public server. Okay, because it is available for all the users. Now, what else we have? We do have something called Tableau Mobile. We have something called Tableau Mobile. Okay, here also we have a Power BI Mobile. Yes or no? Power BI Mobile. If you want to see your report in mobile phone also, you can install this mobile application. Right now, we have something called Tableau Reader. This is just to read your report. To read reports. We cannot edit this. We can't edit report, but we can read it. But we can read report. Clear all of you? It is an interview question. They will ask you how many different products we have in Tableau. You see, we have Tableau Desktop. We have Tableau Desktop where we are going to prepare a report. Got it? It's a paid version. And we have something called Tableau Public, which is free version, and it is used to prepare a report. But in general, in real time, we are not going to use this Tableau Public. Okay. But Harish Kumar, guys, we are going to use Tableau Public during our training period. Okay. Now we have something called Tableau Data Prep. We'll use this Tableau Data Prep to perform the data cleaning activity we can perform. And few data cleaning activity can be performed in Tableau Desktop also. This Tableau Data Prep, it is launched just 5 years before. This Tableau Data Prep launched almost 5 years before. Got it? Why they have introduced Data Prep? Earlier, we used to perform all data wrangling job being in Tableau Desktop. But what is happening? Because of to avoid performance issues, Salesforce team launched Tableau Data Prep. And what they are saying? Hey, dude, if you want to make any data transformation, make use of Tableau Data Prep. Once data is cleaned, you can get this clean data in your Tableau Desktop. Anyway, we are going to see this Tableau Data Prep. I will highlight once again what is the flow in real time. Okay. For time being, what you can understand, these many products we have. We have something called Tableau server, which is on-premises server used to publish our files. And we have another server called Tableau Online. It is called cloud server. And this is also used to publish our files. And we have something called Tableau public server. And we have Tableau mobile phone. And finally, we have Tableau reader. Got it? Now, these many tools we have. Okay, let's see. We are going to use Tableau public. Okay. Okay, now. Shall I go to next level? You see my screen. Tableau Desktop is not a free version, but we are going to get 14 days trial version, right? So here, almost every quarter, Salesforce team will release new updates. They will release new versions. Okay, just look at my screen. We do have so many versions in Tableau. Yes, I have just given 3 Excel files in chat box. I request you all to download from chat box. Okay. So group and replace, pivot example, and sample superstore dataset. Okay. Okay, just look at my screen for time being. So here we were talking about Tableau Desktop, right? So this desktop is used to prepare a report. So here we do have many different versions. Okay, guys, there are many versions now. If you see here, I'm going to share this link very shortly. Just look at my screen. So these all are different types of versions. If I open this 2024, so here we do have 2 different versions. 2023 under this. So during interview, they will ask you definitely, what is the latest version of Tableau Desktop? It's an interview question. They will ask you, what is the latest version of Tableau. So before one day, before you go to interview, one day before, so you have to check what is the latest version. Clear? And they will ask you on what how they will put this question. Okay, what is the latest version you're working on? Don't give this answer that I'm working on 2024. No. No one will use latest version in real time. Clear? Probably you can say you're working on 2022 or 2021. Anything is fine. But don't say you're working on 2024 as it is the latest. Clear? Now, you see, I said Tableau desktop you can use for 14 days as a trial version. Correct? Look at my screen. What I generally suggest to my learners, if you want to work on a Tableau desktop, what I suggest, instead of going for a latest version, my dear friends, instead of downloading this latest version, what you can do, you can download lower versions. What you can do? You can download lower version. Listen to me very carefully. Let's assume that we have downloaded 2022 and we worked on 14 days on this. After 14 days, what will happen? You cannot open this application after 14 days. After completion of 14 days, you have to go to next version. You have to upgrade 2022.2 to 2022.3. Again, you can use this for 14 days. After 14 days, what you can do? Again, you can go for a next version. You have to upgrade your product to next versions. Am I clear? If you really wanted to work on a Tableau desktop, this is a workaround solution. Am I clear, all of you? This is just a workaround solution if you really wanted to work on Tableau desktop. Okay. Now, you can ask me, hey, who is going to install after every 14 days? Is there any workaround? Answer is yes. One workaround is every 14 days you have to go for a next version. If you don't want to do this, there is another workaround. What it is? We have something called Tableau Student. We have something called what? Tableau Student. So Tableau team is giving 1 year license. They are going to give you one product key. We would say license. It's a license. You see, Tableau for students. In order to get license, you have to submit your student ID card. Okay, you say get Tableau for free. So here, we offer free 1 year Tableau license to students. What you need, you should have at least student ID card. And remember, student age must be greater than 16 years, 16 plus. Yeah. If you have your school email ID, college email ID, that is also fine. Within 4 hours, you are going to get a license. That license can be applied in Tableau desktop. You can use it for 1 year. Clear? Am I clear? You don't need to uninstall for every 14 days. Is it clear? Or you want me to repeat once again? This is another workaround solution. That license can be applied in 3 different laptops. Wow. I repeat, let's say you have applied for student license. You got one key. This key can be applied in 3 different laptops. Interesting? Yes. Now, plus, you can use this license not only on Tableau desktop, but also Tableau data prep. We have something called Tableau data prep, right? Same key can be used. Same key can be used in Tableau data prep also. Clear? Are you talking about email address? Email address also you don't have, right? You don't have such domain. Tarun@simplilearn.com. No, you don't have it. it won't work. If you have something like this, let's say Leslie at oxforduniversity.com, oxford.com. Yes, for this you will get it. Okay. Otherwise, let's say you have an ID card. Let's say this is your ID card. That ID card should have a validity. It should not be an expired state. There should be valid ID card. Okay. If you have siblings, you can take that ID card and you can upload it. No problem. You will receive license. Clear, Leslie? Is it clear, all of you? Any queries? No queries, right? So these all are work around solution to use Tableau desktop. If not, you can go for a Tableau public. That's it. Tableau public is sufficient. Yes. Tableau public is also a sufficient tool to do a practice. I will highlight few areas where you need Tableau desktop. Okay. Now, what we are trying to do now, we are about to download Tableau data prep. We'll install today Tableau data prep. We'll do certain data transformation. We'll get some hands on it. Later on, we'll install Tableau public. Okay. Now, how to install Tableau data prep? Okay. In order to download Tableau data prep, you see now, all of you download this Tableau data prep. It may ask you to enter it may ask you to sign in. So you have to sign in. Let's see first. All of you click on this. Perfect. Scroll it down. Scroll down. Don't go here and there. Just go to that URL. Yes. Guys, here we do have various versions. Okay. Just scroll up left hand side. You see, guys, product release. First one is a desktop. Second one is a prep. So I have already given prep link. Okay. Right hand side, these all are different versions what we have in this. So what we can do now, we are going to install Tableau data prep 2023.1 version. 2023.1. Yes, first one. Hold on, Mangesh, hold on. Slow, a bit slow. Guys, I request you all to go to 2023.1 section. So here, first one, 2023.1.3. This version you can download. Which version you have to go for? You see, you should not download latest version. What will happen if you download latest version? If you are downloading latest version, you cannot degrade your product. You have to wait for next version. Got it? Let's say after 14 days, you cannot use 2023.1.3 version. So after 14 days, you have to upgrade. Clear, all of you? You can upgrade your product, but you cannot degrade your product. Now, here you can ask me one question. Sir, let's say today we worked on 2023 and I do have few files. Can I open these files in latest version? Answer is yes. You can open older version files in a new version file also. Clear? Now, here, download Tableau Prep 2023.1.3. Scroll it down. Yes, yeah, click on it. Now, here it is asking you to enter credentials. Here it is asking you to enter credentials. Do you have any account? No, we don't have any account as of now, right? So I request you all to create an account now. Anyway, we need this account to publish our files in Tableau Online. I repeat, all of you. Now it is asking you to create the account, right? I request you all to create one account now. Create my account. You have to enter all these details. Right hand side, go here. Yeah. Business email, Gmail account. You have to enter your Gmail account. You are going to receive one you are going to receive an email. You have to activate it. Organization, you can use personal also. Anything is fine. Company size, anything is fine. Department, anything is fine. Mobile number must be 10 digits. Just give a number. Okay, wait. Just give me a minute. Just wait. Just scroll up. Guys, all of you create one account quickly. If anyone is lagging, please let me know. Ashish created, great. And guys, you have to remember this email address and password. Just click on create an account now. Create my account. You see, you will be receiving an email containing a link to confirm this registration. Okay, you can stop sharing. You can go back to your Gmail account. Just activate it. Scroll it down. Just scroll down. Wait a minute. Scroll down. Scroll down. You have to activate it. Just log on to your Gmail account. Once you click on activate, it may ask you to enter your password. No email it. Probably look at spam, Tarun. Scroll up. Mangesh Yadav, scroll up. You see, please check your email address. Please, thank you for registration. You will receive an email containing a link to confirm this registration. You must follow the instruction in the email in order to activate your Tableau account. Tarun, have you received? Look at the spam. Activated, great. Look at the spam. Once it is activated, again log in now. Click on Tableau account. Now log in now. Which email you have to enter? Gmail account. You have entered Gmail account, right? You have entered Gmail account, right? That email account you have to enter. Yes, Mangesh, could you please download the files? So if you're using Mac version, you'll have a different exe file. If you're using Windows, you'll have a different exe file. Mac user, please download respective file. Okay. Okay, Tarun. What you can do, Tarun, you can use this credential. I'm sharing another credentials. Okay. Guys, whosoever haven't received as of now, you can use this account. It's an email address. The second one is a password. Is it clear, all of you? It's still downloading. Yes, it's around 400 MB, I guess. You have to download and you have to install. Abisola, if you have username, your own username and password, you can make use of your own. If you don't have, you can use what I have given. Okay. Oh, it is 800. Oh my God, 800 MB. Okay. Guys, based on your internet speed, it will take some time to download. Once download is completed, you just double click on it and install. Clear? All of you install the files. Once installation completed, just open the Tableau data prep. While opening, it may ask you to enter some basic details about yourself. Okay, you have to enter your details. Okay, scroll it down now. Okay, here you have prep builder, you see. Click on Tableau prep builder. And click on it. Scroll down. Here, 2023.1. 2023.1. This one. First one, download first one. Simple. Scroll down once again. You'll see you're using Windows, right? You have to go for Windows. Click on it. Is it done, all of you? Now, this is Tableau prep. At the same time, anyway, we are installing, right? What we'll do now, we'll install Tableau public also. What do you say, guys? Okay, I don't want to waste again some more time to install Tableau public. Let's finish this also. Tableau public. We have to download Tableau public. I am sharing another link. Guys, there is another link. This link is used to download Tableau public. Abisola, click on this link. Wait. Click on this link. Very good. This is a Tableau, right, guys? So this is Tableau public. Okay. Download Tableau public now. Click on it. Simple. You see, click on Windows. You see, there is a one message. You see, thank you downloading Tableau Desktop Public Edition. Click on Windows. Easy, right? So installation is also part of our training. You should know how to install applications. Okay. Now, what you can do, Abisola, guys, to install this, you have to go to download folder. You see the folder icon? Open, click on it. Okay, wait, you have already clicked on it. Oh my God. This is your Tableau prep. Guys, just maximize this. No, all of you double click on Tableau prep. Double click on this Tableau prep. Double click on it. Wait. Now, do you all see this? Okay, Ashish, you see, it is not at all rocket science. You have to hit next, next, next. That's it. Just, you see, click on I have, read and accept the terms of license agreement. You have to click on this. It is so easy. Yeah, click on I have, read. Avisola, click on this checkbox. All right. Now, it's option don't send product usage data. It's your wish. Wait, no, let it be. All of you click on install. All of you click on install. That's it. Abisola, if you hit Alt tab, there is another window which is trying to download Tableau public desktop. Just close it. Okay, wait, let's finish this. Click on close. That's it. Fair enough. And there is another window also for Tableau public. Yes. Install this one also. Same way. I have read and install. That's it. Leslie, it's not required, guys. Don't restart your application or your system. Okay. Don't restart your system. And actually, it's a good practice whenever you are installing any application, you have to go for a restart. But for time being, don't restart your PC. Okay. Now, close this. Abisola, close this. Very good. Stay here. Wait. Okay, no problem. We'll wait. All of you install Tableau Public and Tableau Data Prep. Okay. Install both. Very good. Mangesh will wait for you. Don't worry. Now, guys, whosoever installed Tableau Prep, I request you all to open that file. How you can open that file application? It's very easy. You see, there is a search box in Windows. Right, Abisola, left hand side, you have a search, Windows search. Left hand side. No. Windows search. Windows, on Windows bar, toolbar, status bar, you have a search button, right? On Windows toolbar, you have a search. Type window key, not on this, madam, not on a web page, not on a web page. On Windows. Type here Tableau. Just type Tableau here. Wait. You see, guys, if you search for Tableau through Windows search, you will see something like this. Which one we have to open? We have to open Tableau Prep Builder. Which one we have to open? Tableau Prep Builder. Got it? Now, Abisola, just open Tableau Prep Builder. Generally, we'll call it as a Tableau Prep. Okay. Click on it. Click on it. No. You see the arrow marks? Click on the arrow marks. Now, when you open this first time, it may ask you to enter user details. Okay, your details basically. Close this. You have open Task Manager. You see now? Wait. First time, whenever you open this, it may ask you to enter your details. Basic details you have to enter. But I think anyway, we have downloaded by by our own credentials, right? It may not ask you, but if it is asking you to enter, please enter your basic details. Yes, Mangesh, you have to download Tableau Public separately. If you need a link, you see this is a link. All of you, look at screen now. Do we have any product key? We don't have any product key, right? You see, first one, start a trial version. Use Tableau Prep Builder for 14 days without any restrictions. So I request you all to go for a start a trial version. Same screen you're going to see when you open a Tableau desktop. Okay, if you're opening Tableau desktop also, you'll see the same screen. Yeah, click on start a trial version. You see now? Again, you have to enter your details. So this is only one-time activity. First time you have opened, right? Then you have to enter all these details, basic details, your first name, business email address, Gmail account. Yeah, you can stop sharing and you can start filling your details. Is it done, all of you? So this is a Tableau public. You have opened Tableau public. You have to open Tableau data prep. Okay. You have to open Tableau prep. Just close this. No, close this. Otherwise, what will happen? It will eat lot of RAM. It's a Tableau desktop. Prep builder you have to open. You have already installed, right? Mangesh. Okay. Wait. Scroll down. Wait. You see Tableau prep. Yes. Click on get started. You see now click on start a free trial. Click on sign in. No, sign in. Click on sign in. Download free trial. That's it. Wait, thanks for choosing a trial prep builder to the download should begin automatically. If it doesn't, click here. It's downloading. Right. Open the download folder. Tarun, don't click on it. You have to open the download folder to check whether it is fully downloaded or not. Go to download folder, my dear. Maximize this. Tableau Prep 2024. You see the last one, third one you have to download. Double click on it. Double click on it. Okay, that's it. Select I accept and all and click on install. Ashish, you have to enter basic details of yourself. Okay. Your first name and last name, whatnot. That's it. Wait for a few minutes. Wait, what has happening here? Tableau Prep Builder modify setup. You have installed twice. Cancel this. Close this. Wait. Cancel. I think you have already installed Tableau Prep. Wait. In Windows search, type Tableau Prep. Windows search, type Tableau Prep. Let's see, have you installed it already? Tableau Prep. Wait. Just type Tableau otherwise. Type Tableau, T-A-B-L. Again, go to Windows search. T-A-B, that's it. Wait. Go to this one, Tableau 2023.exe version. Click on it. Click on repair. All good, guys. So you have downloaded Tableau Public and you have downloaded Tableau Data Prep also, Prep Builder also. So you can do the Tableau Desktop also. You can download Tableau Desktop in the same way. Okay. Yes, close this. It is not fully downloaded. Cancel. Yes. Now go for 2024 version. I think you have downloaded this one. Tableau Prep 2024.1.1. First one. Yes. So what will happen if you're installing latest version? You have to wait until you get next version. Okay. That's the reason I requested everyone to go for it 2023. But somehow you have tried to install 2024. Okay, Tarun? Guys, you have to follow my instructions very carefully. Okay. Tarun, is it installed? On toolbar, you have a Tableau icon. Okay, no problem. Ashish, you can close it. Wait, we don't rush here and there. You see? Setup. Successful. Close this. That's it. Now open Tableau Data Prep. Now go to search. Go to Windows search. Go to Windows search. Now type Tableau. So this is the easiest way to find out whether it is installed or not, or whether it is available in our system or not. Type Tableau. You see 2024. 2024. You have installed 2024. Yes, click on it. Is it done, all of you? You see now, on taskbar, you have to look at your taskbar to check which application is already opened. Okay, hit Alt Tab, you see there on Windows search. On Windows toolbar, you have a Tableau application. That icon is there. Click on it. See, it's now getting downloaded. Start a trial version. What you have to do? Okay, now all of you stop doing and look at my screen now. Today we'll work on Tableau data prep. Today we are going to work on a Tableau data prep. Guys, so the moment when you open this Tableau data prep, you will see something like this. All right. So what is the flow? See, flow means set of actions. Series of actions. Set of action is called as flow. Set of action is called as a flow. Okay. Now, so here you're gonna see recently opened flows. I will let you know once again what is a flow. So at the screen here, you're going to see recently opened flows, and right hand side, you're gonna see some training material. Okay. Now any BI tool, if you take any BI tool, first step is what? We have to have the data. Correct? We have to have the data. And Tableau prep is used to perform data wrangling job or data transformation job. Correct? Now we are going to perform few basic data transformation using Tableau prep so that you can understand beauty of prep builder. Okay. Before we proceed further, let me highlight one problem statement. Let me highlight problem statement so that you can understand how we can utilize Tableau data prep. Okay, just give me a minute. I'm going to open one Excel file. Why my PC is now slow? So we have one Excel file called group and replace. Do you have that Excel file? All of you? Right, we are going to import that file called group and replace. How to get the data? Here. You see, connect to data. You see this connect to data? You have to click on this connect to data and go to that folder where you placed Excel file. See, click on Microsoft Excel. Click on Microsoft Excel. Navigate to that folder. Navigate to that folder where you placed group and replace. What is the file name? Group and replace. This one. You have to take this Excel file. You have to take this Excel file and click on open. I'm holding my screen for your reference. Most of the time, what I will do, I will highlight with markers, correct? You have to follow my markers. Okay. Now, you see this Excel file. Yeah, in this Excel file, we do have one table, but the data contains so many errors. We have inconsistency data. We have inconsistency data. So we are trying to, we are trying to get rid of all those errors by using Tableau Prep Builder. It's still taking some time for me to load the data. Know why? Okay. Meanwhile, try to understand this flow. Look at my screen. This is database. This is Tableau desktop. This is Tableau data prep. Tableau prep builder. And here we have a server. This can be a cloud server or anything. What is the first step we have to do? We have to import the data. All right. You see, we are importing data from database to prep. In this Tableau data prep, what we are doing, we are going to perform all data transformation, right? And this data transformation in the form of a flow. Will perform all those data transformations over here. Once the data transformation is done, what we will do, we will publish this flow in the server. What we will do, we'll publish this flow in the server in real time. That means here we have a clean data. Now I would like to prepare a report. Now I do have two options to get the data. One is I can get the data from DB to Tableau desktop. But if I try to get the data from database to Tableau desktop, what I have to do here? I have to clean the data over here. This is one way. Instead of taking data from database, what I will do now, I will take this flow into my Tableau desktop. Because this is already cleaned. I'm going to perform or I'm going to prepare a report based on this clean data. Clear all of you? I have two options. One option is I can get the data from database. If I am taking data from database, I have to perform data transformation. Once again, being in Tableau desktop. This is one option. Otherwise, what we can do, we can take the data or we can take the flow from the server. This flow is nothing but a clean data. So where we clean this data? Being in Tableau prep. We'll get the data from database. We'll do data transformation. Once it is done, we'll publish in the server. From there, we are going to pick in Tableau desktop. Is it clear, all of you? The flow, what I highlighted, is it clear? You have to understand this flow. Okay. During interview, if someone is asking you to how to have, how Tableau data prep will work, you have to explain this flow. That's it. Okay. Now, let me erase all these things. Let me open this Excel file. You see this Excel file, my dear friends. You see this one. So here we do have something called, let's say, Airbnb listing. In this column, let me apply the filter on this table. See here, I just apply the filter on this. Data entry guy entered this data incorrectly. Yeah, you see, for bathroom, he entered bathrooms. Somewhere he just entered BATH. You see, for bedroom, he just typed bed somewhere, bed RM, bedrooms and bedroom. You see, data is now inconsistency here. Now, if you look at the second column, spelling mistake. Beautiful with single L, double L. Difficult spelling mistake. pneumonia, whatnot. Oh my God. You see? Understood spelling mistakes? Now, naming format. What do you mean by naming format? Let's say my name is Abdul Rahman. First name, Abdul Rahman, something like this. What has happened in few record, my name is entered as Abdul Rahman. In few more records, my name is recorded or entered as Abdul Rahman. First name, last name, first name. Okay, Harish Kumar, just we started. In first column, we have typos here. And in second column also, we do have spelling mistakes. In third column, name formatting is mismatching. In fourth column, again, spelling mistake, typos. So at the end, we have inconsistency data. Agree all of you? How to fine tune this data? If I want to do this in Excel, I have to do n number of find and replace. Agree? How easily we can perform fine tuning using Tableau data prep. There is a game here. Clear all of you? Right? All good? Now, let's see now, all of you, let's go to Tableau Prep Builder. You see? Right, perfect. Now, my dear friends, you see, we have only one sheet in this file. Automatically, this one sheet is placed on the canvas. Automatically, this one sheet is placed on the canvas. So you see here, so if you look at this plus mark, here we have different options. If you see a bit difference, I think based on Mangesh Yadav, based on the versions. Okay, based on the version, probably you might have a different screen, but mostly you'll have the same thing. What we have done here, we just imported data from Excel. Abisola, clear? All of you see this Tableau Prep Builder? We have taken group and replace Excel file, and the sheet one already placed on this canvas. Clear all of you? Now, if I click on this plus sign, you see guys, so these many different actions we can perform. Just look at my screen. You can aggregate, almost we do have 7 to 8 actions to perform. New rows, if you want to do any aggregation, if you want to do any pivot and unpivot, if you want to join the tables, or if you want to write any script, whatnot, everything can be performed over here. Okay. Now, my dear friends, you see plus here, click on this plus, go for a first option, clean step. We are going to clean the data. What we are trying to do? We are trying to clean the data. Oh, do we have to follow step by step? No, you can do any action based on the requirement, right? You can, if you want to do directly pivot table, yes, you can do the pivot table. If you want to join the tables directly, you can join the tables. If you want to aggregate directly, you can go for aggregation. Got it? It is not compulsory. You have to execute step by step. No, it is not important. You can take any action, you can perform data transformation. So first option I'm going to take as a new clean step. All of you click on a clean step. All of you click on a clean step. Done? Perfect. Select this clean step. Now here, this is called data grid, where you can see data in a tabular form. This is called data grid. You see here, if I place my mouse on this, you will see the captions. For me, it is taking some time to load. For me, it is taking some time to load. I have to actually restart. Remember, my dear friends, Tableau Desktop, Tableau Prep Builder. it will use, it will use maximum RAM. Remember this. If you have 2 or more Tableau desktop open in your machine, you have to face performance issues. Your system will go down, or definitely it will slow down. This Tableau desktop slow down your PC. Clear? This Tableau desktop, Tableau prep definitely slow down your laptop. Now, you see my screen here, my dear friends. Here we do have 4 different columns, correct? Yes. We are going to perform data cleaning activity on each and every column by taking different options. Okay. Now, first column called Airbnb listings. You see, on first column, I am going to clean the data. How we can clean the data? So if you place your mouse on this column, you see here, there is option called 3 dots. If you click on this, more options, click on more options. Yes. Group values. We have 4 different types of option to clean the data. Okay. Manual selection, through pronunciation, and through common characters and spellings. We are going to explore all these 4 options step by step. Okay, Abisola, just look at my screen. Guys, once again, look at my screen. How to get this option? First of all, you see, you have to click on this clean data. And you are going to see one divider, one partition over here. Okay. Abisola. So here we do have one column called Airbnb. Make sure to select this one. This one. Make sure to select this one. Data profiling. Yeah, this is a profile pane. The second one is data grid. So third one is list view. Got it? Make sure to go for a profiling, data profile. So here, if you place your mouse, you will see 3 dots. Click on 3 dots, group values, go for manual selection. Is it done, all of you? And you have to wait for my instructions. Okay. Wait for my instructions. Manual selection. Now, what you have to do once you clicked on a manual selection, you have to pick a right word first. Which is the right word? Based on your knowledge, you have to pick the right word. And if you observe my screen here, few things are getting highlighted. Few words. You see here we have a gray color. If I place my mouse on this, you will see the number of, I will show you the percentage also. That means how many times that word is being repeated in this list. Manual selection. Just give me a second, guys. What's happening actually internally, few algorithms are running. You see here, my screen. If I over my mouse on this word called bathroom, right? So this word actually repeated 16 times. Right? This bathrooms, you see, this word is actually repeated only once. Clear? So what we have to do actually, we have to pick the right word. We have to pick the right word. How would I know? You see, if this word is repeated most of the time, so I assume this is the right word. So all of you click on this. Group values, manual selection. Manual selection. Select the first one, this one, bathroom, which is right word. Got it? You see now? So this is now become main word. Now what we have to do? We have to select relevant words. You see, BA. Look at my screen. I'm selecting this. So this BA will become as a bathroom. BATH. Select this one. Got it? Bathrooms. Select this one. Wait for a couple of seconds. Okay. PA. Is it clear, all of you? First, you have to select main word. Later on, you have to select relevant words. Actually, you're adding all these words. Okay, you're not getting this? You see here, 3 dots, Ashish and Abisola. Here, why? Okay. Share your screen, Abisola. Where you placed your mouse? Guys, all of you look at the screen now. It's taking some time to load. Wait. You see 3 dots there? Click on it. Group values. Don't you see group values? Don't you see manual selection? Actually, it is not yet fully loaded, due to which you got that error. Got it? It is not fully loaded, due to which you are getting that error. In fact, I am also having the same issue, right? You have to wait for some time. That's it. Okay. Now close this. You see clean one. Select the clean one and delete it. No problem, guys. It takes some time because in backend algorithms are running. Yes. You have to pick only relevant words. Once you pick relevant words, you have to click on done. Once you pick relevant words, what you have to do? You have to click on done. That's it. I am holding my screen. Values, manual selection. Yes, we have to select all relevant words. You don't need to restart. My dear friend, don't restart anything, okay? If data is not yet loaded, just wait for a few more seconds. Actually, it should not take this much time. Within a minute, we can see the data actually, okay? I don't know why today it is taking this much time. Within a minute, you can get the data. Every data will be loaded within a minute. I think so, because of the older version. No, in fact, I have worked on this 2023 also. It should not take this much time. Yes. Clean data. Manual selection. What about others? Okay. Oh, actually, it won't take such a long time. Shall we just close this application otherwise? Guys, quickly close this and just reopen the file. Don't save. Okay. I am also closing this file. All of you quickly reopen. Is it working, Harish? If you are installing any application, it is always good to restart. Yeah, The whole PC laptop should be restarted actually, but we didn't restart. Okay, we'll give it a try once again quickly. How to delete that action, that cleaning activity, what we performed. You have to select that and click on delete. Delete it once again. Delete, remove it, remove it. That's it. Now give it a try from scratch. Plus mark. Click on plus, click on clean step. Right? Now, first column, this is called data profiling. 3 dots we have, group values, manual selection. What we are trying to do now, we are trying to tune the data manually. So what we have to do over here, we have to pick the right word first. Click on right word. Click on it now. Wait. You see now right hand side, that bathroom is a main item. Under this, we are going to add relevant words. So first one, BA. I want to have BA as a bathroom, right? BATH. Click on it slowly. BATH. You have to wait for some time, okay? BA once again. Okay, very good. So on. Yes, select third one, next one. What is the next one? Bathrooms. Yep, select BATHS. At last, we have BTH also. BTH at the end. At the end, yes. Click on it. Now, click on done. Click on done. Next, which word we have to tweak? We have to fine tune. Bedroom. No, bedroom. Again, in same column. Yes, that bedroom is a main item because 31 times it is being repeated. Right, click on it. Once again, go for manual selection. 3 dots, more action. Manual selection. Click on it. 3 dots, group values. Manual selection. Click on bedrooms. Right. Now, again, you have to add all these. You have to add all this text. Click on checkbox. Click on it. Bed, BD, BDRM, bedrooms, bedroom, BED, that's it. BEDRM. That's it. Wait. Done all of you? Click on done. You see, now finally we have only 2, bathroom and bedroom. Fair enough. Now let's go to second column called misspelling. This time we are not going to do anything manually. Click on more options, group values, pronunciation. The second one. Wait, hold on. On second column, guys, we have to go for pronunciation. In backend, algorithms are running based on pronunciation. It will tweak the data. Simple. Now give it a try. Automatically data gets updated. You see, wow, done. You see, oh my god, wow, it's a magic. Yes or no? Click on done. Perfect. Name formatting on third column. You see what I said? First name, last name. In few records, we have last name and first name. So how system will understand which is the right word? In few records, my name is placed as Abdul Rahman. In few more records, my name is placed as Rahman Abdul. So how system will understand? So system will understand based on number of occurrence. You see Dorian Gray. You see there is a Dorian Gray. So 31 times it is repeated. And there is another one called Gray Dorian. See next to next. Yes. 2 times just repeated as a Gray Dorian. So which is the right word or name? Dorian Gray is the right word. So system will take only those name or those word which is repeatedly most of the time. Okay, now go to more options once again. Group values, common characters. Common characters. Third option. Done. Click on done. Perfect. Now typo, give a try. Tableau and Tableau spelling is incorrect, right? Tableau. Click on more options. Group values. The last one is called spelling. That's it. Done, all of you? No queries? You see now, whatever we are making changes, if you want to undo any action, you see left hand side, there is one option called changes. You see Harish, left hand side. No, not there. Right before that column, Airbnb listing column, you have one separate section. Not there, my dear. Under data profiling. No, my dear. Where you applied all those things? Where is the data profiling? Profile pane. Just now we have applied, right? More options. Where is the more option? 3 dots. Right before this, left hand side. Yeah, you see changes. Open it. Open that particular section. Guys, you see, every action will be recorded over here. Right? In Power Query Editor, we have a what? Query settings. Under query settings, we'll have all actions, right? So from here, you can undo any last action. How you can undo? If you place your mouse on anywhere, on any action, you will see X mark. You see, you can edit and you can undo. Clear? But don't do anything. Now, my dear friends, now we have fine-tuned the data. Once data is cleaned, what we have to do? Once data is cleaned, what we have to do? We have to wait. We have to export. Now, here we have two options. Remember, as I mentioned, in real time, what will happen? We are not going to export this data on our local machine. No, we are going to publish this flow in the server. Okay. How you can publish this in the server? If you go to file or publish, go to top left corner file. Just look at our screen now. Don't click on publish. Go to left hand side. Top left corner, we have something called file, right? Top left corner, file. Click on it. Wait a minute. You see, guys, one option you can save this locally. Okay. Or else you see export package flow. You can export this or you can publish this in servers. But we don't have server now. What we are going to do, we are going to export this clean data in the form of Excel. How to export this data in Excel? You see now, there is a plus mark, right? Clean activity. There is a plus mark. Harish, yes, on this flow, click on plus mark, all of you. Click on it. Yes. You see, last action called output. Output. All of you click on output. We are just trying to export this data in Excel or .csv file. Okay. Done. Wait a minute. You see now, you clicked on output. Now you are on an output action. We are trying to export this in a different format. Where you want to export this file? There is a question. Left hand side, you see name. You can give a name. You see left hand side. Go down. Name. Name of the file. What? If you want to give any name, you can give the name. Let's say what you can see here, clean data, something like that. Give a name. Clean, anything is fine. Where you want to save this file, you have to remember this location. If you want to change, yes, you can change it. Okay, if you want to change, you can change it, but let it be there. But you have to remember this. In which format you want to see this data? You see output type. There is a small drop down. So we'll talk about what is this dot hyper. But for time being, what we'll do, we'll export this data in .csv file. All of you select .csv file. Hold on. Is it done, all of you? No one is lagging? Right. Now it's time to export now. You see, that is the location and file name is clean data and file format is .csv file. Now what you can do to export this, there are two ways. There is an option called run flow. Other than that, we have a play button also. Play button on output. On output action, we have a play button. On canvas, flow canvas. You see, all of you click on this play button, run flow. That's it. All of you click on this. Done. So this fine-tuned data now exported in .csv file format. You see this series of action, this set of action is called what? Flow. Set of action is called what? It's a flow now. Now, if you don't mind, Harish, could you just open that file where it is saved under documents, my Tableau data prep, under documents, my Tableau prep repository. There is a by default, I think prep, I guess. Over here, I don't think so. Go back. Go back. Yeah, Tableau prep repository. Okay. Here. So go back to that Tableau data prep. We'll see the location, exact location. Data sources. Under data sources, you have that file. Tableau prep repository. Under data sources, you have one folder called data sources. Tableau prep repository. No, my dear, under Tableau prep, yes. Under prep repository, here you have a data sources. You see now, clean data. Just open this. Just double click on this. Is it open? Yes, guys. You see, it's very easy, right? Just double click. Harish, you didn't double click, I guess. I just wanted to show you all how data will be now. Okay. You see how data is cleaned? It's very easy, right? Oh, wow. Good. Perfect. Thank you, Harish. Thank you for your demonstration. Great. Now, again, what we will do now, we'll check how to pivot the data. Okay. Just give me a second. Just look at my screen, my dear friends. You all see the screen? Yeah. Now, what I would like to do, let's say we have data something like this. I would like to summarize this data. In which format? I would like to summarize the data. In which format? Let's say I want to have something like this. Let me make over here. Where shall I do this? Let's say here country, east, west, south, and north. Here I need India, US, UK, Canada. What is the total value of India in East region? Let's see. If I select all the cells, total is 11756. Once again, what is the total value of India in West region? Let's see. Let me select all this. 12495. 1249495. I would like to have this kind of a summary based on this table. Can we do this? Yes, guys, can we do this? in Excel. What we have to do in order to do this? Let's say in Excel, pivot table. Oh, is it? Guys, do we have to go for a pivot table in Excel to have this kind of a summary table? Is it? Oh, let me give it a try. I'm selecting this entire table, going back to insert, pivot table. Let's say, let me insert this pivot on same sheet. Right now, I'm going to drag and drop country over here and region on column shelf. Now, you tell me what shall I do now? You want me to take this Jan on evaluation? Oops, no, Feb. You see, things are not getting added. You see, we would like to have a summary. We would like to aggregate all those values from Jan to December. Got the point, all of you? This is the problem statement. If we have data in this format, we cannot do summary quickly. We can do that, but there is a workaround. We can do that, but there is a workaround. But can we summarize the data? No. Directly, we cannot do summarize. Can we use SUMIF? No, SUMIF also won't work. Jenny Scott, SUMIF also won't work. When SUMIF will work, when pivot table will work, when you have this data in a different format, then it will work. Okay, which format it should be? You see now, I'm just doing manually this. If I have data something like this, let me transpose this. You see, when we have data in this format, okay, this is from country and region, you see. It's a month, it's a values, right? So all these values belongs to India and East region. So what is the value of West? Let me copy down all these values. Let me transpose them. Right. So all these values from Jan to December and all these values from West region and countries India. You see, if I have data in this format, yes, as you said, we can go for a SUMIF or we can go for a pivot table. Oh, is it? Yes. You see now, I am selecting this entire table. Let me go to insert, pivot table. Let me plot over here. Now let me take country on a row shelf, region on a column shelf. You see now value should be on a value shelf. Oh, wow. You see how easily we can summarize it? Got the point? So that means if we have data in this format, we cannot go for a summary. We cannot create a summary table. But if we have data something like this, we can summarize the data. Now you can ask me one question. How should I know when to go for a data transformation? Or when should I go for this kind of a transpose? Or when should I go for pivot and unpivot? Answer is based on some experience or based on some practice. You'll get to know how to or when to or where to go for pivot and unpivot the columns. Clear all of you? Is it clear all of you? Yeah, but if it is Excel, it really takes a lot of time to transpose all these things. Right? If it is Excel, it takes a lot of time to convert them from column to rows. But you see, if you use Tableau data prep, you can do this very quickly. Oh, is it? Yes. So I request you all to load this pivot example file in Tableau prep. Now, question. Do we have to open a new Tableau prep? No, not required. You have already Tableau prep open, right? You have already opened Tableau prep, right? Again, go back to connect to data. See, go to connect to data. Pick Excel. Take the Excel. Go for pivot example and click on open. Very good. Now, what we have to do now? Again, here we have a plus mark. Click on this. Yeah. Go for a pivot. Click on this pivot. Sorry, click on this plus mark. Go for a pivot. Done, all of you? Now, look at this. Abisola, here you have to click on this plus mark. Take a pivot table. Take pivot table. Make sure to select this table pivot action. Okay, then only you will see all these options. Now, what we have to do here, my dear friends, here under fields, you have these many columns, right? Yeah. You have these many columns. You see columns to rows. Which one you have to convert column to rows? You have to convert month. All right. So we have all months in columns. We have all months in columns. We have to convert them into rows. Got it? Now, simply drag and drop this Jan under this one, this area, pivoted fields, drag and drop. You see, just drag and drop. Jan, okay. Next, Feb, where is the Feb? Feb. Just drag and drop. Clear, all of you? Just look at my screen. Just drag and drop over here, pivot values. Drag and drop. Is it done, all of you? Very easy, right? You see now, here you can rename this. If you want to rename, yes, if you double click on this, let's say month. Just rename this as a month. Double click, that will allow you to edit. That will allow you to edit. Clear? Very easy. Now, once you have done this, once you are done with this, what we have to do? We have to execute this flow. To execute the flow, click on plus, click on output. Click on output. Okay, now file name, it's your wish. Unpivot table, it's your wish. And this location, it's your wish. If you want to change this, you can change it or let it be open. I'm going to export this in .csv file, right? .csv file. Now you can click on this play button to run this flow. So this entire stuff is called as a flow. This is a flow. This is called a flow. Okay. Now all of you execute this flow. That's it. In real time, do you think that we are going to execute this locally? No, right? Keep that in your mind. Remember, in real time, we are not going to execute anything locally because we'll have a lot of data. The data will not be stored in our machines. What we'll do? We'll export this flow. Sorry, we'll publish this flow in the servers. Okay. Now, let me open that file. Let me go to that folder. See, this is my folder. Right, let me open this. It just here for your reference, I'm opening this Excel file. You don't need to open this, okay? Just have a look. You don't need to open this. Okay, guys, just look at my screen now. Oh, wow. Now easily we can go for a pivot table now. I'm going back to pivot table. This is only for your reference, my dear friends. You see? Country on erosion, region on evaluation. Pivot values, boom. My goodness. So crazy. Yeah. Very easy, right? Great. Now let me close this. You don't need to open this Excel file. I just opened to show you all output. In the saved folder, what is the status for? Where? This is actually, if you see, my laptop is connected with OneDrive. This is not synced with my OneDrive. Got it? Okay. Okay, now let's again go back to a few other simple stories. What we can do, we'll go for a union. We'll see how to append the data, how to consolidate the data. Okay, so let me show you problem statement. So let's say we do have 3 to 4 different tables. We would like to make it as a master table by consolidating data from different tabs. Okay, so we have seen in Power Query Editor how to append the data. You see, same data we have. It's a north table, it's a east table, south and west. We have data in 4 different tables. We would like to append the data, or we would like to create one master table. So how to consolidate this data using Tableau Prep Builder. Okay, clear all of you? We are going to see how to append the data like this. This is north data. This is east data. Something like this. Is it clear all of you? Problem statement. South table. Yes. Something like this. Yes, Abisola. We are trying to consolidate data, something like this. West table. Consolidation. We are appending the data like this. How to create this consolidation? Okay, this is my local file. I have already given this. Guys, do you have this Union Excel file? If not, let me know. I will share it. Okay, let me share this file. Okay, no problem. Okay, all of you download this Excel file and quickly load this. Quickly load this. How to load the data? See, click on this plus. Click on this plus. Click on this Excel workbook. All of you take Union workbook. All of you take Union workbook. Click on Excel workbook. All of you take Union. Now this Excel workbook is contained, this Excel file contains 4 different tabs, 4 different sheets. So automatically you'll not see anything on the canvas. Earlier, when you imported pivot example or group and replace Excel file, automatically you might have seen or observed that particular sheet is already placed on flow canvas. Right, but this time none of them are imported. You see, because we do have 4 different worksheets in this. This union file contains 4 different tabs, sheets. None of them imported on report canvas or flow canvas. Flow pane. What we have to do now? Manually, you have to drag and drop one table. That's your wish. Any table you can drag and drop manually. Drag and drop one table on the canvas. Done? Perfect. Now, so here we have a plus mark. Click on this. So this join, we can join the tables over here, but I'm parking this join here because we are going to see in Tableau Desktop how we can join the tables in Tableau Desktop. Okay. Now let's pick union. There are two ways to append the data. There are two ways to union the tables, but we'll go with this option. Click on union. Click on union. Now you have to drag and drop second table. You see, you have to move this close to this. You see here options. The moment when you place this second table close to east, you will see few options. Or if you place your table close to this union, again you will see few more options. Drop this over here, add like this. Abisola, you see my screen here. You'll have this flow pane. Right here, you have the table left hand side. First, drag and drop one table. You got an error message? Okay, wait a minute. Let me finish this. Guys, once again, take another table. Just move this to union and you have to drop over here. Can't I drop here? You can drop over here also. You can drop over here also. But to give you better clarity, better picture, it's better to add this new table under union like this. So you will see this good picture. You see, you will see a good picture here. That's it. No difference at all. You see, add. So how we can understand this? We are going to combine all these four tables. Yeah, we are going to make it as a union. Clear? Now, once it is done, all of you generate. You have to do this a bit fast, okay? Okay, what you have done, you have taken join. Close it. Click on the join and delete. Click on it, delete, remove it. That's it. It's a union now. Now what you have to do, drag and drop that north. Left hand side here. Drag, wait, yeah. Please, wait, madam. Where so rush? Delete it. Delete. Delete means you have to hit on remove. Delete, yeah. On keyboard, you have a delete button, right? Delete is always easy, madam. Now drag and drop north. You have to place this north table close to union. And you'll see few options. You see, wait, why you're rushing? Why doing so fast? Slow. Just slow, politely, smoothly. You have to handle with care. Wait, you see add button. Don't drop it blindly. You see, there is option called add. Drop it. We are not joining. We are appending the data. Do the same for south table also. Drag and drop south. Smoothly. Handle with care. Very good. You see, this is a momentum. Not here. Place it on union only. Move this to add. Plus add. Right. Very good. Once again, drag and drop west also. West table. Do the same thing. Smoothly you have to handle. Very good. Good momentum. Yes. Go near to union. Go to near to union. Yes. Add. Yes. You see, you have taken 4 tables to do union. Okay. Join is different. Union is a different. Abisola, we have discussed. Join means adding column. Simple word. Join means adding column. Union means adding row. What we are doing here? We are adding rows. We are appending the data. Clear? Guys, you have to remember in simple words. Okay. You have to remember only in simple words. Now, to see this output, what we have to do again? Click on this plus, click on output. Clear all of you? And you don't need to see output, my dear friends. Click on output. So this is, let's say, consolidation. Consolidation file. Select .cc file. Click on run flow. That's it. Okay. Perfect. Now, what we will do now, we are going to import the data. Oh, we have been doing the same thing, but this time we will load sample superstore data. What we'll do now? We are going to load sample superstore data set. How to get it? Once again, click on this plus. Click on this plus. Click on Excel workbook. Sample superstore data set. I request you all to take this one. Sample superstore. Is it done? Click on open. Click on open. Oh, wow. This Excel workbook contains only single sheet called orders. You see now? Got it? Now, what we'll do now, let's see now, take clean step first. Click on this plus, go for a clean step. Now, all of you click on this data. This one, data grid, where you can see data in a tabular form. Right? Clear? Now, stop doing, just look at my screen. Don't do anything, just look at my screen. Now here, you will see how your data is framed in this table. Here we do, it says you do have 22 fields, nothing but columns and 20,000 records. It's a table structure. Got it? Now each and every column is now representing with data type also. You see, it's a data type. It's a number. It's a text. It is a date. And it is also string or data type. And this is a date. Clear all of you? What is the data type? What is data type? So these are all data types. What is data type? Simple. Yes, guys, what is data type? It's basic and very, very important. You should understand you're dealing with what type of data. You're dealing with what type of data? Data type is nothing but format of data. In which format data is being stored? What is the format of the data? Is it string? Is it text? Is it number? Is it date? Is it Boolean? What type of data it is? Clear, all of you? Right? Is it really important to understand data type? Last time we have discussed, right? Last time we have discussed. Have you remember? Let's say here we do have A10, B20. Yeah, can I sum up these two values? Can I do summation on these two values? No. Right? Now, for example, if I want to do sum on 10 plus 20, what I have to do? I have to extract values, right? 10. So in order to extract, I'm using write function, write comma 2. I'm extracting numbers only. Again, write function, right? I need two characters from right hand side. What I did, I have used a formula to extract digits from right hand side. 10, 20. Now, can I use some formula here to do summation on this? Can I use some formula to do summation on this? Can I use some? Okay, what is the output of this now? If I execute this formula, what could be the output? No, no if but cut. No. Tell me the answer. If I execute this formula, what could be the answer? Yes, guys. You should give the answer now, my dear friends. If I execute this formula, you see, why you're saying if they are numeric? You see, if I execute this, we got 0. Why we are getting 0? My dear friends, remember, these all are very basic things. At the same time, it's really, really important to understand. Okay, these all are really basics, but really, really important. Okay, in real time, we are going to face this kind of a challenges very frequently. Clear? Okay, actually here we have used write function. This write function has given output correctly, but format of this cell is text. It is not in a number format. You see, hey, are you text? I'm saying yes, it's true. I'm saying, hey, are you number? Say no, I'm not a number. Say false, I'm not a number. I'm a text. So we have used some formula over here to do the addition. But since it's in a text format, it is giving 0 as the answer. And do remember, as I mentioned earlier, you'll have problem, especially when you have date. You're importing data from database. You have a date column. It sounds like a date, but it won't be in a date format. It would be in a text format. Due to which, if you're performing any analysis, you will end up with wrong numbers. Clear, all of you? Don't forget this. It is really, really important. Understanding data types. Okay, let's go back here. So now here, it is displaying data type of each column. Here we do have something called extra geographical data. You see here, recommendations. Okay, here, recommendation. Look at my screen. Region-wise column, it's a string. Of course, it's a string. There is no doubt. ABC is nothing but a string or text. If I click on this, you see here, region-wise column is saying change data role to state. Country, let me go back to, oops. Let me go to country column. So that country column itself is string. But if you look at the recommendations, it's saying, hey, this country is a geographical data type. You see, let me place over here. You see, ABC, it's a string. There is no doubt. But these are all geographical data. You see, now if I click on this recommendations, you see, country, change data role to country. That means we are trying to change data type. This bulb also recommendation. What it is recommending? It's saying, hey, dude, don't consider this column as just a string. Consider this column as a state or a country. That means geographical data type. What it is? Geographical data type. What is the benefit if I change this to geographical? What is the benefit in return? What will have in return? You see, Tableau is super smart. Whenever you drag this column called country, anyway, we are going to see this, but let me explain you why we have to change this from string to geographic. You see, if you drag and drop this country column under report canvas, by default, Tableau will generate map visual. Is it clear? I repeat, if you drag and drop this country field on report canvas, Tableau automatically pick map visual. Got it, all of you? That is the reason we have to convert this country column, state column, city column into geographic. It's just giving recommendations. Hey, dude, you have to change them as a geographic. Clear, all of you? Perfect. Will you just change it? You can click on this recommendation also. It's your wish. See, at least one column you have to change. You don't need to do all. You don't need to do this for 4 columns. One column is enough. Okay. One column is enough. I just changed on country column. Done. Perfect. If you want to split the values, you see here, go to customer ID here. Go to customer ID. If you want to split the values, click on these 3 dots. So here we have a split values. Split values. Automatic split. You have to click on the second one. Data grid. You have under data profile. You have to click on data grid to see data in a tabular form. We are going to see so many options in Tableau desktop. Okay. I'm not sure how you're going to remember all those things, but I'm going to each and every minute is really important. Every minute is really important. You're going to see new features. Okay. And practice is really needed. Now, split values, custom split. If you want to go for a custom split, you can go for custom split. Use the separator. What do we have? Separator. It's a hyphen and split the value. Simple. Split the values. Done. For example, let's say you want to apply filter on this data set. For example, you want to apply the filter. You don't need whole this data set. You need only few records. Which records you need? Let us assume that. So here we do have a ship mode, right? You want to have only first class records. What you need? You need only first class records. How you can apply the filter on this? You see, select this ship mode. First class, we don't have first class. I think we do have same day. Or let's say, let's pick this one, region wise. I would like to take only US records. How to apply filter on this? See, click on this. Go for create calculated field. Go for create calculated field. We are going to use this create calculated field probably in our upcoming sessions. Just wanted to show you how you can write this. Okay. Click on this create calculated field. Go for a custom calculations. Go for a custom calculations. You're going to see this field, this box now. We'll talk about this box later. Okay. Now, region wise is equal to what? We need US. In double quotes, just do mention US. And click on apply. Wait. No, just give me a second. We want to apply the filter, right? It is not right way. Let me remove this. We'll go for this. Click on this filter value. Select this region wise, click on filtered values. See? Region wise is equal to what? US. We're actually applying the filter on this column. We'll talk about this this box later. Okay. All of you click on this filtered value. The region wise is equal to US. Click on apply. Clear all of you? Perfect. Now we have only those items where region wise is US. We have only those items where we have US region. Done? Perfect. You see, any action you perform any action, you're going to see all those steps over here. Have you observed? Change data type. We apply the filter. Yes. So here we have done something else. We have removed, you see, I have removed. This is first one is changing data type. The second one is I have removed one column. So this is a filter one. This is split. All actions are recorded over here. If you want to undo any last action, left hand side we have changes. From here also you can do that. Right. Now, once again, click on this plus. You see, now you can export this data. If you're trying to export this data in the format of .csv, you will see only those records where region is US. And if you just observe this, earlier we used to have 20,000 records, but this time how many records we have? Only 3,000. That means it's already applied the filter. Okay. Now, do I have to export this in .csv file? Can't we do any other action? We can do other action also. It is not like you can go with only single action. It's not like that. If you want to perform any other activity, yes, still you can do that. What we'll do now, we'll go for a pivot. We'll go for a pivot. What do you say? Or we'll go for aggregation. We didn't see this aggregation, right? All of you take this aggregation. All of you take this aggregation. Click on this plus and click on this aggregate. Now drag and drop this category under group field. And let's say we do have what? We do have profit. See, drag and drop this profit over here. Aggregated field. Can't we add one more dimension? No, you can add one more dimension also if you want. If you want to add one more dimension, yes, still you can do that. Now you see, now you tell me if I export this, Am I going to see the summary or am I going to see the raw data? You tell me. If I export this, am I going to see this aggregated results? Or am I going to see this clean data? Ashish, we are not going to see the raw data. We are going to see the summary. Clear, all of you? We are going to see the summary. So how we can export this here? Click on this plus and click on this output. Click on this output. You see, you're going to see output something like this. Got it? And again, you can take this output file in .csv file, in .csv, and you can run this. You can execute this. Click on this play button. That's it. Clear, all of you? So enjoyed Tableau data prep? It's too good, right? Now, go to file and save this. Go to file, save this. Where you want to save, it's your wish. Wherever you want to save this, you can save this. It's your choice. Okay. So now, today we are going to start working with Tableau Public or Tableau Desktop. Okay. Let me repeat once again. There are two different types of tools. One is Tableau Desktop, wherein we can prepare the report, but it is a paid version. And we have something called Tableau Public, which is free version. In this Tableau Public also we can prepare a report, but we'll have few limitations. There is a difference between these two tools. Okay, yesterday we have seen how to install Tableau Public. I request you all to open Tableau Public. Okay, Victoria, hi, good to see you, Victoria. So you have to download Tableau Public. Let me share the link to download it. Tableau Public, you need Tableau Public, right? Take this one. Without this, we cannot proceed further. Take this link, download quickly Tableau Public product. If it is asking you to sign in, you must have credentials. But for time being, what I will do, I will give you one dummy account details. Use this username and password to sign in. Use this username and password to sign in. Meanwhile, we'll discuss something. Guys, just look at my screen. So this is Tableau Desktop. I will work on Tableau Desktop and you can work on Tableau Public. Okay. And you will not see much difference between these two, but in few cases, definitely. So whenever we open Tableau Public or Tableau Desktop, we'll see three different sections. Yeah. First section, second section, and third section. Under first section, you have an option to connect to different sources. For example, if you have data in Excel and you are going to pick the Excel. If you have data in a .csv file or a notepad, you're going to take a text file. Okay. Now, if you have data in SQL or any Oracle database, just look at my screen here. If I click on more, you see, if I click on more, so these are a lot different servers. You see, if you have data in, let's say, where IBM DB2, you'll pick this DB2. If you have data in Azure SQL database, you'll pick SQL database. If you have data in MySQL, MySQL. If you have data in OneDrive, Microsoft SQL Server, whatnot. SAP HANA, whatnot. So my dear friends, in Tableau Public, you're not going to see these many connectors. There is a limitation. Clear? In Tableau Public, you don't have these many connectors. You will see only in Tableau Desktop. Clear, all of you? Now, yesterday I was I was highlighting something yesterday. I was talking about data flow, how you can get the data from server using data flow. Let me recap once again. So here we do have a database. This is Tableau desktop file, Tableau desktop. And here we have Tableau data prep. We do have two ways to get the data, right? You see, I am importing data from database to Tableau data prep. Here I'm going to perform data wrangling job. Once data is cleaned, what I'm going to do? I'm going to publish this flow in the server. I'm going to publish this flow in the server, right? Now, in order to prepare a report, I have to have the data. I have two ways to get the data. One way I can get the data from database. If I go with this approach, again, I have to clean this data. And another way, I can get this flow data from this server directly into Tableau desktop. Got it? Now, again, once data is in, I can create a report over here. Again, I publish this into the server. Now, how to get that flow from the server? I repeat, how to get that flow from the server? You see, if I go back to here, you see here we do have it to a server, right? You can get the data from server also. You have to connect here. If I click on sign in, once I sign in, I can get the data from server as well. Got it? All of you see Tableau server. Clear? Clear the flow? Perfect. Now, what is the first step? We have to have the data, right? So all of you click on this Excel, connect to data, click on this Excel. Which file we have to import? We are going to import sample superstore dataset. All of you import sample superstore dataset quickly. Okay, Harish, you have to open Tableau Public and you have to load sample superstore dataset. Okay, guys, you see my screen here. Whenever you are trying to import the data, here we do have different tabs. Bottom left corner, you see data source. Actually, we are in a data source tab where we can see metadata. And this is a place where you are going to create relationships or you are going to create join between the tables. It is like a model view in Power BI. In Power BI also we have a model view where we can create the relations, right? So here you can create a relationship between the tables or you can create joins between the table. Yeah. So here you are going to see data in a tabular form. Clear all of you? Now, by default, you will see one sheet. Whenever you open Tableau desktop or Tableau product, by default, you will see one sheet. Like whenever you open Excel file, by default, you will see sheet 1. Whenever you open Power BI desktop, you'll see page 1. Here also, whenever you open a Tableau desktop, you'll see page 1. Just look at my screen. So here, this is the server name or Excel file name. In this Excel workbook, we do have a table called orders. In this table, we do have these many columns. All columns are placed left-hand side. In Power BI, it is placed where? Right-hand side. Why I'm keep on highlighting Power BI, because you have already gone through with Power BI. I'm just correlating so that you can understand in a better way. Why I am always correlating? Because you have already gone through Power BI. That make easy for you to correlate. All BI tools works in the same way. In Power BI, it is placed right-hand side. In Tableau, it is placed left-hand side. Plus here also you'll see all these columns placed in alphabetical order. In addition to this, you will see here one divider. You see one partition here created. So these all are dimensions or non-numerical columns. Below this, we have something called measures, numerical column. Got it? Now, we'll try to understand this. This is called pages. We call it as a page shelf. We're calling it as a what? Page shelf. This is filter shelf. We are going to explore all these things. Yeah. This is called mark cards. Marks card. Here we have a small drop down. By using this small drop down, we can customize the visuals. You see, we do have different options. And this is called color shelf, size shelf, text shelf, whatnot. Again, these all are called as a shelves. Here, this is called column shelf. This is called rows shelf. It looks like a pivot table structure. Yeah. This is called a page or a sheet. And right hand side, you have something called show me. It's called show me panel. This is called show me panel. In this panel, we'll have 24 visuals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 3s are 24. 24 visuals we'll have. Got it? And this is called report canvas. This is called report canvas. The sheet 1, this is a title bar. It's a title for the report. Got it? We are going to explore each and every point. Just, I would like to go through this quickly at very high level. Now, my dear friends, in this sheet 1, have you opened Power BI? Tableau Public? Right. You see now, you'll have this something called Tableau icon. Harish, you have something called Tableau icon. If you click on this Tableau icon, you'll have option. It's very easy. First stage of any BI tool is what? You have to import the data. By the way, we forgot to tell you, right? I forgot to tell you this second page. So the second section. In the second section, you will see recently opened files. Very recently, whatever you have opened, those files can be seen on second section. Under third section, here we have some material. Yeah, some learning material you will see on the third section. Yeah. Now, guys, in this page 1, in this page, you can always plot only one visual at a time. Oh, is it? Yes. You'll have always single visual. It is not, you can place multiple visuals in like Power BI. In Power BI, we used to place everything in a single page, right? But here it's not like that. On a single page, single sheet, we'll have only one visual. Then you can plot another chart. You can take another one. You can plot another visual. Every sheet will have only one visual. How to combine them together? How to combine them together? You see here we do have something called dashboard. The second icon, what you see, this is called a dashboard. Let me just don't do anything. Look at my screen. If I click on this, yeah, this is called dashboard, where you can place multiple sheets. I have 3 different sheets. Every sheet will have a single visual. You can drag and drop all these visual on your dashboard. Dashboard means collection of sheets. Collection of sheets is nothing but dashboard. Perfect. Now, we have something called story. You see the last icon, what you see, this is called story. If you want to narrate a story, you can build a story also. What is story all about? Story means collection of sheets plus dashboards. Collection of, you see, sheets and dashboard. You are going to drag and drop them over here. So we'll talk about dashboard, we'll talk about stories, and we'll talk about sheets and everything in our upcoming sessions. Okay. So far, so good. Perfect. Now, my dear friends, what we are going to do now, we'll make hand-free on this tool now. Just open that file. Would you like to share your screen quickly? Just share your screen quickly. You see, what is the first stage? Collection of data, right? You see, left-hand side, we have a connect to data. Top left-hand side, left corner. Click on it. What we have to do? Simple. Excel workbook. From where we have to get the data? Excel. Okay. Don't you have data? Download it. Now what we have to do? Go to sheet 1. That's it. Easy, right? Okay. We have something called ClickSense. That is another BI tool. You have to learn ClickSense by yourself only. Perfect. Bottom left corner, you have sheet, right? You see? Bottom left corner. Left hand side. Click on sheet. Click on it, my dear. Click on it. Yes. Abisola, share your screen. Yeah, you can stop it now. Abisola, I think you have opened Tableau data prep. I think so. You see, you have opened Tableau prep builder. We are working on Tableau public. Open the Tableau public desktop. Wait, Tableau public. I think yesterday we have installed, right? Why you are installing once again? Close this. Close this. Cancel. Windows search. Go to Windows search. Windows search. Tableau. Type Tableau. You see public is there. You see Tableau public 2024.1. Click on it. Click on it. Wait. Clear? What you have to do now? Very good. Wait. Guys, I need your attention. This is Tableau public, right? We'll have few limitations. If you're working on Tableau public, can we save this file in our local machine? Answer is no. You cannot save this in your laptop. Oh, is it? Yes. How to save this file? In order to save this file, you have to sign in Tableau public server. You can save this under Tableau public server only. Now, how to save this? All of you look at the screen now. Go to file. Go to file. Top left corner. Yes. Okay. You see, save to Tableau public as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th one. Yeah. This is now grayed out. The moment when we have a visual, now we are going to see that is in enabled state. So what we'll do, let me give a try with 1 or 2 visuals. Then I will ask you to save this in server. Okay. Now all of you look at my screen now. Look at my screen. This is called column shelf and this is called row shelf. Right. We are going to place dimensions and measures based on our requirement. We do have 2 different set of data over here. One is dimensions and another one is measure. Dimension is means what? In layman language, non-numerical data. Non-numerical data called dimension. Measures are nothing but numerical data. Numerical data. Technically, qualitative and quantitative. Yeah, you can quantify this. This is qualitative data. Got it? You can quantify the data. That means on the numbers, you can perform mathematical operations. For example, here we do have a profit. You would like to see how much profit we have received. What is the total profit? What is total discount? What is total quantity or average quantity? You can perform mathematical operations on numbers. You can quantify the data. Got it? Qualitative data is nothing but a dimension. You would like to see based on certain dimensions. That means from which category we are getting more profit. In which market we are getting more sales. From which region we are getting more number of orders. Got it? So that is nothing but a dimensions. How you want to view the data. Actually, dimensions describes numbers or measures. Dimensions describes measures. How you want to see your numbers, in which angle you want to see the numbers, or at which level you want to look at the numbers. So these are different definitions of dimension. Okay, now we'll plot one graph now. Let's see now what we can do. All of you just drag and drop this subcategory under row shelf like this. All of you drag and drop this subcategory under row shelf. Clear? Now, it's very easy. Drag and drop sales under column shelf. Wow. You see now? Clear? Do you see now, bar? Remember, it's very easy to plot any graph in any BI tool. It's just a dead easy job. Yes or no? Now, we'll see how to sort this. But before we proceed further, we have to understand terminologies. You see this one under row shelf, we have subcategory, right? So this is called pill. This look like pills, right? These are called pills. Clear? Now, yes, we do have two pills, but one is in a blue color and another one is in a green color. What does it mean? You see, this color indicates this green pill is a measure. What it is? This green pill is a measure. And dimensions will be represented in a blue color. Got it, all of you? Green pills represents measures. Blue pills represents dimensions. Yeah. Clear, all of you? Perfect. Very good. It's an interview question, by the way. Now, I would like to enable data labels. How to enable data labels? There are multiple ways to enable the data labels, but we'll go with this option. Here we have a T for text. You can drag and drop any field under column shelf and row shelf. You're going to get one visual. Okay. How we can understand this, I will let you know once we are in a visuals. Okay. Now all of you click on this T for text to see data labels. Got it? Now we have a data labels for each and every bar. Yeah. This bar indicates the sales value, correct? Now, how to sort this visual based on sales value? Now, there are many ways to sort. If I hover my mouse on this area, mid of this canvas, we'll see one option. You see, if I hover my mouse on mid of this canvas, do you all see this? One click to sort largest to smallest. Another click, smallest to largest. Third click, sorting by ascending order, sorting subcategory by ascending order. Got it? All of you sort easy. Very good. Now, this is really very simple sorting. Let me take you through advanced sorting. Okay. As I mentioned yesterday, you're going to see so many options. Okay. Now, one more option. You see here, this subcategory, right? If I place my mouse on this, yeah, here we have a small drop down. If I click on this, so again here also you have option to sort. Click on the sort. This one. If I click on this drop down, here you have option called to sort. Done? Yep. Now, from here also you can sort by ascending order or descending order. This is very normal sorting. If you want to sort by some other field, still you can do that. You see, sort by, one is manual sorting. If you have something to sort manually like this, you can drag and drop. This is something called manual sorting. This manual sort you can do through visual also. Just look at my screen. You see, for example, I want to have this label at the top, you see, like this. This is called manual sorting. Very rarely we'll go for a manual sort. Okay, we do have something called, I would like to show this one. By field, you see. By field, by which field? Can I pick some other field? Yes, why not? You see, field name, just take the profit. Descending order, like this. Select field. Field is nothing but a column. Sort order is descending. From this drop down, just pick the profit. Things will change automatically in backend. Done? Perfect. Shall I close this? No one is lagging. Now what is happening here? Actually, we are sorting by the profit. You see now? Let me close this. Let me erase all these markers. You see, copiers, the subcategory is at top level. But if you look at the value, sales value is lesser than phones. Why it is in top? Sales wise, okay, it is less than phones. But when it comes to profit wise, copiers are giving more profit. Got it? To give more clarity or better clarity, what I will do, I will drag and drop this profit under column shelf. You see now, all of you drag and drop profit under column shelf. Now you'll get more clarity now. Got it? Sounds good? Clear what is happening here? Profit wise, copiers is giving more profit. Yeah, sales are lesser than phones. Sales wise, phones is giving more sales, but profit wise, it's in a second position. Perfect. Now, this is a title for your sheet. Can we edit this title? Oh, why not? How to edit the title? If you double click on it, if you double click on this title, that will allow you to edit. All of you double click on this. Yeah. Now I'm going to give it as custom sorting. Sorted by profit. Sorted by profit. Okay. You can select this if you want to format. Yes, you can feel free to format this. Done, all of you? That's really great. Now, what is the difference here? We have OK, cancel, and apply. You see, it's if you click on apply, what will happen? This dialog box will not go anywhere. It will stay here only, but change will be applied. If you click on apply, what will happen? You see, here is a change. It is now applied. If you click on OK, changes will be saved. At the same time, the dialog box will go away. Simple. Yeah. Now, if you want to rename this sheet, yes, you can double click on this sheet and you can rename. If you want to rename this, double click and say sort. Done. Perfect. Shall we go to next sheet? Yes. All of you take another sheet here. Otherwise, what we'll do now, we'll try to save this file. What do you say? Go to file. I need someone's system now. If you are using Tableau desktop, you can you can save your file in your local machine. You will not have any challenge. Okay. But when you are using Tableau public, then you have a challenge. Then you will have a challenge. Now go back to your Tableau public, my dear friend. Yes. This is Tableau public. You see, earlier that option was in disabled state. Now it is enable. Got it? How to save this? All of you, please follow the steps. You may require to create your credentials now. Okay, click on save to Tableau public as, click on it. Yesterday you might have created account, right? Yesterday, guys, you might have created an account. If not, click on create an account. Okay, by the way, Tableau is coming from which, who is the owner for Tableau? Salesforce. This Tableau is coming from where? Salesforce. Okay, now all of you create an account. Yes, Victoria, create an account. Okay, do one thing. Otherwise, okay, yesterday you have created. If you don't have, please create an account. Yes, give a name. Okay, Ashish, if it is asking you to give a name, yes, you have to give a name to your file. Once you save it, where it will save? This file will be saving in cloud. Okay, that will take you to Tableau public cloud. All good, my dear friends. Any challenges? Abisola, give any name. File name is anything. That's your wish. Okay. Wait, cancel this. Where is the visual? Where is the visuals? Okay, go back to that server. Click on open. Okay, cancel this. Actually, what you have done, go back to file. Cancel this. You have to sign out from here actually. I think you are using my account, right? Go to server. I will tell you. Wait. Go to server tab. No, server. So not there, madam. There is another tab called server, right? Click on it. So here, create your own account. Create an account. Exactly. Click on create an account. Enter your details. Enter your Gmail account. Enter the password. All of you create an account, your own account. Create my account. That's it. Yes, you can stop sharing. Go back to your Gmail account and activate your account. You have to use this account whenever you are publishing your file. Okay. Now, Ashish, would you like to share your screen? Okay, someone has started sharing. Harish. Okay, well, Harish, what is happening here? Yes. Have you published this file? Have you saved this in Tableau server? No, yes, no, yes. Guys, you see now, by default, the moment when you sign in, what will happen? That will be redirected to this website. You see the URL public.tableau.com. Clear? So whenever you want to save your Tableau public file, you have to save in this portal, in this website only. I repeat, you cannot save Tableau public in your local machine. Is it clear? Now, how you can download this file? You see now, top right hand side, we have a download option. You see? Click on it. Guys, I need your attention. If you click on this download, perfect. Minimize this. Let's go back to Tableau server. Again, you see, as it is a public, anyone can access your file. Oh, is it? Yes. Ashish can access Harish file. Harish can access Ashish file. And you can access Victoria file also as it is public. Got it? So here, right hand side, we have a settings. You see the option called settings. Yeah, settings, right hand side, where you have downloaded the file. You see the download option. Settings. Click on it. Guys, since we have only one sheet, so we'll not have any problem here. But when you have multiple sheets and you would like to see all the sheets, you see here, show sheets. If you enable this, you can see all the sheets, whatever you have. Enable this. You see, allow. If you don't want to allow others, you see, allow access. Let other download or make a copy of this visual. If you disable this, others cannot able to see this file. Clear, all of you? Yep. Okay, Victoria, what you can do for timing, let it be there as it is. I will take up your screen once again. Only thing is you have to sign out from my account and you have to sign in with your account. Okay, let it be there, no problem. Done, all of you? All good? Okay, let's proceed now. All of you take new sheet. We'll talk about filters. We do have various filters. Oh, is it? Yes. We have something called dimension filter. We have something called measure filter. We have something called interactive filters. Interactive. We have something called data source filter. Data source filter. Whatnot. Context filter. We do have these many filters. Shall I make a note of all these filters? No, you don't really require to make a note of all these things, because if you go through LMS, you'll have one document on this topic. Okay, if you go through LMS, you'll have a document. I will not prefer to go through any PDF. Okay, but in PDF, you have all this content. Clear, all of you? Now we'll see how to apply the filter using dimensions, measures, and how we can have a context filter, our interaction, whatnot. We'll talk about the filters in today's class. In order to do that, do one thing, all of you. Once again, drag and drop the subcategory under row shelf. Drag and drop subcategory under row shelf. And drag and drop profit under column shelf. Now onwards, what you have to do? Whenever you are doing this, you have to sort the values and you have to enable the data labels. Make a habit to do this, okay? So that it's, you can practice this. You have to sort them and you have to enable data labels. Perfect. Now we'll see what is dimension filter. We'll see what is dimension filter. Dimension means what? Non-numerical column. You see now, we have something called subcategory, right? I'm trying to place the subcategory under filter shelf. All of you just drag and drop this subcategory under filter shelf. The moment when you do this, you're going to see one pop up. Wow. Done. You see here, we do have four different tabs. Here, just look at my screen. Stop doing this one. General tab, wildcard, condition, and top. That means what? You can apply filter on this in four different ways. You can apply filter on this in four different ways. We'll explore each and every tab. Okay. For example, I'm in a general tab. I don't want to see first three subcategories. I'm going to uncheck them. You see, all of you uncheck first three subcategories. Once you do uncheck, don't click on OK. You have to click on apply. What will happen if I click on apply? This change will be applied, but this box will be written over here. Yeah. Apply. Done. Now, wildcard. Let's go to second one called wildcard. Match values. So I'm going to say S. That means you see. So I have entered S over here and I'm going to pick this ends with. That means if any subcategory is ending with S, I would like to see that. Got it? Go for a wildcard. Enter S. S for Singapore. End with. And click on apply. I would like to see only those subcategories which are ending with S. Got it? Clear? Perfect. Now let's go to condition. So here you can put in a condition here. You can put a condition. Based on a condition, things will get filtered out. Oh, is it? Yes. So you can write a formula also. See, by formula. In Power BI, we have written so many formulas, right? So here also you have a scope to write the formulas. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say, hey, I would like to see sum of profit if it is greater than or equal to what? Let's say 5,000. I would like to see only those items which are above 5,000. What will happen? All these negative values plus this one also will be removed. Got it? Click on apply. You see, it's gone. Condition by formula. You just write the simple formula over here. Now here, how many items we have? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. 8 subcategories we do have. Now I would like to see top 5 subcategories based on the profit. Right now, again, go to top, click on by field. How many items? Top 5. You have to remember this. We're going to come back to this top 5, top 10 once again. Okay. Top 5, click on apply. It will display only top 5 subcategories. Got it, all of you? Oh, do we have to use 4 different tabs in real time? Answer is no. Very rarely you will get a chance to apply. Very rarely you will get a chance to apply filter through all 4 tabs. Since we all are in a training, we are just trying to explore each and every tab. Condition, this one by formula, simple. Sum of open the bracket profit is greater than or equal to 5,000. I'm holding my screen for your reference. Remember guys, we all are in a training, right? We are exploring each and every tab. You will not get a chance to apply using 4 different tabs. No. Okay, let me click on OK. If you want to edit, you want to modify, Abisola, what you have to do here. Here we have a subcategory. If you place your mouse over here, you'll see drop down, click on this. Here you have option called edit filter. This is how you can edit the filter. Clear? Condition. Is it clear, all of you? Got it? And now, whatever we have applied, we can see over here, summary. Right? Whatever we have applied under general tab, so you are going to see the summary. Clear? All good? Let me close this. Now, how to rename the title? Double click on the sheet 2 and say dimension filter. Double click on the title and say dimension filter. Done? Easy, right? Formula. Oh my God. It's very easy. See, take this. Done? Now, let's go to next sheet, all of you. If you want to rename this sheet to, yes, you can feel free to rename it. Okay, why I'm using same naming convention? Because tomorrow, if you open this file, you should know what you have done on this, okay? It's dimension filter. Now, all of you take a new sheet once again. All of you take a new sheet once again. Do the same thing. Drag and drop subcategory under row shelf and drag and drop profit under column shelf. Just do quick sort and enable data labels. Done, all of you? Just today, entire session just doing drag and drop, drag and drop, drag and drop only. Yep. Perfect. Now we are going to see how we can apply filter using a measure. Generally, we'll not do this filter, but since we have this in curriculum course, I'm just exploring this. What it is, you see, measure means what? A number. Right here, we do have a profit. What I will do, I will drag and drop this profit under filter shelf. You see, I'm going to drag and drop this under filter shelf. What will happen? Just look at my screen. The moment when I release, again, we are going to see one pop-up. This time, this pop-up is a different format. See, it's asking me, hey, how you want to apply filter on this visual? Since it's a measure or it's a numerical column, we have option to apply filter using sum, average, median, count, whatnot. So these all are mathematical operations. Let me cancel this. If I drag and drop any other non-numerical column, yeah, we'll have a different options. You see, on non-numerical or on a dimension, you can apply filter using this. But it is a number. If I drag and drop this number column, you'll have a different format. Similarly, if I do drag and drop date, you'll have a different options. You see now, it's a date. So based on the column type, you're gonna see a different options, right? Now let me drag and drop profit over here. I would like to apply filter on this using sum. I request you all drag and drop profit under filter shelf. Yeah, take the sum, click on next. Click on next. What is happening here? If you notice this, from where we got this value, see now, this profit is being displayed based on the subcategories. So what is the least value here? You see, Tableau is very smart. You see, what is the least value? It is this. These all our profits are actually aggregated by subcategories. So least value is minus 35K. The least value. What is maximum value? 111 or 235. You see 111K. Got it? So this is how it is shown. Lowest value and highest value. Now, for example, if you want to see only those subcategories which falls under, I repeat, you would like to see only those subcategories which are falls under this range. You see now, if sum of category, sum of, let's say, subcategory profit is sum of this 12,000 minimum and maximum this, you will see only those items like this. Got it? Now, for example, let's say you have a requirement, you would like to see only those subcategories which are giving 10,000 to, let's say, 100K. You would like to see only those subcategories which are giving profit between 10,000 to 100K. Then you want to see only those subcategories. And here you have different options, at least or at most. You can play with this. Got it? All of you click on, just enter a few numbers over here and click on OK. Click on OK. Abisola, just drag and drop this profit under filter shelf. Just enter these values and click on OK. That's it. Perfect. Now, just look at my screen. My dear friends, what will happen? End user can access only this page. End user will not have a choice. Yes, Ashish, I'm coming to the point. See, end user will not have a choice to make any changes over here. They will not have access to filter shelf. They won't have access to page shelf. They don't have access to column and row shelf. No. They can see only this visual. Okay. If I'm placing any dimension under filter shelf, what does it mean? That means it's a static. User cannot modify this. It is a static and user cannot modify this. For example, if I want to allow user to make some changes, he wants to apply his own filter. What we have to do in order to do that, you see my screen. So here, Ashish, you see, click on this drop down. So here we have option called show filter. All of you click on this. Okay. What is happening over here? Just clear the canvas, remove profit and category. Abisola, just look at our screen now. Remove it. Yes. Yeah, remove it. Yeah, remove this also. Remove profit from filter shelf. Okay, now drag and drop subcategory under row shelf. Subcategory under row shelf. These are all the subcategories what we have. Drag and drop profit under column shelf. Got it? What we have to do? We have to sort. Sorting is not really important, but just to get some hands-on, we are sorting these values. Okay, enable text data labels. Okay, enable data labels. How you will enable data labels? You see, on top of sum of profit, there is a caption called T. We have to click on T. T. Where are you going? Right hand side. That's it. Now drag and drop profit under filter shelf. Drag and drop profit under filter shelf. The moment when you drag and drop, here you will see few values by default. Again, drag and drop correctly. Drag and drop. You see, click on sum. Click on sum. Click on next. See, from where you are getting this minus 35,450, the least total profit of subcategory. That is nothing but table. And from where you are getting 111,235, that is a maximum total profit of copiers. Okay. If you want to reset this value, yes, you can reset. You can say, hey, I would like to see only those subcategories which falls under this. 10,000 to what? Let's say 1 lakh, 100K. Click on apply. Click on apply. Don't you see the values now? Don't you see the subcategories? Yes, Abisola. Done. Click on OK. So now what I'm saying, if you place any dimension or any measure, any field under filters shelf, user will not have a choice to edit. If you want to allow end user to make some changes, what you have to do, again, place your, let me share my screen. What we have to do here, it's a profit. It's a profit right here. There is a small drop down. If you click on this, here you have option called show filter. Yes, Ashish, Abisola, Harish. The moment when you click on this show filter, right hand side, you'll have an option. From here, user can edit. From here, user can edit. Now, let's make this as more interactive session or interactive visual. So again, if you place your mouse on this, you'll see one drop down. You see, most of the time, you will see drop downs. On each and every field or each and every options, you'll see drop downs. If you click on this drop down, you'll have more options. Oh my goodness, you see? So here you have more options. We'll explore this once again. Okay, we'll explore this option once again, but from here, user can adjust this. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. Okay, Abisola, no problem. Park it. Park it. I will show you once again. Now, this is called measure filter. What it is, it's a measure filters. You see, my dear friends, what I'm saying, in order to see this, you have to click on this small drop down, show filter. Don't you see this option, show filter? So without enabling this show filter, you guys are expecting to have over here. How will you see this without enabling it? Got it? To see this option, here, you have to click on this drop down. Show filter. Then only you can see right hand side. You're not doing that and you're expecting to have over here. Now all of you take next page. All of you take a next page, new sheet. You could not able to see because of this. I think you might have clicked on this show me. It is overlapping. That's it. Victoria and Abisola, you might have clicked on this show me, due to which you could not able to see that option, but it's there, you see. If you click on this, you'll see that. Okay, no problem. Park it. Let's go to sheet, new sheet. All of you go to new sheet. Now, once again, drag and drop subcategory under row shelf. This time, let's drag and drop sales under column shelf. Do the quick sort and enable data labels. You have to do this very quickly. Do the quick sort and enable data labels. Perfect. It should not take too much time for you now. Just simply drag and drop, drag and drop. Now we'll talk about how we can apply a filter on this using date. Date as a filter. Okay. Just look at my screen. Here we do have a order date. Here we have a order date. Let's drag and drop this order date under filter shelf. The moment when you release this, again, you will see a different pop-up with different options. Just drag and drop what? Order date. drag and drop this order date under filter shelf and wait for my instructions. Got it? Now these all are various options. It's saying, how do you want to filter? How do you want to filter? What? This visual. Okay. All of you make sure to click on this range of dates. Right. Now click on next. Click on next. Got it? So now in this given data set, the least date is, minimum date is 312014 and maximum date or latest date is 30 December 2017. In this order date, so these are the lowest date and the maximum date. How you want to apply the filter on this? How you want to see your numbers based on which date? Right? Just look at my screen. Don't do anything. If you want to see only those subcategories, range between this. Yes. So all these profits are based on this date range. Okay. If you have any specific date, start date, for example, I would like to see, let's say from 2015 onwards. Let's say one new product is released in 2015. I would like to see from 2015. So this is how you can set. For example, let's say one product is, closed or ended by so and so date. You can specify the date. Okay, these all are very normal options to apply the filter. What is really interesting in this? The interesting one is exploring this relative date. Let's see this one. This is really interesting one. Which one? This one. Relative dates. Okay. Now, just look at my screen here. Let's say year. Let me take this option. Just don't do anything. Look at this. I picked year. Here we do have again few more options. This year, if I click on apply, oops, it's gone. Why? You see my screen. I have taken a relative date. I picked year and I said this year. In this context, this year means 2024. Do we have any data for current year? Answer is no. We don't have any data for this current year, due to which everything is now grayed out. Nothing is displayed. How this pop-up taken current year as 2024? Because of this. You see, anchor relative to what? Today. This today date is referring to my calendar, my business calendar. Got the point? This anchor relative to, by default, it is set to today. What is today's date? 21 April 2024. I would like to see current year sales. We don't have 2024 sales, hence everything is now blank. Can we adjust this anchor relative date? Answer is yes. Let's say if I click on this, you see now, I selected this. If I click on this, so we have data from 2014 to 2017, correct? Now what I can do here, let's say 2015, we'll get better idea. Yeah, let's say 2015. See, 2015 now. This year, if I click on apply, wow, all these numbers are belongs to this date range. From 01/01/2015 to December 2015. Got it? For example, now once again, look at this part. This is really interesting one. So if I say, hey, I would like to have previous year sales based on 2015. What is previous year of 2015? 2014, right? You see, if I clicked on previous year, you see how it is changed? 2014. Got it? Now, what is the base year? 2015. If I would like to see next year, that means 2016. You see, 2016. Got it? So you can change this anchor based on your business requirement. Clear, all of you? Yes, select this one. Yeah, click on this anchor relative to, and you have to change manually this Abisola. Click on this checkbox. Now you have option to edit this. Select 2015 or 2016. Okay, don't select 2024. If you're selecting 2024, you'll not see anything on your page. Done, all of you? Easy, right? Click on this. Now, let's quickly rename this sheet. Title, let's say this is date filter. Anchor relative to 2015. Shall we proceed further? Now, all of you take next sheet. All of you take next another sheet. Now, what we are trying to do now? Let's say what we'll do now. Okay. We'll take anything, any dimension, that's fine. Take state on a row shelf. These many states we have. And let's take profit or sales. Anything is fine. On column shelf. And do a quick sort. Enable data labels. Take state on row shelf and takes sales value on a column shelf, and do a quick sort and enable data labels. Done. Perfect. Now, what we have to do now, just look at my screen. I'm going to place this category as a filter. What I would like to do, I would like to place, or I would like to use this category as a filter. Here, on category column, here left hand side, if you keep your mouse over here, you will see drop down. Click on this drop down and click on show filter. I repeat once again, left hand side we have a category column. If you hover your mouse on this, you will see a drop down. Click on this and click on show filter. What will happen the moment when you click on show filter? The right hand side, you'll see this option. Now, Victoria, do you see this? Abisola, do you see this option now here? Right hand side. Right hand side, what do you see? Tell me. Right hand side, what do you have? Extremely right hand side. You have a visuals? Do you have a visual? So what I'm saying, listen to me very carefully. You're not listening. You might have clicked on this show me. You see now, if I click on show me, you see it is now covering my filters. Click on once again on show me. Last time I said the same thing. You said, no, I didn't click on show me. Click on this show me now. It's now hidden. Got it now? Very good. Now, what is happening now? So we can enable interaction. User will have a scope now to make some changes using these filters. Oh, is it? Yes. You see now, let's say, suppose if I want to see only technology sub values, I can uncheck this too. You see, these are not just these values are belongs to technology. If I click on office supplies, you see all these values are belongs to office supplies. Furniture. Now it is now interactive. Got it? Can we change this layout? Can we change this layout, style of this slicer or style of this filter? Answer is yes. How we can change this layout? Look at my screen. There is a small drop down. If I click on this, here you have these many options. based on the requirement. Let's say you want to always allow a single value selection. You'll go for a single value. If you want to keep it in a list format, you can set this list. You see? Wow. Always one. Got it? Single value drop down? Yes. Clear all of you? You want to have a list? List. Now make it as a list. Make it as a list only. I will tell you what. Can we have another dimension as a filter? Oh, why not? Why can't we have it? Sure. Now, what I will do now, all of you bring subcategories. You see here we do have a subcategories. Click on this and click on show filter once again. All of you bring subcategory as a filter. Is it done? Just show this subcategory as a show filter. Now, you see, I'm just rearranging them. You can drag and drop like this. You see, on the top, I'm placing category. Next to this, below to this, I'm placing subcategory. Let's say I'm a user. Let's say I'm a user. If I pick technology, this chart is displaying only technology values. But at the same time, I would like to have only those subcategories which are belongs to technology. Yes or no? Here it is displaying all subcategories, but I would like to see only relevant subcategories. Got the point? Now, how to cascade this filter to this? How to cascade the filters to next filter? To do that, you see here on subcategory, we do have a small drop down. Click on this. So here you have an option called only relevant values. Click on this. On subcategory, click on drop down, click on only relevant values. Yes, why not? Definitely. When your trainer is amazing, things will have an extraordinary way. So no. So how it's really magic or it's really important to place or to spin the balls accordingly. At right time, we have to spin the ball so that it's easy to understand. That will make easy for you to understand. Done all of you. Now, if you want to change them, the layout, yes. For example, here we do have a big list. It will consume a lot of space on the dashboard. You see, this is a list. It's a very big list. In such scenario, you have to go for a drop down like this. Got it? Let's say, let me pick the technology. If I click on this, yes. To save some space on the canvas, you have to change them accordingly. Clear? This is called interactive filters. Interactive filters. Now, what we have to do? We have something called context filter. What do we have? We have something called context filter. This is really interesting one. Okay. What I will do to explain this topic, I will take very simple example. Okay. You will understand in the easiest way. Look at my screen. Let's assume that we do have how many students in our classroom? Don't take it too personal. I'm just explaining few things. Okay. How many students we have in this classroom? 30. Okay. We have 30. Total students. Total learners. 30. Okay. Fair enough. 29. Oh, no problem. Make it as a 30 only. That make easy to do calculation. Okay. 30 students we have. If I ask you a very simple question, who is quick learner? Let's say who is a topper in this batch? Don't take it too personal. I would like to know top 10 students, top students from this classroom. Let's list down few names. Okay. Let's list down few names. Top 10 students. Let's say Ashish. Ashish, you're from which country? You're from India, right? Okay. Now, Abisola, you're from which country? Okay, Nigeria. You're in a second position. Okay, now, let's say Leslie, you're also from Nigeria. Mangesh Yadav, you're from Japan. Yes, guys, tell me. Okay, India. Okay. Matthew, you're from where? Matthew, you're from India. Okay. Jenny, you're from where? You're from UK. Okay. Leslie, you're not there. Okay. Tarun. Tarun, you're from California. Where we have this California? In India. Where we have this country name? San Francisco, US. Okay, now. Leslie, you're not there. Let's say Leslie also belongs to India. Okay. Okay. Now. Okay, Jamil, you're from where? Come on, guys. Speak out quickly. Nagy, Saudi Arabia. Okay. Nagy, you're from where? Oh my God. Germany. Okay. How many students we have now? 3, 6. Okay. Let's say Abdul from India. Got it? I would like to see top 10 students irrespective of their country. Simple. Irrespective of their country, I would like to see top 10 students. This is a list. Agree, all of you? So far, so good. No confusion. Top 10 students, irrespective of their region. Now, question is, now, I would like to see top 10 students. I would like to see top 10 students of, let's say, India country. Top 10 students in India. Now, context is now changed. What has happened now? Context is now changed. I would like to see only those top 10 students who belongs to India. You got the point? Now, you see, who will come first? Ashish. He's from India. Now, can we have Abisola here? No, right? Can we have Abisola here? No. Who will come next? Leslie. Yeah? Is from India. Now, who is third? Mangesh is India. Matthew from India. Can we accept Jenny Scott here? No. Can we expect Tarun? No. Jamil? No. Nagy? No. Abdul? Yes. Yes. Now, Harish. Let's say Harish also we have. Now, India. Right. Now, Jabur. Let's say India. You see now how filter is now changed based on the requirement. You got the point? You got the point now? So now context filter means what? It will apply, it will create one logical table. It will create one logical table internally. Okay. So any filter you apply on the visual, it is actually by default context filter only. Any visual you take, you're applying anything, what will happen? Okay, we'll do one thing. We'll give it a try. Then only you can understand. Let me go back to Tableau. What I would like to see, I would like to see top 10 products based on profit or based on sales. Let's take the profit only. What I would like to see, I would like to see top 10 products. Now you tell me how we can check top 10 products. We have already seen that. Don't say no. We have already seen. Right. You see, while applying this dimension filter, we have seen what we have to do. You see, first drag and drop this product name under row shelf and drag and drop profit under column shelf. Let's do a quick sort. Done. Is it done now? Now you tell me what we have to do in order to see top 10 products. In order to see top 10 products, what we have to do now? Victoria, what is the error message? Okay, wait, give me a minute. Let me finish this. Yes, guys, we have to place this product name under filter shelf. All of you drag and drop this product name under filter shelf. Now you're going to see this pop up. Go to top. Yeah, by field here. Top, by field, top 10 products based on the profit. Click on apply. Done, all of you? Easy. No one is lagging. Very good. No one is lagging. Excellent. Let me click on this. Victoria, yes, you got an error, right? Yes. Park it. Now let me go back to this notepad. You see, we have addressed this one. Top 10 students, top 10 products, irrespective their country. Top 10 products. There is no such filter now. Now requirement is, I would like to see top 10 products with regards to each and every state. With regards to state. Let's say in California. From California, what are those top 10 products? Got it? Now what we'll do now, take the state and click on show filter. Take this state here and click on show filter. Done. Right hand side will have a one separate section where you can see list of states. Yeah. California, Florida, oh my goodness, what not, Maryland, MD, yeah, Texas. So these are all different states we have. Now look at my screen carefully. I would like to see top 10 from California. If I click on this California, oh my goodness, how many products are displaying this now? I clicked on California. I could see only 4 items. Why not 10 items? By the way, why it has shown 4 items? You see, try to understand the concept. First of all, we have displayed 10 items. On top of it, I applied filter using state. Out of 10 products, 4 products are belongs to California. Understood? We have taken 10 products, top 10 products, out of which 4 products are belongs to California. Hence, we could see top 4. Clear? Now, let's say I am removing this California. Let me select Florida. Oh, my goodness. Do we have any product? No. That means what? None of them falls under Florida state. We have taken top 10 items. None of them belongs to Florida state. Hence, everything is blank. Am I making sense? Yes. Am I making sense? Now, requirement is what? When I select Florida, definitely the state will have certain products. The state will have definitely a few products. I would like to see top 10 from Florida only. When I select Florida, I would like to see top 10 items. Similarly, when I select California, I would like to see 10, not 4. What we have to do in order to see with regards to the state, I have to change the context. You see how to do that? Here we have a state, right? Click on this small drop down. Click on this, add to context. Add to context, simple. Add to context, done. Now you see the magic. Now this state is now become as a context filter. That means first filter is being applied based on the state. You see, California I have selected. What will happen internally? Listen to me very carefully. Internally, one logical table will be created. One logical table will be created. The table will have only California records. The table will have only California records. On top of this logical table, it will apply top 10 filter. Got it? Now here we do have top 10 products. Similarly, let me go back to this notepad so that you can understand very easily. First question was, irrespective region, we have seen top 10 students. The second requirement is, with regards to this India, how many, or I would like to see list of top 10. So here context is now changed. Got it? Now let me go back to Tableau. Clear all of you? For example, let's say, let me ask you one simple question. I'm checking your understanding. Okay. For example, if I select Florida, I have already selected California. Let's say if I select Florida, now you tell me, am I going to see 10 products or am I going to see 10 plus 10, 20 products? How many products I'm going to see? 10 or 20? If I select California and Florida, am I going to see 10 products or 20 products? Yes, guys. Victoria, Abisola, 10 only? Correct. Correct. If I select Florida, Victoria, try to understand. Now, I selected Florida now, California and Florida. Now, what is happening? Internally, one table got created, logical table got created. This table will contain two different states. One is California plus Florida. On top of this data set, it will apply top 10 filter. Hence, we have top 10 items. Okay, clear all of you? This is called context filter. Yeah. Victoria, when you see 4 items, when you are not making the state as a context, you will see 4. Now we made this state as a context filter. So first it will apply filter on state. On top of it, it will take top 10 items. Clear? So this is called context filter. To have better performance on visual, you'll go for a context filter, okay? And based on business requirement also. Clear all of you? Sounds good? I could see your screen now. Yes. What you're trying to do now? Okay, go back. Okay, drag and drop product name under row shelf. We would like to see top 10 products. So drag and drop product name under product under row shelf. Add all members. Add all the members. Drag and drop now profit under column shelf. Profit under column shelf. Right. Sort them quickly. Enable data labels. You have to do this bit fast. Yes. Enable data labels. How will you enable the data labels? Correct. Now, how we can check top 10 items? Very good. Go to top. By field. Click on apply. Click on OK. Done. Now, we would like to see based on the states, right? Now, drag and drop state under filter shelf. Make it as context filter. Click on all, check all the items. Check all the items. You see they're all option. Click on apply. Okay. Now make it as context. Add to context. That's it. Now show this filter. Show state as a filter. How will you display this as a filter? Yes. Click on it. Show filter. That's it. Now if you select any one state based on your selection, it will display top 10 products. You see? Got it? Very easy, right? Now we'll talk about groups. We'll talk about group. All of you take a new sheet. All of you take a new sheet. Now drag and drop subcategory under shelf and drag and drop profit under column shelf. And you have to quickly sort this. Sort it down. Plus, you have to turn on data labels. You have to turn on data labels. Done? Perfect. Very easy, right? Just you have to do drag and drop, drag and drop, drag and drop. In fact, we are not going too fast. There is nothing called, coding. We are not writing any code. We are not writing any formula. We are just doing drag and drop, drag and drop. Okay. Now, my dear friends, if you look at the subcategories, we do have two different, let's say, if I categorize them based on the profit, I can say two different groups we have. One set of subcategories are giving positive profit, and another set of subcategories are giving negative profits. You see now? Got it? If you see three different subcategories over here, so these all are giving negative profit. And remaining all other subcategories are giving positive profit. So what I would like to do, I would like to create a group based on the profit value. I would like to put all subcategories, all positive subcategories under one bucket and all negative subcategories under different bucket. Basically, I would like to create a group on this. In order to group them, we do have multiple options. I would say different ways we have to group. We have different ways to group them. Now, we'll go with visuals. How we can group using a visual. It's very easy. Just look at my screen first. What I would like to do, I would like to bring all these three subcategories under one bucket, all this negative. How to select this negative subcategories? Look at my screen. If I place my mouse over here, you see, click and hold and drag. Basically, you have to select these three negative bars. Basically, what you have to do, you have to select these three negative bars like this. If you select and release now, you're going to see this option called group. You see now, again, look at my screen. Click somewhere over here and drag, hold it and drag it. Now, here you will see one attachment icon called group. We are going to create a group by considering these three subcategories. Click on group. Got it? Done? Once again, you see. So here we have supplies. You have to click over here, hold it and drag it. What we are trying to do here, we are trying to select these three negative bars and release. And you will see over here one option called attachment group member. If you click on this, now it is now grouped. Got it? Right hand side will have two different groups. Clear, all of you? Yes, perfect. Now, how to edit these names? Yeah, how to edit this alias? You see now, it's an easy way to change this. If you double click on this, see. Okay, Ashish, look at my screen once again. No, you will get it. Okay, how to undo? Let me show you how to undo this. If you want to undo any action, so here you have a back arrow. Do you all see this back arrow? This is like a undo. Okay. Now, Ashish, look at my screen. Select three bars and release. The moment when you release, you'll see this one. Click on group. That's it. Got it, all of you? Now, what we can do, if I want to rename this, you're not getting those options. Okay. Give it a try. Release. Okay, hold on. Once again, click somewhere else. Okay, once again, give it a try. Oh, wait, what you have to do, probably I'm just verifying this. You have to select last bar, not full, just off of the bar you have to select at the end. Don't drag till the end. Don't select x-axis. Once again. Enough. You see now, what you are doing, Abisola, you are selecting X also. Got it, Abisola? If you are selecting X-axis, you may not able to see that option. Clear? Now, how to edit this name? No problem. Okay. You see, I'm going to edit this name. If I right click on this, so here you have option called edit alias. You see now, right click on this bookcases. Look at my screen. This first one, bookcases, it is actually a negative subcategories, right? You see, if you right click on this and say edit alias, you see, click on this and say negative profit. And we do have another group called other. Actually, these all are giving positive profit. Right click on this other, and here you have option called edit alias. You want this one. Right click on this other, click on edit alias, make it as positive profit. Yeah. How do I click on the correct axis? You don't need to, you see, Abisola, have you created a group? First of all, tell me, have you created a group? Have you created a group? You see, can we change them? I mean to say, can we change different color? You see, to change different color, my dear friends, you just double click on it. Abisola, what you have to do, you have to just double click on this. For negative profit, the moment when you double click on this, you'll see option to edit the color. From this palette, you can select the red color if you want. For plus profit, that means positive profit, you can select green color. Click on apply. That's it. I repeat, to use a different color, to apply a different color, what you can do, you can double click on this profit, negative profit or positive profit. And you will see one option called edit colors. Pick that group and apply the color. Pick that group and select the color. Done. Now, This is called group. This is called group. There is another way to create a group. Oh, is it? Yes. There is another way to create a group. How we can create the group? How we can create the bins? Let's see now. For example, guys, for example, let's see. Let me take a new sheet. All of you take a new sheet. All of you take a new sheet. Yeah. So here we do have, let's say, what do we have? Let's see which one we'll pick. Shall we take the country? We have only US country. Okay, let's see. So we have a state column, right? So let's say for every, let's say group of states, we have a lead. Let's say we do have 10 states. For this 10 states, we have particular lead. Let's say Ashish leading 10 states. And we do have 10 more states. Those states are leading by whom? Let's say Leslie. How we can create this kind of a group? Or, for example, we would like to categorize states based on region. Let's say few states, east side, east region. And we do have 20 more states. Those are north side, north region. We do have few more states. Those are belongs to west region. Got the point? So how we can group them? Let's see now. Go to state here. Click on this arrow mark. Click on this state. There is an arrow mark, small drop down. You see this one. Click on this. Go to create. So here we have an option called group. Click on this group. This is another way of creating the group. Okay. Click on this group, all of you. I'm holding my screen. If you are lagging anywhere, let me know. Done. Now, if you want to give a name to this group, you can give a name over here. You see, these many states we have. What you can do, randomly you can pick one state, scroll down and hold shift key and select. I repeat, select one state, hold shift key and randomly pick one state. That means we are creating one group by considering all these states. Now, once you select these many states, simply click on what? Group. Click on group. Once you click on a group, by default, you will see states names. You have to give a name to this. Let's say East region. All these states belongs to East. Got it? If you missed any point, let me show you once again. Select one state and hold shift key. Hold shift key and randomly select any one state like this. I'm selecting these many states and click on group. By default, group name will be your state names. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to rename it. I'm going to say South region. Got it? If you're lagging, let me know because I'm anyway going very slow. I cannot repeat this. Anyway, I'm going very slow. If you're lagging, let me know. Don't ask me after 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Select one state, hold shift key, and randomly pick one state like this. And click on group. And how to rename? You see, by default, you'll have state name as a group name. So this is, let's say, north region. Got it? Group. We have created 4 different regions. So this is how you can create the group. Got it? Click on apply. Click on apply or OK. You see, under data section, you're going to see a new field called state group. Can we use this field to visualize the data? Answer is yes. You can make use of this new group to visualize the data also. Oh, is it? Yes. For your better understanding, what I'm doing, I'm going to drag and drop the state under row shelf. Yeah. Now I'm going to place, let's say, profit under column shelf. You see? This is also another way of creating the group. Clear? Now, all of you take a new sheet. Once again, all of you take a new sheet. Okay, what do you mean by hierarchy? What do you mean by hierarchy? What is hierarchy? Yes, guys, any idea what is hierarchy? No idea? Like trees, like a flow of pathway, hierarchy, like trees, going in the flow, different values. Okay, it's kind of a grouping. Okay, we are going to put relevant values under one roof. Right, let's say a simple example is, let's say, we have a team lead. Under team lead, we have a team members. Right, all these team members reports to team lead. And team lead reports to what? Whom? He will report to managers. And this manager reports to whom? They will report to senior manager. And the senior manager reports to whom? Let's say directors or VPs. Yeah. So this is called hierarchy. This is called hierarchy. Got it? Now we are going to place actually relevant, dimensions, relevant categories under one roof. That will make us, that will help us to drill down further. You can drill up or you can drill down. You can drill down or you can drill up based on your business requirement. Okay. Now, if you see this order date or ship date, most of the time, date field in across all the BI tools will have the hierarchy by default. You don't need to create any hierarchy when you have a date column. You see now, if I drag and drop this order date under column shelf, look at my screen. What I did, I just drag and drop this order ID under column shelf. You see my screen here. By default, it has created a hierarchy. Under this year, actually, this date is now rolled up by year. If I want to drill down further, I can see now quarter level data. You see now, I clicked on this plus mark. We'll have this again. Can we go further? Can we do drill down? Yes. If I click on this plus mark, again, we can see data at month wise. You see month wise data. Again, if I click on this plus mark, again, I can see day level. Got it? So this is called what? This is called hierarchy. By default, on top of date column, will have a hierarchy. For example, if I want to have my own hierarchy, how we can create the hierarchy? Let's see now. You see, let me clear the sheet. How you can clear the sheet? People are removing like this. Manually, you guys are removing like this. Okay. Instead of removing one by one, what you can do, you can clear this worksheet. So here we have one option called clear. Clear the sheet. You see, if I click on this, gone. So this is how you can clear the sheet. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a hierarchy. Okay. So hierarchy means, putting all dimensions under one roof or relevant items. We have a country, right? Yes, we have a country. Under this country, we can place state. Yes. Under this state, we can place city. Yes. These all are, geographical data. Correct. These all are relevant dimensions. Can I create hierarchy on top of this? Yes. Can we create hierarchy? Answer is yes. You see, before we proceed, wait. We'll create on this. What we'll do now, all of you, go for a country column here, click on this, and here we have a one drop down, right? Click on this, go to create. So here, hierarchy, click on this create hierarchy. I'm holding my screen. You have to click on this hierarchy. First, you have to select the main item. Under this, you're going to add few more dimensions. Once you click on create hierarchy, it may ask you to enter the name of the hierarchy. So click on this. See, let's say Geo. I just entered the name called Geo. Hit enter. In this country, what we have to do, we have to place state. How you are going to place the state? One way, you can click on it. You can drag and drop over here like this. You can drag and drop like this. If we have too many columns, sometimes it becomes difficult to do drag and drop. And there is another way now. You see, city, this is another way. I would like to have city also in this hierarchy. So I'm going to click on this drop down city. So here we have a hierarchy. Add to hierarchy geo. I would like to add the city column under geo hierarchy. This is also another way. Done, all of you? Yeah. Wow. Clear? Now, actually, what is the benefit? What is the benefit to have a hierarchy? You see the benefit. I am not going to drag and drop country, state, city individually. I'm going to drag and drop this geo under column shelf. Now just look at my screen. I am going to place this sales value under row shelf. Yeah. Or else let me switch this so that you can see very easily. Now, business benefit is I just place country or this entire geo. So here it is now displaying this hierarchy. The user will have a scope to drill down further. Anyway, user cannot see this. How user can have a scope to drill down? So here, even if I over my mouse on this, you see here we have an option. If I click on this plus, you see, user can drill down from here. Got it? So this is the benefit of having a hierarchy. This is the benefit of having hierarchy. Clear, all of you? Instead of placing 4 or 3 columns, what I will do, I will take only hierarchy field on column shelf or a row shelf. As and when needed, user is going to drill down and drill up further. Clear, all of you? Perfect. Okay. We'll talk about alias. We'll talk about alias. You see now, for example, let's say, let me check the data. So here we have the data, right? Data in a tabular form. So here we do have a ship mode. We do have different types of ship modes. We have a standard class, first class, second class, yeah, whatnot. 4 different types of ship modes we have. What I would like to do for our business requirement, based on business requirement, we have to have different names for this ship mode. Let's say first class, I want to have, let's say, premium class or something else. How to edit this name? How to give a different name for this? So in order to use a different name, see what we have to do. There are multiple ways to rename them. Actually, we are not renaming or we are not replacing actual data. As main name suggests, alias will have actual data as it is, but we are going to replicate with some other words. Okay, we are not changing actual data. You see now, we have multiple ways. If I go to data source, but let's not go to data source because we are already working on a sheet, right? We'll see everything over here only. So here we do have a ship mode. Click on this. So here you have an option called alias. You see alias. Click on this. Done. Now in this ship mode, we do have 4 different ship modes. First class, same day, second class, and standard. So actually, this is our actual data. This is our actual data. We would like to, have a different name or different value for this first class. Let's say instead of having first class, can we say, let's say, FC, let's say FC. Or if you want to have any other name, feel free to use this. Same day, you just double click over here, let's say SD, that means same day. Yeah. Second class, let's say SC, that means second class. Standard class, let's say STC, standard class. You can have any value. Just for our understanding purpose, I'm using these abbreviations. Okay. And click on OK. That's it. Can we use this in our visuals? Yes, why not? All of you just try to drag and drop this newly created alias. Is it done? Now you have multiple ways to do that. Just give me a second. Now you see my screen. Just look at my screen. As I mentioned, you can do this from data source also. Yes. If you don't want to display this alias, you see, you can click on this. You see here, if you want to have this alias here. From here also you can do that. And being in sheet 1 also you can do that. Just now we have it. Yep. If you want to display actual name also you can do that. Where it is. Edit alias, you see here also. We'll have multiple options to do this. Okay. You have multiple options to do that. Now, what we'll do now, we'll talk about, again, let's go back to group. You see, we have created a group, right? So especially this one, we have created 2 different groups. One is for negative subcategories and another one is a positive subcategories. Fair enough. Now let's assume that, let's say we have one subcategory called table. As of now, this table is now giving negative profit. As of now, this table is giving negative profit. Hence, it is in a negative bucket. Let's say tomorrow onwards, this table's subcategory started giving positive profit. Do you think that this table automatically falls under positive bucket? Do you think that this table is now placed under positive bucket? Yes. Yes, guys. As of now, this table subcategory is giving negative profit. Let's say tomorrow onwards, this table subcategory started giving positive. Now, can you expect this table under positive bucket? Or you're going to see that in a negative only? You see, whenever you're going for a group, do remember, groups are always static in nature. These are static in nature. This table subcategory will not go to positive bucket if it is in a positive state. No. Clear? If you want to move from negative to positive, you have to manually edit this. That means what? When you are sure that things will not change frequently, then only you have to go for a group. If things are changing very dynamically, you cannot create a group on it. Is it clear? Similarly, here also we have created a group, right? Let's say here, we have created this group in a different way. For example, these many states belongs to Ashish. Or lead, Ashish is the lead for these many states. Jenny Scott is leading these many states. If it is fixed, then only you have to create a group. For example, let's say California moved from Ashish to Jenny Scott. Then you have to manually edit. Clear, all of you? So groups are actually static in nature. Dynamically, it won't change. If you want to make any changes, you have to manually change them. Clear? Yeah. Now, we have something called set. What? We do have something called set. What is the set? Based on the condition, you can create a group. Based on a condition, you can create a group. Let me take a new page. Let's try to understand. Whenever you are creating a set based on a condition, you see, set. Based on a condition, you can create a set. Actually, data will be divided into two parts based on a condition. Whenever you have a condition, at the end you will see two things. One is true or false. If condition is met, that means it's a true statement. If condition is false, that means we'll see false statement. Clear? Now you can create this set based on a condition. That means we have true or false, two things. Now set will create two groups always. How many groups? Two groups. One group is called in. Another group is called out. You will see all those items in group which met the condition true. If condition is true, you will see all those items under in group. If condition is not satisfied, you will see all those items under out group. For example, you have 100 products. You would like to see top 10 products. What will happen? Top 10 products you would like to see. Top 10 products you would like to see. 10 product will be placed under in group. And we do have remaining 90. Those remaining 90 products will be placed under out group. What is set? Yeah. Clear all of you? What is set? Set is actually subset of the data. You have data, subset of the data. And this subset of the data will be divided into two parts. One is in group and another one is the out group. You will see all those items where condition is false. Sorry, condition is met. If condition is met, you will see those items under in group. If condition is false, you will see those items under out group. That's it. You will see always two groups, in and out. Clear? Now, what we are going to do now? We are going to create, again, let's see. We would like to see top 10 states based on the profit. We would like to see top 10 states based on the profit. Okay. But this time we'll give a try through sets. Now, how we can do that? You see now. Where is the state? So here we have a state. Right? If I place my mouse on this here, create a set. All of you click on this set. All of you click on this set. Done. Now, name of the set is what? Top 10. Top 10. Give a name called top 10. I would like to see top 10 states. Go to top by field. Top 10 based on what? Based on the profit. Click on OK. All of you click on OK. Let me click on OK. Done. The moment when you click on OK, you see somewhere over under data section, you will see top 10 set. An icon for set is different. You'll see something like this, circles. You see? You'll have different icons. For set, you'll have this kind of an icon. For group, you will see attachment. Right? For hierarchy, you will see different one. Like this. For calculated field, you will see something like this, equal to ABC. For calculated field. Yeah. By looking at this icons, you can understand what is for parameter, you'll see something else. We're ready to discuss parameter. So you have to look at these icons, right? Now, top 10 set is now created. Fantastic. Now, just look at my screen. What I will do, I will drag and drop the state. Don't do anything. Just look at my screen. I'm placing the state under row shelf. So these are all states. And I'm going to place profit under column shelf. Fair enough. I'm just doing quick sort and I'm going to enable data labels. So far, so good. Okay. So these are our different states, all the states. Okay. Now we have a set. Just look at my screen. This is only for your understanding purpose. Top 10 states, just look at my screen. When I move, when I drag this top 10 set, you see, the moment when I started dragging, it's showing in and out. You see, in and out, in and out. You see. Now just look at my screen. If I place this under row shelf right before the state, just look at my screen. Now it has created two groups. One is in group where you will see 10 states and remaining states you're going to see under out group. Got it? Clear? All of you? Now what I will do now, let me clear this. Let me clear the sheet. I am going to place top 10 under row shelf. You see, once again, let me place profit under column shelf. You see now what is happening? You'll have two groups, in and out. In means top 10 value and remaining state value is in under out group. Yeah. So this is also another way of visualizing it. Now let me clear this. Now let's give it a try. All of you drag and drop state under row shelf and drag and drop profit under column shelf. Do the quick sort and enable data labels. Now, drag and drop this top 10 set under filter shelf. Finally, drag and drop this top 10 set under filter shelf. By default, it will take in group. Sometimes if it is throw in pop-up stating which one you want to pick, you just take the in. Most of the time by default, it will pick in only. If it is asking you to choose which one you want to take, you can take in. Done all of you? All of you rename it. Give a nice title to this report. Let's say top 10 states using set. Can we have bottom 10 states? Can we have bottom 10 states? Yeah. All of you create bottom 10 states. All of you create a set. How you can create a set? See now. Go to state once again. Click on create and set. This one. Then all of you. Let's create another set to bring bottom 10. State, create set, name it as bottom 10. Now to have a bottom 10, again you have to click on top only. Okay. Name it as bottom 10. Click on this by field over here. From this drop down, you have to select the bottom. From this drop down, you pick bottom, type 10, profit, and click on OK. Done all of you? Once it is done, again, take new sheet and display bottom 10 states. Once it is done, all of you take a new sheet and display bottom 10 states. I'm taking new sheet. Let me drag and drop state under row shelf, profit under column shelf. Do a quick sort and enable data labels. And where is bottom 10? So here, drag and drop this under filter shelf. You see, it is a bottom. Very easy. Perfect. Now, one interview question. We can create set only on dimensions. Make a note. We can create a set only on dimensions. Got it? Only on non-numerical column. Clear? You see product name, it's a dimension. You see, we have option called set. Segment is a dimension. Create a set. Perfect. Ship mode is a dimension. We can create a set. But if I go to a measure, discount, profit, sales, and quantity. So these are all numerical columns. So here we don't have that option called set. Here we don't have any option called set. What do we have here? We have something called bins. What do we have? We have something called bins. We'll see this bin, how to create a bin also. very shortly. But before we proceed, you see, we have created two sets. One is top and another one is bottom. Yes or no? So we have created two sets, top 10 and bottom 10. Can we combine these two sets? Can we combine two sets? Why? Because let's say on a single sheet, I would like to display top 10. At the same time, I would like to display bottom 10 states also. What I would like to do? I would like to display top 10 and bottom 10 on a single sheet. In order to display these two, I would like to combine. I have to combine two sets. Is it possible? Yes, it is a possible. Okay, what will happen when you combine two different sets? You see my screen. All of you select top 10. You have to select the set. If you click on this drop down, so here you will see one option called create combined set. You will see this option only when you select the set. You will see this option only when you select on a set. Got it? Click on create combined set. Now, all of you stop doing. I'm going to give a name called top and bottom. It's a name of this set called top and bottom. I'm combining this top 10 with what? With bottom. With bottom. Okay, now, so here we do have 4 different ways to combine them. It's like a join. Okay, it's like a join. The first one, you see, all members in both the sets. All members in both the sets. So what will happen? Just look at my screen. What will happen if I go for a first set? You have top 10. In this, you have two groups. One is in and another one is out. And you have another set called bottom 10. In this also, you have two groups. One is in and another one is out. Got it? When we are combining these two sets, what will happen? It will create another set. It will create another set. In that set also, we have a in and out. Whenever you create any set, you'll have two, in and out. So now in newly created set or in combined set, under in, what you're going to see? So you will see all in items from top 10 plus all in items from bottom 10 sets. In and in will be placed under in, and this out items and this out items will be placed over here. Got it? Here you'll see top 10 and bottom 10. In and in, you see all members in both the sets. That means positive values. That means in group, where condition is satisfied. Those items will be placed under in. Clear all of you? And remaining all other items placed under out group. Is it clear? Perfect. Now, we do have few more. It's like a, full outer join, inner join, left join, and right join. So we'll talk about all these joins in our upcoming sessions. Okay. For time being, what you can do here, my dear friends, give a name, top and bottom. Okay. Select two sets from each drop down and go for first option, all members in both the sets, and click on OK. No, here we don't have option to combine with more than two sets. But what you can do, you see, now two sets are combined, you'll have one combined set. On top of it, if you want to combine, yes, you can combine. And then you'll have another set that is called combined set. On top of it, if you want to add another set, yes, you can do that. Clear, Victoria? Let me click on OK. Now, again, you're going to see another set, top and bottom here. Now, what we'll do now, just drag and drop this, what? State under row shelf and drag and drop profit under column shelf. Let's do a quick sort and enable data labels. Now you have to drag and drop this top and bottom under filter shelf. Wow. Just drag and drop top and bottom set under filter shelf. Top 10 and bottom 10 states using combined set. All of you change the title. Looks good. All good. Fantastic. Now, shall we proceed? Now, my dear friends, let's go back to top 10 states here. We have a top 10 states. Yes, of course, we have a top 10 states. Now, user is asking, hey, dude, I don't want to have always top 10 states. Sometimes I may go for 15. Sometimes I may go for 20. Or sometimes I may go for 5 also. Got it? So how we can display based on user input? Understood? What is the requirement? What user is asking, hey, I need one window where I'm going to choose how many items I want to see. For example, if I say top 5, I would like to see top 5. For example, if I want to see top 10, I'm going to pick 10 to display top 10. If I say 15, I would like to see top 15 states. So how we can allow user to pick the number at the same time based on his selection, we would like to display the visual. Based on user selection, we would like to display the visual. So this is something called parameters. What it is? Parameters. So if you want to take user input value, I repeat, if you want to take user value, user input value, and based on that value, if you want to perform any additional calculations, or based on that input value, if you want to make your visual too dynamic, you can do that. Or to perform what if analysis, you'll go for a parameters. In a nutshell, you want to get something from the user. In a nutshell, you want to get something from the user. Based on user value, you're going to perform certain actions. That is called parameters. Parameters are more powerful. You can use these parameters in your calculations. You can use these parameters in your visuals. Got it, all of you? Now, how to create a parameter? Let's see now. It's very easy. You see now. So here, let me click on this arrow mark over here. There are many ways to call parameter, but this is easiest way. This is easiest way. Click on this drop down. Here you have option called create parameter. All of you click on this create parameter. Done. Let me click on create parameter. Now let's give a name. What to select? Nothing. Ashish, you see my screen? I have highlighted with the marker. Here we have a small drop down. Click on this. Here you have option called create parameter. Click on this create parameter. Let's give a name to this. Let's say top n. This parameter name is top n. Let's say top n. What is the data type? The data type is what? Integer. Just give me a second. Okay, what is the data type? It's an integer. Select this integer. Now, so here you see this one. What type of value you want to allow? If you set allow all, if you set all, that means user can enter any value. User can enter any value. If you want to create your own list, predefined list, you can go for a list. If you want to set a range, you can set the range also. What we'll do now, we'll pick the list. We'll pick the list. So I'm trying to define one list, predefined list. So minimum is, let's say 5, yeah, 10, or a 15, or a 20. You see, all of you, what you have to do, you select, you just name it as a top n. Data type of this is an integer, right? Allowable values must be list. We are going to create a list. Manually, you have to enter over here. And once it is done, click on OK. Done. Display as, if you want to display this with something else, yes, you can display that also. But don't make it 2 changes. Make it very simple. Click on OK. Done, all of you. Once you click on OK, on data section, you will see this parameter. See, do you all see this under parameter section? Based on version to version, you will see this. Yeah, they have created separate section to place all the parameters. You may or you may not able to see this section. Okay, don't get confused if you don't see. So we have now parameters. Let's show this parameter to user. How we can display this? Click on this drop down here, show parameter. Click on show parameter. Done. Now I'm in top 10 states. Right. So now right hand side, we have top n parameters. Remember, I didn't click on show me. If you click on show me, you could not able to see this. It's now covering. Make sure to see this top n parameters. Now from this drop down, if I select anything, now is it changing? Is this visual is changing based on my input? No. So we have to create a relation between these two. Yes or no? We have to enable connection between these two. Any guess how we can enable the connection? Any guess how we can enable the connection between these parameters and this visual? Okay, now you tell me, just hold on. Let me give you a clue. How we have defined this 10? Where we have defined this 10? You tell me. Filters, it's a set, right? While creating set, we have defined 10. Agree, all of you? Agree? You see, we have seen this states, top 10 states using set. How we have set this 10? In set we have, right? Now let's go to that set, top 10 set, this one. Top 10 set. Click on this top 10 set. Here you have to click on edit the set. Here. You can edit the set. Or if you want to edit, here also you can edit. See, edit the set. Got it? If you click on this edit set, now tell me where we have to make a change. This is top. Here, we have entered manually. This is a static value. We don't need static value over here. Somehow we have to get this parameter value. Agree, all of you? Somehow we have to get this parameter value over here. How to get this parameter value over here? If you click on this drop down, here you will see newly created parameter called top n. From this drop down, you have to pick the parameters. Got it? All of you? Now click on OK. Now, is it changing now? Now, if I select 5 items, oh wow, superb. 10, oh my goodness. 15, oh my God. Got it, all of you? Yes, it is an interview question. In interview, they will ask you how to display dynamic top and items. Yeah? Okay, now let me pick top 5. I'm displaying now top 5 items. You see, in this page, there is a small bug. May I know what is that bug? I'm displaying top 5 items, but there is a bug now. Tell me now. Yeah? Title. Yeah, you see the title? It is still says 10, but I'm displaying how many? I'm displaying 5. Got it? So somehow I should get this 5 over here. That make more sense, correct? Somehow I should get this parameter value over here. This should be also dynamic. Correct, all of you? Now, so how to edit this title? How to make this title too dynamic? If you double click on this, you can edit this. I am removing this 10. I have to have parameter value. How to get parameter value? You see, remove the 10. So here we have something called insert. You see, here you have something called insert. If you click on this insert, you will see parameter here. You have to select parameters. What is the parameter name? Top N. It's a parameter name. Done. You see, parameters top N. Now, click on apply and click on OK. Is it done, all of you? See, click on OK. Now, this title also now too dynamic. Let's say 10. Oh my goodness. Let's say 15, 20, 5. Yeah, makes sense. We'll come back to these parameters later once again. We'll see how to use this parameter in our calculations. There is always a way to spin the balls correctly so that others can understand very easily. If you see the flow, you see very neatly and clearly we are going through each and every topic and we can easily connect them also. Correct? So what we have seen today, so we have seen what is Tableau Public, Tableau Desktop. Yeah, we have seen the basic sorting and how to sort based on some other fields. And we applied filters using dimensions, measures, and date filters. And we have gone through interactive filters. And we talked about context filter. This context filter is important during interview. They will ask you. And we have seen how to group dimensions. Yeah, through using visuals and another way also. And hierarchy we have seen. And we have seen how to name it, alias. And we have seen set, right? We can create set only on dimensions, not on measures. Remember this. During interview, they will ask you, can we create a set on measure? Answer is no. You can create set only on dimensions, right? And we have seen how to combine two sets, right? We have combined two sets to highlight top 10 and bottom 10. At last, we have seen parameter also. Parameter is nothing but user input value. We can take user input value to do further analysis. What if analysis? Got it? Now, it is time to save your file. Remember once again, how you can save this file? You guys are using Tableau Public. That means you cannot save locally. To save it, you have to publish this in the Tableau server. Go to file. At the end, you will see save Tableau as. Okay, click on it and it will ask you to enter the credentials. Use your credentials and upload it.
Today, we will learn data analytics with AI. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Let's get started with the main topic of today's session, which is data analytics with AI. So before proceeding with data analytics with AI, let's understand what exactly is data analytics. So data analytics is not just a step where you just give your data to AI and it will be done, right? So it's a stage by stage process. Let's understand all the stages one after the other. Firstly, you might have different sources. So before we go ahead with the sources, let's understand the situation. You might be dealing with your client. You might be working with the company as a data analyst. So before you begin with the data analysis, you might have to have a conversation with your client or the company. You might have to go through something called as requirement gathering, right? So requirement gathering will let you know from where exactly you're getting the data. Is it in the form of a PDF? Is it in the form of an Excel spreadsheet? Or is it going to be cloud or anything like that, right? So you'll be understanding what's the source exactly is. And followed by that, you will understand what is the request of your client, what he's looking for, what he wants you to give him, right? The insights of the data, which part of the business he wants you to focus on, and which part of the business he wants to improve, right? And followed by that, you will come up with a time span. Within that time span, you need to use that data, build some insights, and give it to the client or your business owner so that he comes up with a business decision, right? So that's the first requirement gathering step. Once you have the source, you come up with the next step of the data analytics, which is cleaning the data and transforming the data. So it's really obvious for any beginner or an expert who is a data analyst. It is cleaning and transformation what makes or what adds value to your data. Once you clean your data and transform it. So what exactly you mean by clean and transform? So let's say you might have some blank entries or might be some wrong data type, or there might be some places where you might have to split the data. For example, if there is a customer and customer ID mixed up together, let's say customer ID 1345 hyphen the name of the customer, right? You wanted to split the customer ID and split the customer name. Then comes the data split option. Apart from that, if you want to categorize the data into buckets, let's say you might have a column for customer age. There might be customers starting from 10 and all the way end up to 80, right? In those scenarios, you might want to split the data into buckets. Let's say 10 to 20 are teenagers and above 20 to 30 are youth and above 30 to under 50 or under 60, like let's say like 59 are adults, and after that maybe senior citizens, right? Then you have a smaller window so that you can capture which category of the age group is bringing you the most of the revenue, right? So these are the parts of cleaning the data and transforming the data. And once you're comfortable with it, then you can choose a platform where you want to analyze your data, which can be Tableau, which can be Power BI, ClickView, or Excel, or any of the tools that you might want to prefer. In our scenario, we want to go with AI, right? So AI can be anything. You can go with the Microsoft's Copilot. You can go with the OpenAI's ChatGPT. You can go with Google's Gemini, or any of the AIs which can perform data analytics. There are some AI tools out there which are dedicated for AI data analytics, right? And once you're done with it, and the final stage is analyzing the outcomes and reporting that to your business owner or client. So I hope I made myself clear with these stages of data analytics and reporting. Now let's look at an example to explain this a little better. So I have the dataset in Excel for now. This is our source, the first part of data analytics. Let's expand the columns. So there you go. I said something about data type. So here you can see we have some different data type which we don't want, which is in general. So we will change this data type to short date to make a little more meaning out of it. And after that, here we have customer ID, right? So what we will do is use data split here. Go to text to columns, delimited. Next. So we have other. So here's the preview. So you will be receiving it in this form. And if you want to format the data as you like, you can go ahead. So I'll leave it as general for now and finalize the data type after the split is finished. So what you can do is add a column, new column here, so that you can get an empty column here to split the data. Go to text to columns once again, select delimited, select next, and we have the input other, next, and finish. There you go. You have customer ID and you have customer name, the respective customer name here itself. So proceeding ahead, we have quantity, the quantity of product ordered, and we have traffics, leads, orders, and revenue, right? Cost to company and delivery status. So in case if you wanted to kind of calculate profit, what you can do is add a new column, profit, and here you can do a mathematical calculation equals to revenue minus cost to company. And you can extend this particular column all the way to the end so that you have the profit numbers. And here you can also change the data type to currency and go to home. And here the data type from general to currency. And there you go. And if you want it in rupees, you can go with rupees. Or if you want it in dollar, you can also have dollars. Right? So that's how you do it. I would like to go with dollars. So more. And here go to currency. And in currency symbol, I'll go with the dollar. Then okay. There you go. You can quickly save it. If you want to add some borders to the data, you can also do that. There you go. So far, so good. So we are now good data. Now comes the next step, which is loading the data and analyzing it, right? So currently we choose the platform as Excel. So you can do this on Excel, Power BI, and ChatGPT as well. So let's go with the first one, which is Excel's AI. So here you can see analyze data, or also people call it the co-pilot of Excel, right? Now you can just click all the data and click on analyze. Basically what you can do is insert and go to the pivot table option, and here you can insert a pivot table, and after that you can find out the requirements what you want, the sales from the central region, south region, and which category of the products have been sold the highest, and what's the highest grossing product, what are the number of leads, and you can estimate the performance of traffic on a month-on-month basis, right? You can do that all, but if you want to reduce the time, basically I would like to tell you, go to that particular part first. Understand manual process, and after that, go to the analyze data option, which is the automated or AI generated report, right? It will now read your data and it will give you some insights from the data given. Right here you can see the cost to company by order status, and here you can see you can set up a pivot table for that, and here you can see you can insert some graphs and charts here, bar graph, and here you have another one. Now you can see that it has all 24 results, all the insights. Now if I can ask, give me a pie chart of sales and category. Here you go. Here you have so basically what Copilot did is it created a pivot table of sales and category, and out of that pivot table, it extracted the pie chart and generated one for you. In this way, you can create multiple options. Let's say I want to create a line graph month on month. Enter. Now here it again created a pivot table, and here it generated a line graph on month basis and how many number of traffic or how many number of visitors your website had. Right? In this way, you can create a long list of all the required charts and graphs for your website and or the client, and create a dashboard out of it, which is completely interactive. Now, this was the Excel's AI. Now, if we go to another one, which is Power BI, so here you can see a completely prepared dashboard in Power BI. And we can create this once again, or you can at least understand how it was done, right? Now, let's get the data from Excel workbook. So, my workbook or my data set is somewhere here, sales data. I would like to go with orders data. Only one file is enough for 2024, and your data will be shortly loaded. Select spreadsheet 1 and load the data. Since we already transformed it, there is no need for transforming it once again. So the data is being loaded successfully. It's going to take some time. 2000 rows loaded. Sheet 1. So we are going to work with sheet 1. Now, you can select the visualization you want. Like I want to create a line graph here. Repeat. Like I want to create a line graph here. Select. And for this particular line graph, you will have fields, x-axis and y-axis. Now, what I'll do is I'll drag and drop date to x-axis field and traffic to y-axis field. Now here in x-axis, I would eliminate year, I would eliminate quarter, I would eliminate date. I just want month on month, right? Here you have a clear month on month traffic line graph. Right now, let's quickly delete it. We don't want this now. And remove it. Now, what if I tell you there is an option where you can just double click and or right click and you will get an option. Here you can query, right? You can just write down the query, line graph, type of graph you require, traffic, write the spellings correctly, month on month. And enter, you will get the graph you are looking for. There you go. Right? So apart from this, let's put the month on month graph here. Apart from this, let's double click once again and category wise sales. Category sale, pie chart. There you go. And now, region wise, double click once again. Region wise sales, bar graph. Select the first one, and there you go. I think there is a small mistake in the selection, spelling. Select the first one once again, and there you go. You will have a bar graph in region-wise basis. Or we can also go with similarly, we can also go with a map chart for states and revenue. Select the first option, and you will have all the American states and their revenue details here. Right? So in such way, you can use the artificial intelligence of Power BI and create a completely interactive graph just like this one. So if I select the standard shipment mode, what are the sales reports, and if I select the entire shipment modes, what are the reports, and if I select the home category, what are the sales reports, and which part of the nation, and and what are the sales and order per month, traffic and everything, details here, right, in one go. It is completely interactive. Now, let's move on to the next part of our session for today. So we will be using ChatGPT for our data analytics. So here you go. Now, let's load the data. Before that, let's write a prompt. Some data on sales. Or sales report. Visualization. And now load the data. Upload from computer. And we have the sales data here. The orders data. Select the orders data file and open. The data will be loaded shortly. And since it's loaded, you can just push the command or prompt. It'll first review the contents and understand what exactly is present in your content and the data type along with the data type, right? It has 2000 entries, 17 columns. Here's the brief overview of all the columns. So it's asking you, would you like an overall summary or a specific aspect? So let's go with the specific aspect instead of overall summary. I want region-wise sales as a bar graph. Okay, we didn't have a column as bar sales. It's in turn taking revenue. Yes, there you go. Sales revenue by region as a bar graph. Now, pie chart for category revenue. Okay, so there is some limit for analysis. Okay, that's not a problem. We can change the account and try to do it once again, or I should have chosen the overall summary, right? But if you go to the ChatGPT Plus edition, you can get that. Let's try the Plus edition once. So we are on the Plus edition now. So it generated some visualizations, which is completely downloadable here. You can go with that as well. So the prompt is still running. Let's wait for a couple of more minutes and see what exactly ChatGPT is up to. So here we have a profit by category, which was our second request, which did not get successfully authorized because we didn't have a plus one. So now we can see revenue versus cost to company in top 10 products. So which are the top 10 products which are giving the maximum revenue? And here is a detailed report. And if you would like to continue with a few more reports like we did before in Power BI and Excel, like traffic versus month on month is a line graph. Let's try that. There you go. So we have a line graph of traffic on a month-on-month basis. So that's how you can conduct some data analytics using different AIs on different platforms. So there are many number of platforms: Tableau, Power BI, ClickView, Excel, SQL, ChatGPT, Gemini, and a few more dedicated artificial intelligence tools which are for AI data analytics. And that brings us to the next part of data analytics with AI. So how does data analytics and AI work? So first, basically, once you load the data, AI will start preparing and processing your data, right? So the transformations, what you do, are also can be possible in AI as well. If you request AI to do the transformations, it can do itself. But I would recommend you perform the transformations because you know what the exact requirements are. Once your data is completely transformed, you can load it and get the reports. The next part of it is pattern recognition. As you've already seen, ChatGPT recognizes each and every aspect of the data, from the data type to the minute details like currency and everything. It understands the data first, and then it will request you. It will ask you if you want a complete summary or if you are looking for a particular aspect, right? Machine learning algorithms can identify patterns, trends, and relationships that may not be apparent to human analysts. And there is a possibility that ChatGPT can even identify a few more insights that you never expected to have, right? And moving on to the next part, predictive analytics. AI can also perform some predictive analytics and give you the forecast of what exactly is going to happen in the upcoming future in your business. That may or may not happen. If you find something is about to go down, you can prevent it by taking some predictive steps or measurable steps which can avoid that loss, right? And automated insights and reports. You can also request ChatGPT, right? In Excel, there is something called as Power Query. It acts like a macro or Excel VBA, where it stores each and every transformation step you apply. In a similar way, each and every transformation or step that you apply to modify or try to add value to your data and teach that to your AI so that it can also understand that particular automated transformation steps and report to you on a month-on-month basis, right? So this will stop your month-on-month activity of cleaning your data, transforming your data, loading your data, analyzing, extracting some insights, and then creating a strategy. So all these steps will be eliminated because ChatGPT or any other AI will take care of it, and you can focus on implementing some business strategies. And we have decision making. So AI can also help you with some critical business strategies and also help you in decision making. AI algorithms can optimize complex processes and decision making by evaluating multiple variables and multiple scenarios. Now, last but not least, continuous learning. So AI is capable to adapt and learn new things in your business, like how it processes, how it functions, and what's the data source, and most of the aspects in which are involved in business and data analytics. AI systems have the ability to continuously learn and adapt based on the new data and feedback.
And welcome. Welcome to Data Analytics with R from Simplilearn. So, are you excited to begin with today's session? Yes, you are? Okay, great. I'm excited as well to be a part of this session. What are we going to cover in today's session? We will cover a couple of topics. We will begin with understanding the basics. We will focus on why data analytics and the importance of data analytics. And then, what is data analytics? We will also focus on understanding the life cycle of data analytics. And I'll also try to give you some real-time examples so that we can relate these concepts with the real-time examples or scenarios. And then we will understand the types of analytics and what do they mean. We will also focus on the benefits of using R. For this session, we will be using R Studio tool. Hence, we have to understand why we use R for data analysis. And finally, we will perform some hands-on exercise. In today's session, we will only focus on how to import the data, how to structure the data, and also how to create some beautiful visualizations by using R Studio. All right?
Python and R are top programming languages that are in demand in data science community. Both have their own pros and cons. Therefore, it is vital that you understand the crucial differences between the two programming languages and decide which one is the best fit for you. After watching this video, you will understand which language is better for you in terms of different parameters. Before unwrapping today's topic, I request you to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. And also get notified every time you get a similar video. Now let us look at what are we covering today. We are covering Introduction to R and Python, Parameters in R and Python, Best Tools and Libraries offered by Python and R, and Conclusion to the topic. Introduction to R and Python. Let me ask few queries regarding Python and R. R language is superficially related to Python, C, C++, Java? Please leave your answer in the comment section below and stay tuned to get the answer. And another question is, which one of the following is a Python file extension? .p, .python, .py and .pyt. Please leave your answer in the comment section below. Coming to Introduction to Python and R. R is a statistical programming language and environment that integrates statistical computing and graphics. R is powerful and stable software. Python can also be called as a general-purpose programming language for data analysis and scientific computing. Python can be considered as the best player in machine learning. Python is an expressive language with many built-in functions. Both are open source software and platform independent. And they are platform neutral and also compatible with all major operating systems including Unix, Windows and Mac. Next, we will be covering different parameters. We will be covering learning preferability, mathematical fundamentals, speed of both the languages, visualization and graphics, data handling capacity, demand, community and customer support, employment possibility in both the languages. Let us cover it one by one. First one is learning preferability or ease of learning. Python is renowned for its ease of use. Python's notebooks offer excellent tools for sharing and documentation despite the fact that there are currently no GUIs for them. Programmers find R as difficult language as a beginner. This implies that the programmers must devote a significant amount of time to learn and comprehending R coding. Coming to mathematical fundamentals required. Coming to Python, understanding descriptive analysis is very important. In layman's terms, descriptive statistics often refers to the process of explaining using certain representative techniques such as charts, tables, Excel files, etc. Python statistics is a built-in library for descriptive statistics. If your data sets are not too big or if you can't rely on importing other libraries, you can use Python. On the other hand, R requires basic statistics. From basic statistics, what I mean is mean, mode and median are the terms used most frequently in basic statistics. It is referred to as measures of central tendency. Probability statistics plays an important role in handling various types of probability distribution. It includes binomial and normal distribution. Next parameter is speed. Python is an interpreted language with dynamic typing. Python always executes slowly because the code is executed line by line. Compared to MATLAB and Python, R language is significantly slower. R packages are substantially slower than those for other languages. Now that we have covered speed, coming to data visualization and data collection in Python. When selecting data analysis tools, visualization are crucial and Python has some incredible visualization tools. In Python, to large and varied scatter plots using regression lines, we can use ggplot2 and ggplot tools. Compared to raw values, visualized data is easier to comprehend. Therefore, R has many packages that offers sophisticated graphic features. In R, we can use tools like matplotlib, seaborn, etc. Data handling capability in both Python and R. The new releases in Python have resolved the issue with the Python packages for data analysis. R is useful for analysis because of the abundance of packages, accessibility of the test, and benefit of employing formulas. However, simple data analysis can also be done using it, the need to install many packages. Crucial part of parameter, that is tools and libraries in Python and R. As a Python developer, one needs to be well versed in the best libraries because Python has a lot of libraries that have many different uses. Libraries like TensorFlow, Scikit-learn, NumPy plays an important role in solving many Python-related problems. Libraries perform a wide variety of tasks in R that are very beneficial for data science operations. Example for that is dplyr, bioconductor, etc. Community and customer support index offered by Python and R. Compared to R, Python has a larger community. For assistance, we can contact www.python.org. For any queries regarding Python and help, you can you can visit support.realpython.com. For any help and queries, R offers you with RStudio community. R provides assistance through its official website. For queries and community related issues, we can contact www.r-project.org. Next is job opportunities in Python and R. A recent survey from Indeed.com predicts that at least 55,000 Python jobs in the USA with exponential pay rates are available. Big tech companies like Google, Amazon, Twitter, Facebook requires Python developer to handle massive amount of data. Position provided for a Python developer is software engineer, data analyst, data scientist, and many more. Career in R is an excellent job opportunity for you as a beginner. Big tech companies like Google, Twitter, Facebook are using R. Position provided by companies as a R developer is data scientist, data analyst, data visualization analyst, etc. Moving on, let us wrap up an important topic, which language to be used between R and Python. There is no right or wrong way to study both Python or R. Both are in demand skills that will enable you to complete almost any data analytics work you come across. It ultimately depends on your background, interest, and career objectives that which one is better for you. But compared to R, Python is easy to learn. Let's compare its strengths and weaknesses. It is used to handle large amount of data. Python performs non-statistical functions and it is best suitable for programming. However, Python is better when it comes to coding. Whereas R is used in data visualization graphics, R is a widespread language in the statistical community. It is used to accomplish many mathematical tasks. So before concluding the topic, let me answer the query that I have asked regarding R and Python. Do you guys remember the question? The query was, R language is superficially related to which language? So the answer for the question is C language. Next question was, which one of the following is a Python file extension? It was an easy question. Answer for that question is .py.
So, firstly, let us understand why data analytics. Can somebody here tell me why data analytics and why is it used in organizations? So, let us understand why data analytics and what is the use of data analytics. As we all know that data is growing exponentially year over year. It is collected and it is also available everywhere. Data is no more just available in structured format, but it is also available in semi-structured and unstructured format. I'm sure you would have come across this term called as sentiment analysis pretty often, right? What does that mean? Can we perform that in data analytics? Yes, right? We use some natural language processing models, try to identify what are the good reviews, what are the bad reviews spoken by the customer, correct? So we try to classify the text based on the good, bad, and the neutral. So that is what sentiment analysis is about. So for that, to perform that activity, we have to also do some data analytics. Now that companies have realized the importance of these informations, not just structured but also unstructured data format, the companies have started utilizing these data to take some crucial business decisions, which can boost their business and also which can increase the efficiency of the business. So now that the raw data is accessible to the organizations, it becomes very important that the data is also stored well. I'm sure you all have pretty much heard about data warehouse. In the last few decades, the trend was mostly on the data warehouses, the business intelligence tools. So the data warehouse used to collect this data, pre-process the data, and also filter the data and make it available in a structured format for further analysis. However, now that is not the scenario. A term coined as data lake is available, and many firms are utilizing data lake because it is a central repository which stores the raw data in form of structured and unstructured data. And now let us take a scenario. Let us choose one of the participants here, Mark. So Mark has recently joined an organization as a data analyst, or in essence a data scientist. The business connects with him and says that, Mark, we have a business problem for you and we expect you to provide us a data analytics solution. So Mark sits with the stakeholders and he listens very carefully to the business question. So the business question says that we have a couple of products which are performing really well in the market and we see higher sales. And some of the products are just not catching up in the market and we experience lower sales. Can you help us identify what are the factors driving these higher sales and the lower sales? Now, Mark has to think with the data scientist mindset and be prepared to ask them right questions. Some questions such as, do you have the price of all these products available in the database? And can I also know what is the duration of data availability? And also, Mark can ask some questions such as, do you also have some features of these individual products already captured in your database? So these are some of the interesting questions that makes sense to the business, and the conversation continues, which also means that data is not only information. Data analysis is about unlocking insightful information from this raw data. And hence, data analysis plays an important role in discovering insightful information, asking questions or answering the right questions, and also predicting the future or the unknowns. And to perform all these activities, we use data analytics. So are you all with me so far? Are we on the same page? Yes? Great. Now the question is, what is data analytics? So can somebody tell me what is data analytics? So let us see what is data analytics. We understood why data analytics and the importance of it. But to perform any activities, there has to be a process, right? So data analytics is a process to extract meaningful insights from data. Now let us continue with the scenario of Mark. So Mark now understands the business problem, and he has also started asking some relevant questions to the stakeholders, and he has also got the answers in return. He may start thinking about what could be the suitable solution for this. He may have to perform some exploratory data analysis to unlock some hidden patterns, to identify some correlation between the variables, and to also know which are the key variables in the data set. And he may also have to view the market trend, which means he may have to see that how the sales has been performing across the years or across the months. There might be some insightful information there. He may see that the sales has been growing exponentially for some of the products, and some may be volatile, some may have some seasonality pattern or a cyclical pattern, etc. And also he may have to focus on the customer preferences via the customer reviews and do some sentiment analysis. So now let us understand what are those life cycles of data analytics. We will begin with the discovery phase. This is the first phase. Now that Mark has understood the business problem, he will also start focusing on identifying the resources, that is the data resources. Some may be internal data resources that is available within the firm, could be some transactional data, and some external data sources may be via web scraping, identifying and capturing some competitor price on the products. After gathering all of these right data, Mark will focus on data preparation, which is the next phase. Now Mark, either individually or along with the team, will start focusing on the data preparation, which includes data wrangling, which means cleansing the data, imputing the records if there are any missing values, or he may also go ahead by removing those records if they are not required, and also doing some exploratory data analysis, which can include some statistical analysis like looking at the data distributions, understanding the summary of this data distribution at individual variable level, doing some bivariate analysis, and also trying to figure out which are the important variables that might be required for the model building phase. After performing all of these EDA activities, which also include some visualization, Mark will now sit with his team and try to identify the suitable models. The suitable models could be simple statistical techniques, or it can also be some machine learning models. So let's say that Mark and his team has identified some 5 models that can provide the required result. And out of these 5 models, they will filter down and they will prioritize only 3 models. Now there are only 3 models that Mark and his team have finalized. After this, they start focusing on model building activity. Now for model building activity, they have a data set already in place. So this data set will be split into training data set and test data set. It's not only training and test, we can also do some validation in between training and test. But here let's focus on training and test data set. He will separate 75% of the data as training and 25% of the data as test. Now if your question is that why perform this activity of splitting the training data set and test, can't we just go with the one single data set? What happens if you just utilize one single data set? Let us say that you have used the original data set and also executed this data in one of the selected model, and you will also observe the accuracy. Let's say the accuracy returned is about 98%. 98% is a very good accuracy percentage, and you may also be overconfident because of this. That may be a case due to overfitting. Now what will happen when you add some new records into this data set and you rerun it? The executed model may not return you the same accuracy what you had seen. The accuracy might be 72%. Now that's not fair, right? To avoid these overfitting issues, we ensure that some new records are tested separately. So hence we locate 25% of the data to the test data set, and then we predict those records, the unknown records which is located in the test data set. We predict them, and then we test the accuracy of training data set and the test data set, and we make a comparison. Now let us say the accuracy result of training is 98% and the test is 97%. In this case, we can say that the model is performing really well. However, while executing the model, there are certain things that has to be considered. For example, inclusion of the parameters, tuning the parameter, which also will execute the optimal results. So this is very important. Now let's say after performing this model building, the time comes to analyze the results. That is the next phase. Now the team will sit and analyze the result, and they will notice that out of the 3 filtered models, only 2 models are returning excellent accuracies. They will sit with the business team and they will also explain them the result and what are the activities that they have performed to obtain this result. Some of the stakeholders may be technically savvy, some of them may be non-technical people. So it has to be very important that you also communicate these results accordingly. Alright, now that you have the results, you will also gauge them based on the business objective, which was developed in phase 1. Looking at the results of the 2 models, now the business might select one of the model and say that, okay, this particular model seems to be returning some right information and it also appears valid to us. Let's go ahead with this one model. So finally, the result and the model needs to be operationalized. And that is where the team will start documenting the business problems, the steps that were taken for executing the models, and they will include all the codes and the findings. And finally, they will implement this model so that the business can view the results and also utilize them for strategic decision making at your firm. So are we good so far with the understanding of the life cycle? Alright, great. Now let us focus on the types of analytics. What are the types of analytics? Can somebody tell me which are the types of analytics you are aware of? Okay, predictive analytics, great. Descriptive analytics, good. Alright, good enough. Now let us focus on this example of Google Maps. So as we look at this particular Google map, we understand that the blue color route is nothing but the route direction from Sacramento to Florin. And also we see a display of the duration estimated as well the distance to travel from Sacramento to Florin. As well we see another route here that is gray colored. This is a substitute route or the connecting route just to avoid the traffic, which is in orange within the blue color route. So the gray colored route as well shows us the estimated duration to travel as well the distance. Now let us understand what is descriptive analytics and why do we focus on this particular map example. As we understand the route map, the estimated duration as well the distance to travel via the blue color route as well the gray color route. This is one way of understanding descriptive analytics, as in what is happening. But there is another way of understanding descriptive analytics, that is by focusing on summarized past data. And this is a descriptive analytics. We see that what had happened in the previous year. Now let us focus on predictive analytics. What is predictive analytics? This type of analytics looks into the historical and present data to make predictions of the future. What does this mean? So Google has already suggested the best route, which is the blue color route, to travel from Sacramento to Florin, and the duration is 18 minutes and distance is 9.7 miles. Let's assume that Google Map has already collected historical data of this particular route, and based on the available data their model has predicted the best route and also the duration that will be taken to travel from Sacramento to Florin. Now let us focus on prescriptive analytics. Prescriptive analytics describes the solution to a particular problem. What was the problem in this case on the predicted best route? Some predictions on the traffic congestions, and that's when Google Map recommends the substitute routes, correct? Now these substitute routes are also prescribed by Google Map as a recommendation. So prescriptive analytics is nothing but a solution and a recommendation provided for a problem. So in this case we have the best route and we also have other substitute routes. So let's quickly summarize. Descriptive analytics is about summarizing the past data or to see what is happening, for example in the Google Maps scenario. Predictive analytics is about what would happen. And prescriptive analytics is about prescribing the solution, the best solution and the recommended solutions. Now let us refer back to Mark's earlier scenario. Mark along with his team identified the best model. They also did some testing and they identified the best results, and they also finalized on one particular model. Based on that particular model, now the results have to be provided in such a way that they are the best results and also the recommendations, correct? So it may not be just one single solution, it may be a solution with couple of other recommendations as well. So that is exactly what happens in the entire process of data analytics. I hope this has been clear so far. Yes? Okay. And now let us focus on benefits of using R. Why do companies extensively use R for data analysis, and why is it chosen? Firstly, R is an open source programming language, which means that there is no license required to work with R. And R does not require you to have a coding experience, which means that a non-technical person in your team can also learn R very easily and start coding or building models in few lines of codes. R can also be used with other programming languages such as Java, C++, and Pythons. And the integration of R with other programming tools or BI tools is very simple and easy. And various statistical models are readily available in R, which also means that there are plenty of inbuilt libraries and packages already available. And reporting the results of an analysis becomes easier by using these inbuilt packages and for creation of these models in just simple few lines code. With this understanding of the benefits of using R, let us quickly hop on to RStudio and start performing the hands-on exercise for data analysis. For this exercise, we will use a dataset named as demographics, which is in a .csv file type. Firstly, let us load the dataset to RStudio, and we will locate this in an variable named as demo. We also refer to this as a data frame. And now you will notice that a variable is created in an environment section, which is in the bottom right hand side of the RStudio window. And this particular variable comprises of 510 observations or records with 8 variables. Let us simply expand this particular data frame and have a quick check on the data structure and understand the data types. This particular data frame includes variables such as age, marital, income, the unit of income is dollar per day, education levels, the car price, car category with several levels, gender, and retired status. Now let us view the top 6 records of this particular data set. For this, let's simply type head of demo. And the result is now visible in the console section. If you're interested to view all the records, then simply type view of demo. And this new window will show you every single record that is being loaded to RStudio. You may also simply apply the filters and the filter section here on individual categorical variables. Now that we have loaded the dataset and also viewed individual records, let us focus on creating subsets of records by applying filters on individual variables or multiple variables. So firstly, let us apply filter on gender. We will only retrieve the records where gender is equal to female, and we will locate these records in a variable named as demo2. As you notice now in the environment section, the second variable is also created, that is demo. And this now is comprising of 250 observations, which means the records are filtered down to only gender female. Next, let us see how to apply a filter on income variable. Let us only retrieve the records where income is greater than 100. Let's view the result. As we see here, all the records include income greater than 100. Now let us modify this query, and we will ensure that the retrieved records includes income greater than 100 and also specific variables are returned. Let's say we only want to have the first variable, third variable, and the 7th variable returned as the result. Let's have a quick check. So we only have the first, third, and the 7th variable returned. How about we only exclude the variable 6 to 8? For this, we include a prefix of minus sign. And now let us see what is the result. We have the variables from 1st to the 5th variable. However, we don't have 6th, 7th, and 8th variable. I hope it's clear so far. Yes? Alright. Now let us see how can we apply condition by including both the variables, that is gender and income, and then we will filter the record and create a subset of data. Now let's view the result. Income is greater than 100 and the gender is only female. This is one way of creating subsets. However, now let us see how to use the subset command and create the subset. Let's create a subset of records by applying filter on marital status and age. We'll only retrieve records where marital status is equal to married and age is greater than 35. Let's now view the result. So here we have the age greater than 35 and marital status is married. Let's use the same code, and this time we will retrieve selected variables. Let's say variables ranging from 1 to 3. Let's have a quick check. So there are 3 variables. Age is greater than 35 and marital status is married. Now let us see how to structure the data by sorting the data frame in ascending and in descending order. We will apply this order function on the variable income. Firstly, let us see how to order income variable in ascending order. Let's do a quick check. And here we have income in ascending order. Now let's see how to modify the same code and view the records with income in descending order. So we have now the income in descending order. How about include 2 variables and sort the variables accordingly? Firstly, we will sort the records by ordering income and age in ascending order. Let's quickly view the result. We have income in ascending and age as well in ascending. Let's now modify this code. This time we will order income in descending and age in ascending. Let us view the result. So the income is in descending and age is in ascending order. So hope this is clear on how to sort the data frame by ascending and descending order per variable or by using multiple variables. With this, we will focus on learning statistical analysis. How to perform statistical analysis on individual variable or multiple variable. Let's start by understanding the data distribution of variable income so that we identify what is the minimum value of income, what is the maximum, what is the range, what is median, what is the mean, and we will also focus on the quantile distribution, which is also analyzed in a box plot. What is the minimum value in the variable income? It's 9. And what is the maximum? So we have the maximum value. Now let us see what's the range. So the range shows you the result with minimum and the maximum value. How about the difference of maximum and the minimum? Now let us focus on other summaries of data distribution. for this variable income. Let's identify what is the mean value of income. The mean is 78. Let's also understand what is the standard deviation. Alright, so the standard deviation is $112. Let us see what is the variance. The variance should be larger than the standard deviation. Now let's say what is the median absolute deviation. As you notice here, the median absolute deviation value is lower than standard deviation. Why do we make this comparison? From this, it is evident that median absolute deviation is robust to outliers and standard deviation is sensitive to outliers and also to the change in the mean value. Now let us understand the quantile distribution. This is the same analysis that is visualized in a box plot, ranging from 0% to 100%, identifying the individual data points. And we can also refer and compare this to the min, the max, and the median values. Let us quickly see what is the median value of income. As you notice here, the median is 45. As well, the 50th percent of quantile is 45, which means 0% is minimum and 100% is the maximum value. Now, if your question is what is 25% and 75%, this is again used for identifying the range of interquartile. The interquartile range is nothing but the difference of 75% minus the 25%. Let's quickly see what is the IQR of income. The IQR of income is 58. Let us do a quick check. 75% of quantile is 86 and 25% of quantile is 28. And the value is 58, which is equal to the IQR result. Now that we have focused on the statistical analysis of the individual variables data distribution, let us focus on the data visualization. In this, we will have a pictorial representation of analysis to identify the outliers, to see what is the minimum and where do we see the data densely populated and how is it scattered, etc. We will begin with creating a histogram. Now, histogram can be used for univariate analysis, which means in this scenario, we will consider income variable and we will see how the count of income ranges gets distributed in a histogram. For this, we will have to install a package called as ggplot2 and also call this library ggplot. Let us install the package. Now let us call the library. Alright, and we are ready now to begin with visualization. For this, we will use the geometric object histogram on the data demo data frame. Let me expand this window so that the code is visible, and also use an aesthetic mapping for variable income. This will be helpful for filling colors or filtrations, etc. And only include 30 bins with individual bin size width of 100, which means there will be 100 incomes in individual bins. Let's quickly look at the distribution of this histogram. As you notice, there are a couple of outliers. The counts of these income range are very limited. However, we see the densely populated income ranges with higher counts between 0 to $200 per day. This is also a way to identify and segment the customers based on their income ranges. Now let us see how to change the color of this histogram and also the border of the histogram. For this, we will include some additional options such as fill with blue color, and the border color is black. Now as you notice here, the executed code provides us the histogram with blue color bars and black color border lines. Now we will focus on creating a facet grid. Facet grid is also an aesthetic mapping object. We will see how to enable the multiple histograms across the marital status and the genders, so that we identify how the income is distributed for individual marital status as well the genders. Let's zoom this view and have a look at it. As you notice here, there are some interesting outliers here in the data distribution. Female unmarried drawing higher income, and male unmarried and married also drawing higher income as compared to the females. Whereas if you notice that the female unmarried is drawing much higher income than the male. This may also be very much related to the age. Now let us see how to create a stacked histogram. When I say a stacked histogram, I mean instead of filling the color, we will fill the gender, so that there is a stack within the histogram. So as you notice here, I have made couple of changes. I have included fill equal to gender within the aesthetic mapping. Now let us look at this histogram. As you see here, the gender is filled in the histogram, hence we have stacked distribution of female and the male. Now let us focus on creating a bar chart with education versus income, where we can identify the education levels and the income ranges for these education levels. As you notice here, we are going to create a visualization where we have the aggregation in form of mean, and the geometric object used here is bar plot. Now let's zoom this view and understand which education level have higher average income. So as we see here, the blue color bar is the post-undergraduate degree, which means this education level draws higher average income as compared to other education levels. Now let's create a histogram where we will see car price and the number of cars for individual category. Let's look at this visualization. This visualization provides us some interesting insight. Just by looking at the distribution of the car prices and the counts of the cars at the car category, economy, and even the luxury. Luxury car category or car price is pretty much distributed, whereas economy car category is dense, which means that we could also look back into the income and age variables and try to figure out further more insights, and then segment the customers for further targeting of these customers. Now what happens if we simply change this bin width to 30? As you observe here, changing the bin width or increasing the bin width will also reduce the number of bins. Now we only have 4 bins here, and the car category is filled. That is what we have enabled within the aesthetic mapping. And we see some more interesting insight. As you look at the standard and the luxury car category, the car prices are pretty much overlapping for the car category luxury and standard. This could be the starting car price of the luxury brands. Now let us create a clustered bar chart. Let's look at this visualization. In this visualization, as you observe, though we have enabled fill equal to gender in the aesthetic mapping, we do not have the view in stacked form, but we have the bars one besides the other. It is also because we have enabled a position called as position equal to dodge in the code. Now, what is the insight that we can draw from this visualization? As you see, postgraduate degree with female gender is drawing higher average income as compared to any other education level. Now let us see how to create a box plot for variable income across the genders. So the box plot can be enabled if there is a bivariate analysis to be performed on a continuous variable and a categorical variable, or multiple categorical variables with a continuous variable. Now let's look at this visualization. What does this say? We have data distribution of income for individual genders, that is for female and the male, and we also notice outliers here. Anything above this whisker is considered to be outliers. It might make more sense if we also include some coloring for these outliers, maybe also enable shape. So now we have colored the outliers and it's colored orange. Let's see if we can also enable the shapes. And now we have here the outlier color as well the shape enabled. Now let us see how to enable a violin plot. What is the utility of violin plot? With a box plot we understand the analysis and the distribution of the data points is to identify the outliers, to know what is the minimum value, what is the max, what is the median, and what are the outliers. But what is the purpose of a violin plot? Let us have a quick check. As you observe, there is some concentration of data points in the bottom of every car category. However, the concentration is higher for standard car category as compared to economy and the luxury. Now this is an interesting insight that you wouldn't have come across in box plot. The box plot is a very good representation for identifying outliers. However, violin plot will help you focus on the nuances which is not captured by the box plot. We can also simply combine the box plot and the violin plot together. Simply include this geo object. Let's zoom this. Now you have a representation of box plot and the violin plot, both combined in a single visualization. Interestingly, you notice the outliers as well the concentration in the bottom of this violin plot. So this could be some interesting insights that you draw and focus on these data points and understand what exactly is happening there. Now let's focus on the density plot, that is density estimate of the histograms rather than just viewing the frequencies. Now we see the frequency in the y-axis across the income distributions. How about enabling the probability as true so that we enable the density instead of the frequency? So now we have the density in the y-axis and in the x-axis we still have the income distribution. This is the way of also adding a line plot, which is a density plot on the histogram. Now as you observe here, the density plot is not in the same level as the bar. So let us adjust this line. For this we will include adjust, let's say equal to 3, and now let us see how the visualization appears. Now the density plot is on the same level as the bar. Now let us see how to create a cross table for car category and gender. For this, let us call the library DESCR. Now let us create the visualization, enabling cross table for car category and gender. Let's look at the result in console. As you see here, now we see the counts of the gender for individual car category. The values over here represents that there are 67 females falling within the car category economy and 80 males within the car category economy. And for luxury, we see that the count of female is higher than the male. As well, the proportions. Now, how do you understand what proportions are presented here? We may simply turn off some of the proportions like the t-test, the chi-square, etc. Let us see how to enable that. Now let's look at the result. This looks better. Now that we have the counts, the female counts and the male counts across individual car category, we also see the percentages rather than just looking at the absolute value. So there are 45.6% of female within the car category economy and 54.4% of male within the car category economy. Similarly across rest of the car categories. This kind of cross table or a contingency table is also helpful when you want to analyze the different categorical variables and identify the counts or the proportions. Now let us see how to use a scatter plot of age versus income. Scatter plot is a visualization used for bivariate analysis. When you want to perform some analysis between two continuous variables at a data point level, rather than performing the analysis at an aggregated level, such as sum or mean. And now we have a scatter plot of age versus the income, age in the x-axis and income in the y-axis. Though we do not see any kind of a positive correlation or a negative correlation, but we still see some interesting insights over here. Some of the data points are pretty much scattered and much away from densely populated data points. I hope the learning has been informative and interesting so far. We have covered the concepts of data analytics, as well we have performed some hands-on, doing some statistical analysis and also creating interesting visualization.
After completing this lesson, you'll be able to explain the various types of graphics available in R, list the possible file formats of graphic outputs, describe the methods to save graphics as files, and describe the procedure to export graphs in RStudio. With its large set of powerful functions, R defines a flexible graphical environment for the visual representation of data. These graphics that help in meaningful data visualization can be viewed on screen, and users can create precisely customized graphical output. The graphics can be saved in various good quality formats, including PDF, PNG, JPEG, WMF, and PS. Typically, graphs are designed on screen, which can then be replotted on, for example, a PDF file. You can also copy and paste in case of a Word or PowerPoint file. Using R, you can produce a variety of graphical images. Basic 3D plots, scatter plots, bar plots, histograms, box plots, and pie charts are 8 standard statistical plots that R can provide. R can also support heat maps, word cloud, kernel density plots, and line charts. Let us look into details of each of these graphics in the subsequent screens. Plotted on vertical or horizontal bars, bar graphs show discrete comparisons among categorical data. The lengths of the bars, each of which represents a category, indicates the frequency, percentage, or proportion of values that fall into the categories. The syntax to create a simple bar chart is barplot x. In the function, x stands for height, which is a matrix or vector. If the height parameter is a vector, the values of the vector give the heights of the sequence of rectangular bars that make up the plot. Let's look at a few examples of how to create vertical and horizontal bar charts. Here, by using an embedded dataset of MT cars, you can plot bar graphs. To create the first bar graph, you pass gear data to the bar plot function. The default setting for bar orientation is vertical. To plot a horizontal graph, you can pass horizontal equals true as the second parameter to the bar plot function. In the next screen, we'll take a quick look at a few arguments to edit simple bar plots. You can add labels, colors, and titles to the bar plot by using specific arguments. For example, legend.text is useful when the height is a matrix. The arguments xlab and ylab Provide the labels for the x-axis and y-axis respectively. Call will define the color of each bar. By default, if height is a vector, then gray is used, whereas if height is a matrix, a gamma-corrected gray palette is used. Main sub gives the overall and subtitles for the bar plot. This demo will show the steps to create a bar chart in R. In this demo, you'll learn how to create bar charts. For this data, we will use the MT-CARS dataset available in R. Simple bar charts can be created using the bar plot function. You can create horizontal bars by specifying horizontal equals true as an argument to the bar plot function. You can also add title, colors, and legends to bar plot by specifying details in an argument. For more options or help document, type the given command in the console. You can create a stacked bar plot if the input is a matrix. The stacked bar will indicate each column on the matrix. The argument beside specifies if you want the bars to be stacked or adjacent to each other. By default, beside is set to false, and if height is a matrix, a stacked bar graph results. If you set beside to true, then you get the columns of height as adjacent bars. You can create a stacked bar plot with colors and legends as shown in the screen. Here in this example on the screen, it's a matrix of VS and year data from MT-CARS datasets. Using the same example as in the previous screen, you can create a grouped bar plot. Reiterating, if the height parameter of bar plot function is a matrix and beside is set to true, then the values in each column are juxtaposed rather than stacked. Here, you use the row names function to set the legend, which will set or retrieve the names of rows or columns of a matrix-like object. In this demo, we'll show the steps to create a stacked bar plot and a grouped bar plot in R. In this demo, you'll learn how to create a stacked bar plot and a grouped bar plot. For this data, we'll use the MT-CARS dataset available in R. For a stacked bar plot and a grouped bar plot, we'll have to create a table like data from the MT-CARS dataset using the table function. You can create a stacked bar plot using the bar plot function. You can also add title, colors, and legends to bar plot by specifying details in an argument. You can create a grouped bar plot by specifying beside equals true as an argument to the bar plot function. For more options or help document, type the given command in the console. Pie chart is a type of graph in which a circle is divided into sectors, each representing a proportion of the whole. Pie charts are not as popular as dot plots or bar charts in R. You can create pie charts using the function pi x, labels equals. Here, x is a vector of non-negative numerical quantities. The value of x indicates the area of a pie slice. Labels are character strings or expressions that give names to vectors. In the example shown here, you first create the slices vector, which contains numbers 10, 12, 4, 16, and 8. LBLS is the labels vector. Then you pass both these vectors to the pie function as parameters. To set the overall title for the plot, you pass main as a parameter. In this screen, you can see how percentages can be added to the pie chart. In the given example, out of the data vector, you can create the PCT vector and a character vector, LBLS, to add actual labels to the slices. To paste data to the labels vector and add the percentage sign, you use the paste function. Another character vector, call, helps fill in or shade the pie slices. Let's now see how you can create a three-dimensional pie chart. Using the Plottrix package, which has the Pie 3D function, you can produce 3D representations of pie charts. There is an explode parameter that enables the pieces to be separated on the chart. However, you first have to install the Plottrix package and reference it using the library function install.packages Plottrix library Plottrix. This demo will show the steps to create a pie chart in R. In this demo, you'll learn how to create pie charts. Pie chart graphics are not available by default. You'll have to install the Plottrix package by using the given command. After installing, you'll have to load the package into R using the given command. For this demo, we'll create a custom dataset using vectors. We can create pie charts using the pie function in the Plottrix package. We can also add a title and labels by specifying the details in an argument. You can create 3D pie charts using the Pie 3D function in the Plottrix package. For more options or help document, type the given command in the console. Let's look at another visual representation of data distribution, the histogram. Histograms are a great way to get to know your data. A histogram has an x-axis, a y-axis, and bars of different heights. The bars group ranges of values or continuous categories on the x-axis, and the y-axis shows how frequently the values on the x-axis occur in the data. They display the distribution of a continuous variable and the frequency of scores in each bin on the y-axis by dividing the range of scores into bins on the x-axis. As shown on the screen, the syntax for a histogram is hist in R. For a given set of data values, the generic function hist works out a histogram. If plot equals true, plot.histogram plots the resulting object of class histogram before it's returned. You can create a histogram using the histx function, where x is a vector of values for which you want to plot the histogram. Instead of frequencies, the option frequency equals false plots probability density when you want a histogram of proportion. To control the number of bins, that is bars, use the breaks equals controls option. The break argument helps you control the bin width along with the number of break points you desire. In the example shown on the screen, you can see histograms for dark green colored bins that indicate the miles per gallon or MPG value of the MT cars dataset. A more effective way of visualizing numeric variable distribution, kernel density plots are created using the plot density x function as shown on the screen. Here, x is a density object. You can use the density function to compute the density parameter in plot. In the example shown in this slide, you can create a kernel density graph for the mileage per gallon, or MPG, of MT cars dataset by first calculating its density and then creating the graph. In the second figure, use the polygon function for kernel density of the data for MPG. Vertices are given in X, and colors of the area and the border are given by color equals sky blue and border equals black, respectively. This demo will show the steps to create a histogram and density plot in R. In this demo, you'll learn how to create histograms and a density plot. For this demo, we'll use the MT cars dataset available in R. Histograms can be created using the hist function. You can also specify the number of bins and the color of bin as arguments to the hist function. For the density graph, we'll have to calculate the density of data using the density function and then use the density data to plot the density graph using the plot function. You can color the curve representing density using the polygon function. For more options or help document, type the given commands in the console. Line charts represent a series of data points, called markers, connected by a straight line. This type of graphical visualization is typically used to display data that changes over time. As shown on the screen, the syntax for a line chart is lines, x, y type equals, where x and y are coordinates of the points. Type indicates the type of plot to be drawn, say L for line and P for points, or B for both. Let's now look at an example of a line chart. In the code shown in this slide, you can create weight and months vectors, and then plot a line and points graph together by calling the plot function. These two vectors are passed as parameters along with main to set the title of the graph as baby weight chart. Also known as whisker diagrams, box plots display the distribution of data that is based on the 5-number summary: minimum, smallest value in the data set; first quartile, 25th percentile; median, 50th percentile; third quartile, 75th percentile; maximum, largest value in the data set. And data is broken into 4 quartiles in box and whisker plots, and each quartile has the same number of data values. Although these plots do not display the frequency, they show where the middle of the data is, a feature that is really useful if you want to analyze the skewness of your data. The syntax to create a box plot is shown on the screen. Box plot data. A box can be created either for individual variables or for variables by group. As shown on the screen, the syntax is boxplot x data equals, where x is a formula and data equals denotes the data frame providing the data. To make the widths of the box plot proportional to the square roots of the number of observations in the sample, use varWidth equals true. With horizontal equals true, you can reverse the orientation of the axis. Default false means the box plots are vertical. In the code shown here, a vector of numbers was created and the summary function called to print the values of the following variables: minimum, first quartile; median, mean third quartile; maximum. Then the boxplot function was used to display the box plot for the vector of numbers. This demo will show the steps to create line graphs and a box plot in R. In this demo, you'll learn how to create line graphs and a box plot. For this demo, we'll create custom dataset using vectors. We'll use the plot function to create line graphs. Points in a line graph can be connected by specifying type equals b as an argument in the plot function. We can create boxplot using the boxplot function. For more options or help document, type the given commands in the console. Heat maps are two-dimensional representations of data in which the values are represented by colors. The two types of heat maps are simple and elaborate heat maps. A simple heat map provides an immediate visual summary of information. An elaborate heat map allows you to understand complex data sets. Rows and columns can be clustered in a heat map, and the result of the hierarchical clustering computation is shown as a dendrogram in the heat map. As shown on the screen, the syntax to create a heat map is heat map data row v equals NA, column v equals NA. Here, row V and column V decide if and how row and column dendrograms should be calculated or reordered. Data refers to the matrix of values that has to be plotted. Let's look at an example that shows you how to create a heat map. In the code shown here, you can create a data frame by reading data from a CSV file and converting it to a data frame before passing it to the heat map function. Besides data, row V and column V as not applicable, color as 256, and scale as columns to plot a heat map graph are passed to the heat map function. This demo will show the steps to create a heat map in R. In this demo, you'll learn how to create a heat map. For this demo, you'll use the custom dataset imported from a CSV file. A heat map can be constructed using the heat map function. You can also specify the color and scale details as arguments to the heat map function. For more options or help document, type the given command in the console. Also known as tag clouds or text clouds, word clouds highlight the most commonly cited words in a text using a quick visualization. Creating a word cloud in R is relatively simple using a text mining package, TM, and word cloud generator package, word cloud. As shown on the screen, to create a word cloud, use the syntax word cloud, words equal data, frequency equals frequency, min.frequency equals 2, etc. You need to install the word cloud package into the R environment using the install.packages, word count, and library word count commands. In the example on this screen, text data is read from a CSV file, and a word count graph is plotted using the word count function. Passwords, frequency, min.frequency as 2, max.words as 100, and random.order as false. The minimum.frequency argument specifies the minimum frequency below which words that have a frequency lower than that value will not be plotted. The maximum number of words to be plotted are determined by the max.words argument. Random.order means that the words will be plotted in a random order. If false, the words are plotted in decreasing frequency. This demo will show the steps to create a word cloud in R. In this demo, you'll learn how to create a word cloud. Word cloud graphics are not available by default. You'll have to install the word cloud package using the given command, and then load the package using the other command. For this demo, we'll use the custom data imported from the CSV file. We can use the word cloud function to create a word cloud. We can also specify the minimum frequency and maximum word as arguments to the word cloud function. For more options and help document, type the given command in the console. Let's now take a look at the various file formats for saving your plots. R supports several graphic formats and runs on different operating systems. Consequently, There are many formats to choose from depending on what you want to do with the graph, how you connect remotely or locally, and what operating system you use. A few of the available formats are as follows. JPEG doesn't resize and can be used anywhere. PDF easily resizable and is the best choice with PDF latex. PNG doesn't resize and can be used anywhere. WMF easily resizable and works on Windows only. Best choice with Word. PostScript easily resizable and is the best choice with OpenOffice and LaTeX. On the slide, you can see an example to save a graphic output as a file. Regardless of the way you connect or the type of operating system you use, the general method that will work on any computer that has R involves the following steps. Select the file format you want. For example, if you want to save your plot as a JPEG file, use the JPEG driver, which only requires the name of the file that you will use to save the graph. Note that your plot will be stored relative to the current directory, which can be found by typing getwd at the R prompt. Entering your plotting commands next will save those to a file. Then use the dev.off command to close the file. Either you will get a partial plot or nothing in case you fail to enter the dev.off command after you are done with the plotting commands. So if you want to save a JPEG file called myplot.jpg containing a bar graph, you will type the commands as shown on the screen. Recalling the example from the previous screen, you will see that you need to re-enter the commands to save your plot to a file after making a plot to the screen. However, in R, there is another command, dev.copy, which will copy the contents of the graph window to a file without the hassle of re-entering the commands. In this approach, produce the graph as you usually do, and then call dev.copy along with the arguments that are appropriate to the driver. For example, to create a myplot.jpg file from a graph shown by R, type the commands shown on the screen. Until you call dev.off, the plot isn't actually written to the file. This demo will show the steps to save graphics to a file in R. In this demo, you'll learn how to save graphics to a file. You can save a graphic as a JPEG file using the JPEG function. You'll also have to use the dev.off function to return the control to the console back again. For more options and help document, type the given command in the console. In this screen, let's see how you can export graphs in RStudio. Follow these steps to export graphs in RStudio, a powerful interface for R. In the graphics panel of RStudio, click the Plots tab. Click the Explore menu and select the Save as Image menu item. The Save Image window is displayed. Select the image format and directory to save the file. Click the Save button. Follow these steps to export graphs as PDFs in RStudio. In the Graphics panel of RStudio, click the Export menu and select the Save as PDF menu item. Select the directory to save the file. Click the Save button. This demo will show the steps to save graphics using RStudio. In this demo, you'll learn how to save graphics using RStudio. You can save a graphic from RStudio by clicking the Export menu and selecting Save as Image. Select the directory to save the file, and then click Save. Let's summarize the topics covered in this lesson. R includes powerful packages of graphics that help in data visualization: bar chart, pie chart, histogram, kernel density plot, line chart, box plot, heat map, word cloud. You can save the outputs of graphics in various file formats, such as PDF, PNG, and JPEG. You can export graphs in RStudio by using the graphics panel.
You can spin up a code much quicker in Python. The same amount of code to do something in Python a lot of times is 1, 2, or 3 or 4 lines, where when I did the same thing, say in Java, I found myself with 10, 12, 13, 20 lines, depending on what it was. It's very scalable and flexible. So there's our flexibility, because you can do a lot with it, and you can easily scale it up. You can go from something on your machine to using PySpark under the Spark environment and spread that across hundreds, if not thousands, of servers across terabytes of data or petabytes of data. So it's very scalable. There's a huge collection of libraries. This one's always interesting because Java has a huge collection of libraries. C has a huge collection of libraries. .NET does, and they're always in competition to get those libraries out. Scala for your Spark. All those have huge collections of libraries. This is always changing, but because Python's open source, you almost always have easy to access libraries that anybody can use. You don't have to go check your licensing and have special licensing like you do in some packages. Graphics and visualization, they have a really powerful package for that, so it makes it easy to create nice displays for people to read. And community support. Because Python is open source, it has a huge community that supports it. You can do a quick Google and probably find a solution for almost anything you're working on. Python libraries. Let's bring it together. We have data analytics and we have Python. So when we're talking data analytics, we're talking Python libraries for data analytics. And the big 5 players are NumPy, Pandas, Matplot library, SciPy, which is going to be in the background, so we're not going to talk too much about the scientific formulas in SciPy, and scikit. So NumPy supports n-dimensional arrays, provides numerical computing tools useful for linear algebra and Fourier transform. And you can think of this as just a grid of numbers. And you can even have a grid inside a grid, or data. It's not even numbers, because you can also put words and characters and just about anything into that array. But you can think of a grid, and then you can have a grid inside a grid, and you end up with a nice 3-dimensional array. If you want to talk 3-dimensional array, you can think of images. You have your 3 channels of color, 4 if you have an alpha, and then you have your XY coordinates for the image we're looking at. So you can go X, Y, and then what are the 3 channels to generate that color. And NumPy isn't restricted to 3 dimensions. You could imagine watching a movie. Well, now you have your movie clips, and they each have their X number of frames, and each of those frames have X number of XY coordinates for the pictures in each frame, and then you have your 3 dimensions for the colors. So NumPy is just a great way to work with n-dimensional arrays. Now closely with NumPy is Pandas. Useful for handling missing data, perform mathematical operations, provides functions to manipulate data. Pandas is becoming huge because it is basically a data frame. And if you're working with big data and you're working in Spark or any of the other major packages out there, you realize that the data frame is very central to a lot of that. And you can look at it as a Excel spreadsheet. You have your columns, you have your rows or indexes, and you can do all kinds of different manipulations of the data within, including filling in missing data, which is a big thing when you're dealing with large pools or lakes of data where they might be collected differently from different locations. And Matplot library. We did kick over the SciPy, which is a lot of mathematical computations, which usually runs in the background of NumPy and Pandas. Although you do use them, they're useful for a lot of other things in there. But the Matplot library, that's the final part. That's what you want to show people. And this is your plotting library in Python. Several toolkits extend Matplot library functionality. There's like 100 different toolkits to extend Matplot library, which range from how to properly display star constellations from astronomy. There's a very specific one built just for that, all the way to some very generic ones. We'll actually add Seaborn in when we do the labs in a minute. Several toolkits extend Matplot library functionality, and it creates interactive visualization. So there's all kinds of cool things you can do as far as just displaying graphs, and there's even some that you can create interactive graphs. We won't do the interactive graphs, but you'll see, you'll get a pretty good grasp of some of the different things you can do in Matplotlib. Let's jump over to the demo, which is my favorite. Roll up our sleeves, get our hands in on what we're doing. Now, there's a lot of options when we're dealing with Python. You can use PyCharm as a really popular one. And you'll see this all over the place. So it's one of the main ones that's out there, and there's a lot of other ones. I used to use NetBeans, which has kind of lost favor. Don't even have it installed on my new computer. But the most popular one right now for data science. Now, PyCharm's really popular for Python general development. For data science, we usually go to Jupyter Notebook or Anaconda. And we're going to jump into Anaconda because that's my favorite one to go to because it has a lot of external tools for us. We're not going to dig into those, but we will pop in there so you can see what it looks like. So with Anaconda, we have our Jupyter Lab, we have our notebook. These are identical. Jupyter Lab is an upgrade to the notebooks with multiple tabs. That's all it is. And we'll be using the notebook. And you can see that PyCharm is so popular with Python that we even have it highlighted here in Anaconda as part of the setup. Jupyter Notebook can also be a standalone. So we're actually going to be running Jupyter Notebook. And then you have your different environments. We're going to be under main Py36. There's a root one. And I usually label it Py36. The reason is currently as of writing this, TensorFlow only works in 3.6 and not in 3.7 or 3.8 for doing neural networks. But you can actually have multiple environments, which is nice. They separate the kernels, so it helps protect your computer when you're doing development. And this is just a great way to do a display or a demo, especially if you're looking for that job. Pull up your laptop, open it up. Or if you're doing a meeting, get it broadcast up to the big screen so that the CEO can see what you're looking at. And when we launch the notebook, it actually opens up a file browser in whatever web browser you have. This happens to be Chrome. And then you can just go under New. There's a lot of different options depending on what you have installed. Python 3. And this just creates an untitled version of this. And you can see here I'm actually in a Simplilearn folder for other work I've done for Simplilearn. And that's where I save all my stuff and I can browse through other folders, making it real easy to jump from one project to another. And under here, we'll go ahead and change the name of this, and we'll go ahead and rename it Data Analytics. Data Analytics. Just so I can remember what I was doing. Which is probably about 50 of the folders in here, or files in here right now. So let's go ahead and jump in there and take a look at some of these different tools that we were looking at. And as we go through the demo, let's start with the NumPy. The least visually exciting. And I'm going to zoom in here so you can see what we're doing. And the first thing we want to do is import NumPy. And we'll import it as NP. That is the most common NumPy terminology. And let's go ahead and change the view so we also have the line numbers. I don't know why, we probably won't need them, but I like it for easy reference. And then we'll create a one-dimensional array. We'll just call this array1. And it equals np.array, and you put your array information in here. In this case, we'll spell it out. You can actually do like a range and other ways. There's lots of ways to generate these arrays. But we'll just do 1, 2, 3, so 3 integers. And if we print our array1, we can go ahead and run this. And you can see right here it prints 1, 2, 3. You can see why this is a really nice interface to show other people what you're doing with the Jupyter Notebook. So this is the basic. We've created an array. This is a one-dimensional array, and then the array is 1, 2, 3. One of the nice things about the Jupyter Notebook is whatever ran in this first setup is still running. It's still in the kernel. So it still has the NumPy imported as NP, and it still has our variable ARR1 for array1 equal to NP array of 1, 2, 3. So when we go to the next cell, we can check the type of the array. We're just going to print. We say, hey, what is this setup in here? And we want type. And then we want, what is the type of array1? And let's go ahead and run that. And it says class NumPy ND array. So it's its own class. That's all we're doing is checking to see what that class is. And if you're going to look at the array class, probably the biggest thing you do, I don't know how many times I find myself doing this because I forget what I'm working on and I forget I'm working with a 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional array. And I have to reformat somehow so it works with whatever other things I have. And so we do the array shape. The array shape is just 3 because it has 3 members and it's a 1-dimensional array. That's all that is. And with the NumPy array, we can easily access, stick with the print statement. If you actually put a variable in Jupyter Notebook and it's the last one in the cell, it will be the same as a print statement. So if I do this, where array 1 of 2, it's the same as doing print array of 2. Those are identical statements in our Jupyter Notebook. We'll go and stick with the print on this one. And it's 3. So there's our print space 2, and we have 0, 1, 2, 2 equals 3. We can easily change that. So we have array 1 of place 2 equals 5. And then if we print our array 1, you can see right down here when it comes out, it's 1, 2, and 5. And there I left the print statement off because it's the last variable in the list. It'll always print the variable if you just put it in like that. That's a Jupyter Notebook thing. Don't do that in PyCharm. I've forgotten before doing a demo. And we talked about multiple dimensions, so we'll do an array, 2-dimensional array. And this is again a NumPy array. And in the NumPy array, we need our first dimension. We'll do 1, 2, 3. And our second dimension, 3, 4, 5. And you can see right here that when we hit the, we'll do this. We'll just do array 2. And we can run that, and there's our array 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. We can also do array 2 of 1. And then we can do, let's do 0. Doesn't really matter which one. Actually, let's do 2. There we go. And if I run this, it'll print out 5. Because here we are. This is 0. 0, 1, 2, 3 is on our 0 row. 3, 4, 5 is on our 1 row. I always start with 0. And then the 2, 0, 1, 2 goes to the 5. And then maybe we forgot what we were working with. So we'll go do array2.shape. And if we do array 2 of shape, we'll go and run that. We'll see we have 2 rows, and each row has 3 elements. 2-dimensional array, 2, 3. If you looked up here when we did it before, it just had 3, nothing. When you have a single entity, it always saves it as a tuple with a blank space. But you can see right here we have 2, 3. And if you remember from up here, we just did this array 2 of, let's go, what is it, 1, 2. We run that, we get the 5. You can also count backwards. This is kind of fun. And you'll see I just kind of switched something on you because you can also do 1, 2 to get to the same spot. Now 2 is the last one, 0, 1, 2. It's the last one in there. We can count backwards and do -1. And if we run this, we get the same answer. Whether we count it as, let's go back up here. Whether we count this as 0, 1, 2, or we count backwards as -1, -2, -3. And you can see that if I change this -1 to a -2 and run that, I get 4, which is going backwards, -1, -2. So there's a lot of different ways to reference what we're working on inside the NumPy array. It's really a cool tool. It's got a lot of things you can do with it. And we talked about the fact that it can also hold things that are not values, and we'll call this array ask for strings equals np.array. Put our setup in there, our brackets, and let's go China, India, USA, Mexico. It doesn't matter, we can make whatever we want on here. And if we print that out, we run this, you can see that we get our NumPy array, China, India, USA, Mexico. It even gives us our D type of a U6. And a lot of times when you're messing with data, we'll call this array R for range. just to kind of keep it uniform, np.arange. So this is a command inside numpy to create a range of numbers. And if you're testing data, maybe you want, maybe you have equal time increments that are spaced a certain point apart. But in this case, we're just going to do integers. And we're going to do a setup from 0 to 20, skipping every other one. And we'll print it out and see what that looks like. And you can see here we have 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Like you expected, it skips every one. And just a quick note, there's no 20 on here. Why? Well, this starts at 0 and counts up to 20. So if you're used to another language where it explicitly says less than or less than equal to 20, like for x equals 0, x plus plus, x is less than 20. That's what this is. It just assumes x is less than 20 on here. And if we want to create a very uniform set, 0, 2, 4, 6, what happens if I want to create numbers from 0 to 10, but I need 20 increments in there? We can do that with line space. So we can create an R, we'll call this L, equals, I don't think we'll actually use any of this again, so I don't know why I'm creating unique identifiers for it. But we'll do NP, lin space, and we're going to do 0 to 10, or 0 to 9. Remember, it goes up to 10. And then we want to, let's say we have 20 different increments in there. So we're creating we have a data set, and we know it's over a certain time period, and we need to divide that time period by 20. And it happens to just have 10 pieces in it. And here we go. You can see right here, we have 20, or it has 20 pieces in it, but it's over 10 years. And we got to divide it in the middle. And you can see it goes 0.52. Remember, yeah, there's our 10 on the end, so it goes up to 10. And then we can also do random. There's np.random. If you're doing neural networks, usually you start it by seeding it with random numbers. And we'll just do np.random, and we'll just call this array. We'll stop giving it unique numbers. We'll print that one out and run it. And you can see we have random numbers. They are 0 to 1. So you'll see that all of these numbers are under 1. And you can easily alter that by multiplying them out or something like that if you want to do like 0 to 100. You can also round them up if it's integer 0 to 100. There's all kinds of things you can do, but it generates a random float between 0 and 1. And you have a couple options. You could reshape that, or you can just generate them in whatever shape you want. And so we can see here, we did 3 and 4, and so you can see 3 rows by 4 variables. Same thing as doing a reshape of 12 variables to 3 and 4. And if you're going to do that, you might need an empty data set. I have had this come up many times where I need to start off with 0, and I don't know, because I'm going to be adding stuff in there, or it might be 0 and 1, where 1 is, if you're removing the background of an image, you might want the background is 0, and then you figure out where the image is, and you set all those boxes to 1, and you create a mask. So creating masks over images is really big, and doing that with a numpy array of 0. And we can also give it a space. And we'll just do this all in one shot this time. And we'll do the same thing like we did before, zeros. And in this case, we'll do 2, 3. And so when we run this, forgot the asterisks around it. I knew I was forgetting something. There we go. So when we run this, you can see here we have our 10 zeros in a row, and maybe this is a mask for an image, and so it has 2 rows of 3 digits in it. So it's a very small image, little tiny pixel. And maybe you're looking to do something the opposite way. Instead of creating a mask of zeros and filling in with ones, maybe you want to create a mask of ones and fill them in with zeros. And we'll just do, just like we did before, we'll do 3, 4. And when we run this, you'll see it's all ones. And we could even do this even, we'll do it this way. Let's do 10, 10 by 10 icon, and then you have your 3 colors. And you can, so it creates quite a large array there for doing pictures and stuff like that when you add that third dimension in. If we take that off, it's a little bit easier to see. We'll do 10 again. And you can easily see how we have 10 rows of 10 ones. And you can also do something like create an array. And we'll do 0, 1, 2. And then in this array, we actually we'll print it right out. We want a repeat. And so you can actually do a repeat of the array, and maybe you need this array. Let's repeat it 3 times. So there's our repeat of an array, repeat 3 times. And if we run this, you'll see we have 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. And whenever I think of a repeat, I don't really think of repeating being the first digit 3 times, the second digit. I really always think of it as 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. It catches me every time. But the actual code for that one is going to be tile. And again, if we do arrange 3 and we run this, you can see how you can generate 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. And if you're dealing with an identity matrix, we can do that also if you're big on doing your matrices. And we'll just identity. I guess we'll go ahead and spell it out today. Matrix. And the command we're looking for is EYE. And we'll do 3. And then we'll just go ahead and print this out. There we go. There's our identity matrix. And it comes out by a 3 by 3 array, because there's our matrix. And then it puts the ones down the middle and for doing your different matrix math. And we can manipulate that a little bit too. We talk about matrices. We might not want ones across the middle, in which case we now have the diagonal. So we can do an np.diagonal. And we do a diagonal. Let's put in the diagonal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when we run this, again, this generates a value. And by just putting that value in, there's the same as putting print around it, or putting array equals and then print array. And you can see it generates a diagonal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's your beginning of your matrix array for working with matrices. And we can actually go in reverse. Let's create an array equals, remember our random.random, and we'll do a 5 by 5 array. Oops, there we go. 5 by 5. And just so you can see what that looks like. Helps if I don't mistype the numbers, which in this case I just need to take out the brackets. And there you go. You have your 5 by 5 array set up in there. And we can now, because we're working with matrices, we might want to do this in reverse and extract the diagonals, which would be the 0.79, the 0.678, and so on. And we simply type in np.diagonal. We put our array in there. And this will, of course, print it out because it returns it as a variable. And you can see here, here's our diagonal going across from our matrix. And we did talk about shape earlier. If you remember, you can do print the shape out. You can also do the dimensions. So in dimensions, very similar to shape, it comes out and just has 2 dimensions. We can also look at the size. So if we do size on here, we can run that. And you can see it has a size of 25, 2 dimensions, and of course 5 by 5. And that was from the shape from earlier that we looked at. There's our 5 by 5 shape. And if you remember earlier we did random, well, you can also do random. I talked a little bit about manipulating 0 to 1 and how you can get different answers. You can also do straight for the integer part, and we'll do minus 10 to 10, 4. And so we're going to generate random integers between minus 10 to 10. We're going to generate 4 of those. And so when we run that, we have 7, minus 3, minus 6, minus 3. They're all between minus 10 and 10, and there's 4 of them. And now we jump into some of the functionality of arrays, which is really great because this is where they come in. Here's your array and you can add 10 to it. And if I run this, there it takes my original array from up here with the integers and adds 10 to all of those values. So now we have, oh, this is the decimal, that's right. This is a random decimal I had stored in an array. But this takes the random numbers I had from 0 to 1 and adds 10 to them. And we can just as easily do minus 10. We could even do times 2. And we could do divide by 2. And it'll take that random number we generated and cut it in half. So now all these numbers are under 0.5. Another way you can change the numbers to what you need on there. And as you dig deeper into NumPy, we can also do exponential. So as an exponential function, which would generate some interesting numbers off of the random. So we're taking them to the power, I don't even remember what the original numbers in the array were because we did the random numbers up there. Here's our original numbers. And if you build an exponential on there, this is where you get e to the x on this. And just like you can do e to the x, you can also do the log. So if you're doing logarithmic functions that reinforce learning, you might be doing some kind of log setup on there, and you can see the logarithmic of these different array numbers. And if you're working with log base 2, you can just change it in there, np log 2. You have to look it up because this is not log 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is log and log 2. So just a quick note, that's not a variable going in. That is an actual command. There's a number of them in there, and you'll have to go look and see what the documentation is. But you can also do log 10. So here's log value 10. Some other really cool functions you can do with this is your sine. So we can take a sine value of all of our different values in there. And if you have sine, you of course have cosine. We can run that. So here's the cosine of those. And if you're doing activations in your NumPy array and you're doing a tangent activation, there's your tangent for that. And the tangent activation is actually from neural networks. That's one of the ways you can activate it because it forms a nice curve between from whether you're generating 1 to -1 with some discrepancy in the middle. Just jumping a little bit in there into neural networks. And then we get into, let me just put the array back out there so that we can see it while we're doing this. As we're getting into this, you can also sum the values. So we have np sum, and you can do a summation of all the values in this array. And you'll see that if you added all these together, they'd equal 12.519, so on. I don't know what the whole setup is in there. But you can see right here the summation of this. One of the things you can also do is by axes. So we could do axes equals 0. And if we run the summation of the axes equals 0, and you can think of that in NumPy as the rows. So that would be, or you can think of that in NumPy as being the columns. We're summing these columns going across. And you can also change this to 1, and now we're summing the rows. And so that is the summation of this row and so forth going down. And maybe you don't need to know the summation. Maybe what you're looking for is the minimum. So here's our minimal. You're looking for, and this comes up a lot because you have like your errors. We want to find the minimal error inside of this array. And just like the other one, we can do axes equals 0. And you can see here 0.0645 is the smallest number in this first column is 0.0645 and so on. And if you have a minimum, well, you might also want to know the max. Maybe we're looking for the maximum profit. And here we go. You can see maximum 0.79 is the maximum on this first column. And just like we did before, you can change this to a 1 on axes. You can take the axes out of here and just find the max value for the whole array. And the max value in here was 0.8344, so on and so on. And since we're talking data analytics, we want to go ahead and look at the mean. Pretty much the same as the average. This is the mean across the whole thing. And just like we did before, we could also do axes equals 0. And then you'll see this is the mean of this axis and so on. And we have mean. We might want to know the median. And there's our median, our most common numbers. If we have median, we might want to know the standard deviation. Or if we have the average, a lot of times you do the means and the standard deviation. We can run that, and there's our standard deviations along the axes. We can also do it across the whole array. If we're going to do standard deviations, there's also variance, which is your VAR. And there's our variance across the different levels. And so if we looked at that, we looked at variance, we looked at standard deviation, the median, and the means. There's more, but those are the most common ones used with data analytics. And then going through your data and figuring out what you're going to present to the shareholders. And some other things we can do is we can actually take slices. You'll hear that terminology. And a slice might be, like we have a 5 by 5 array, but maybe we don't want the whole array. Maybe we want from 1 on, we don't want the 0 in there. So we got up to 4. And maybe on the second part, we just want 2 to row 3. And see, this notation right here says 1 to the end. And if we run this, you can see how that generates a single row to the end, and then row 2 and 3. Now remember, it doesn't include 3. That's why we only get the 1 column. So if you wanted 2 and 3, you would need to go ahead and go 2 to 4. So it goes up to 4. We could also do this in reverse. Just like we learned earlier, we can go -1. Whoops. And when we go to -1, it's the same thing because we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the same thing as 2 to 4. It goes 2 to the last one. Also very common with arrays is you're going to want to sort them. So we still have our array up here that we randomly generated. And we might want to sort it. And we'll go and throw an axis back in there. Axis equals 1. If we run this, you can see from the axes that it sorts it, the 0.2 being the lowest value to the highest value by the row. We can also change this, of course, to axis 0. If you're sorting it by columns, so maybe your values are based on columns. And then, of course, you can do the whole array, and we can sort that. Don't usually do that, but I guess sometimes that might come up. And so you can see right here we have a nice sorted array. Something else, let's just go ahead and reprint our array so we can look at it again. Starting to get too many boxes up there. Something else you can do with an array is we can take and transpose it. This comes up more than you would think. When you transpose it, you'll see that the rows in the column are transposed. So where 0.79, 0.57, 0.064 is the column, now we've switched it and we have 0.79, 0.42 as the index. You can see this really more dramatic if we take a slice, and we'll just do a slice of the first couple, and then we'll just do all the other, the full rows. And if we run this, you can see how it comes up a little bit different. And we'll just do the same slice up here so you can see how those two look next to each other. There we go. There's our slice. Run. And so you can see the slice comes up and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows and 3 columns versus 3 rows. And the original version, when they first started putting this together, was a function. So the original version was transpose, and this still works. You can still see it generates the same value as just a capital T. So many times we flip this data because we'll have an XY value or we'll have an image or something like that, and it's being read one way into the next process, and the next one needs it the opposite. So this actually happens a lot. You need to know how to transpose the data really quick. And we can go ahead, let's just take, here's our transpose. We'll just stick with the transpose on here. And instead of doing it this way, we might need to do something called flattening. Why would you flatten your data? If this is an array going into a neural network, you might want to send it in as one set of values instead of 2 rows. And you can see here is all the values as a single array. It just flattens it down into one array. So we covered our scientific means, transpose, median, some different variations on here. Some of the other things we want to do is what happens if we want to append to our array. So let's create a new array. I'm getting tired of looking at the same set of random numbers we generated earlier. So we'll go ahead and create a new array here, something a little simpler so it's easier to see what we're doing. And 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's good enough. We'll just do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if we print this array, there it is, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we might want to append something to the array. So we have our array, we need to extend it. You got to be very careful about appending things to your array, and there's a number of reasons for that. One is runtime. Because of the way the NumPy array is set up, a lot of times you build your data and then push it into the NumPy array instead of continually adding on to the array. And then it also it automatically generates a copy for protecting your data. So there's a lot of reasons to be careful about appending this way. But you can certainly do it. And we can just take our array, we're going to create a new array, array 1. And if we print array 1 and we append 8 to it, you'll see 4, 5, 6, 7, and then there's our 8 appended onto the end. And if you want to append something to an array, you'd probably also want to, whoops, array 1. Let's try that again. There we go. Now we have the 8 appended onto the end. So you can see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we appended another 8 on there. And if you're going to append something, you might want to go ahead and insert. Instead of appending, it might be you need to keep a certain order. And we can do the same thing. We can do our array, and we're going to append or insert at the beginning. And let's go ahead and insert 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And we go ahead and print our array 2, and we run it, and you can see 1, 2, 3 is inserted at the beginning. Insert's a lot more powerful in that you can put it anywhere in the array. We can move it to the 1 spot, and there we go, 1, 2, 3. We can do a -1 just for fun, and you'll see it comes up 1, 2, 3, and we're counting backwards by 1. I imagine you can do a -0 and run this, and it turns out that -0 puts it back at the beginning because that's why it registers as 0, just takes a minus sign off. And just like we add numbers on, we might want to delete numbers. And so let's do an np.delete. Well, let's keep it a little bit, make it a little easy here to watch. We'll go ahead and create an array 3, and we'll do np delete. We were just working with array 2. And what we want to do is delete 0 space. So if you look at this, here's our array 2. Array 2 starts with 1. And when we delete the space on here and print that out, we deleted the 1 right out of there. And we can also do something like this, where we can do it as a slice. And we can do, let's do 1, 3. And if we run 1, 3, you'll see we've deleted the 1 space and the 3 space out, which deleted our 2 and 4. Now, keep in mind, when you're messing with adding lines and deleting lines, you have to be really careful because there's a time element involved as far as where the data is coming from, and it's really easy to delete the wrong data and corrupt what you're working on, or to insert stuff where you don't want it. So there's always a warning when we talk about manipulating NumPy arrays. And just like anything else we're doing, we'll create an array C, which equals, we'll just do our NumPy array that we just created, our NumPy array 3, and we can do copy. So you can make a copy of it. Maybe you want to protect your original data, or maybe you're making a mask, and so you copy the array, and then the new array make all these alterations and change it from values to 0 to 1 to mask over the first one. And of course, if we do array C, since it equals a copy of array 3, it's the same thing, 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now we're getting into combine and split arrays. I end up doing a lot of this, and I don't know how many times I end up fiddling with this and having a mess. So, but you do it a lot. You know, you combine your arrays, you split them. You might need one set of data for one thing, another set of data for the other. So let's go ahead and create two arrays, array 1, array 2. And I want you to note, in the terminology we're going to look for is concatenate. And what that means is we're going to take, we'll call this array cat. I like array cat. There we go. Our array cat, our concatenated array, we're taking array 1 and 2, and it's very important to really pay attention to your axes and your counts. I can't merge two arrays that have, like, if their axes are messed up and I'm merging on axis 0, it's going to give me an error and I'll have to reshape them. So you got to make sure that whatever you're concatenating together works. And what that means, as you can see here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8 along the 0 axis. These each are 4 values. So it's a 2 by 4 value. And if we go ahead and switch this to 1, you can see how that flips it a little bit. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's interesting that we chose that one. If I did something like this, where this is now, there we go, and we concatenate it, run this, and it gives me an answer okay because I have 2 by 2, and I'm using axis 1. But if I switch this to axis 0, where now it's got 3 and 5, it gives me an error. So you got to be really careful on that to make sure that your whatever axes you are putting together, that they match. So like I said, this one, oops, axis 1. Axis 1 has 2 entities, and since we're going on axis 1 or by row, you can see that it lets it merge it right onto the end there. And you could imagine this if this was a XY plot of value, or the X value going in and the predicted Y value coming out, and then you have another prediction and you want to combine them. This works really easy for that. And we'll go back and let's just put this back to where we had it. Oops, I forgot how many changes I made. There we go. We'll just put it, whoops, I messed up on my concatenation order here. There we go. Okay, so you can see that we went through the different concatenation. Axes is really important when you're doing your concatenation values on here. And we'll switch this back to 1 just because I like the looks of that better. There we go. 2 rows. Now, there are other commands in here. So we can do cat v equals np v stack. This is nothing more than your concatenation, but instead we don't have to put the axes in there because v stands for vertical. And so if we print out cat v and we run this, you can see we get the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that would be the same as making this axis 0 for vertical stack. And if you're going to have a vertical stack, you can also have an H stack. So if we change this from V stack to, oops, here we go, H stack, and we'll just change this from cat to cat, and I run this, it's the same as doing axis 0. The process is identical in the background. This is like a legacy setup, your V stack and your H stack. Most people just use concatenate and then put the axes in there because it's has a lot more clarity and is more commonly used nowadays. The last section in NumPy we're going to cover is kind of data exploration, and that'll make a little bit more sense in just a moment. Sometimes they call them set operations. But let's say we have an array, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, whatever it is. You can see we generate a nice little array here. And what I want to go ahead and do is find the unique values in that array. So maybe I'm generating what they call a one-hot encoder. And so these values then all become, I need to know how long my bit array is going to be. So each word, each word is represented by a number, and then I want to know just how many of those words are in there. If we're doing word count, very popular thing to do. And you can see here when we do unique, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are our unique values. Some of the things we can do with the unique values is we can also, instead of doing just unique, we can do uniques, our unique values, and counts of each unique value. And this is very similar to what we just did up here, where we're doing NP unique, but we're going to add a little bit more into there. And it's just part of the arguments in this. And we want to do return counts equals true. So instead of just returning the unique values, we want to know how many of those unique values are in each one. And we'll go ahead and print our uniques and print our counts. When we run that, you can see here we have our unique value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just like we had before. And then there's two of the first of 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s, 1 5, 2 6s, and so on. And you can go through and actually look at that if you want to count them. But a quick way to find out your distribution of different values. So you might want to know how often the word the is used versus the word and, if each word is represented as a unique number. And along the set variables, we might want to know, let me just put a note up here. We're going to start looking at intersection, and we might want to also know differentiation, and neither. So when we're, neither. So when we're looking at now is we want to know, hey, where do these two arrays intersect? And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We might want to know what is common between the two arrays. And so when we do that, we have NP intersect, and it's a 1D array, one-dimensional array. And then we need to go ahead and put array 1, array 2. And if we run this, we can see they intersect at 3, 4, 5. That's what they have common. And because we're going to go ahead and go through these and look at a couple different options, let's change this from intersect 1D. And we'll do the same thing. We'll go ahead and print this. So we might want to know the intersection where they have commonalities. Another unique word is union of 1D. So instead of intersect, we want to know all the values that are in both of them. So here's our union of 1D. When we run that, you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's all the different values in there. And the last, one of the last words, we have 2 more to go, is we want to know what the set difference is. And so that's where you'll see that, if you remember set, we talked about that being what they call these things. So the set difference of a 1D array, when we run that, you can see that 1 is only in one array and 2 is only in one array. And if we want to know what's in array 1 but not in array 2, we might want to know what is in array 1 but not 2 and what's in 2 but not 1. And this would be the set XOR 1D on here. So we have the 4 different options here where we can do an intersection. What do they both have in common? We can do a union. What are all the unique values in both arrays? We can see the difference, what's in array 1 but not array 2, so set diff 1D. And then set XOR, what is not in 1 but is in 2, and what is not in 2 but in 1. So we dug a lot in NumPy because we were talking, there's a lot of different little mathematical things going on in NumPy. A lot of this can also be done in pandas, although usually the heavy lifting is left for NumPy because that's what it's designed for. Let's go ahead and open up another Python 3 setup in here. And so we want to explore what happens when you want to display this. This is where it starts getting, in my opinion, a little fun because you're actually playing with it and you have something to show people. And we'll go ahead and rename this. We're going to call this pandas and pyplot. So pandas pyplot, just so I can remember for next time. And we want to go ahead and import the necessary libraries. We're going to import pandas as PD. Now remember, this is a data frame, so we're talking rows and columns, and you'll see how Pandas work so nicely when you're actually showing data to people. And then we're going to have NumPy in the background. NumPy works with pandas. So a lot of times you just import them by default. Seaborn sits on top of the Matplot library. So sometimes we use the Seaborn because it kind of extends. It's one of the 100 packages that extends the Matplot library. Probably the most common used because it has a lot of built-in functionality. Almost by default, I usually just put Seaborn in there in case I need it. And of course we have Matplot library as PyPlot, as PLT. And note we have as PD, as NP, as SNS, as PLT. Those are pretty standard. So when you're doing your imports, I would probably keep those just so other people can read your code and it makes sense to them. That's pretty much a standard nowadays. And then we have the strange line here. It says ampersand Matplot library inline. That is for Jupyter Notebook only. So if you're running this in a different package, you'll have a pop-up when it goes to display the Matplot library. You can, with the most current version of Jupyter, usually leave that out and it will still display it right on the page as we go. And we'll see what that looks like. And then we're going to go ahead and just do the Seaborn, the sns.set, and we're going to set the color codes equals true. Let them just keep the default ones so we don't have to think about it too much. And we of course have to run this. The reason we run this is because these values are all set. If we don't run this and I access one of these afterward, it'll crash. The cool thing about Jupyter Notebooks is if you forgot to import one of these, you forgot to install it, because you do have to install this under your Anaconda setup or whatever setup you're in, you can flip over to Anaconda and run your install for these. And then just come back and run it. You don't have to close anything out. And we'll go ahead and paste this one in here real quick where we have car equals pd.read_CSV. And then we have the actual path. This path, of course, will vary depending on what you are working with. So it's wherever you save the file at. And you can see here I have like my OneDrive documents, Simplilearn, Python, data analytics, using Python, / car CSV. It's quite a long file. When we open that up, what we get is we get a CSV file, and we have the make, the model, the year, the engine, fuel type, engine horsepower, cylinders, and so on. And this is just a comma separated file. So each row is like a row of data. Think of it as a spreadsheet. And then each one is a column of data on here. And as you can see right here, it has the make, model. So it has columns for a header on here. Now, your Pandas just does an excellent job of automatically pulling a lot of this in. So when you start seeing the Pandas on here, you realize that you are already like halfway done with getting your data in. I just love Pandas for that reason. NumPy also has it. You can load a CSV directly into NumPy, but we're working with Pandas, and this is where it really gets cool, is I can come down here and I can print, you remember our print statement, we can actually get rid of it. And we're just going to do car head because it's going to print that out. The head is going to print the top values of that data file we just ran in. And so you can see right here, it does a nice printout. It's all nice and in line because we're in Jupyter Notebook. I can scroll back and forth and look at the different data. And just like we expected, we have our column, and it brought the header right in. One thing to note is the index. It automatically created an index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And we're just looking at the head. So we got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can change this. You might want to just look at the top two. We can run that. There's our top two BMWs. Another thing we can do is instead of head, we can do tail. And look at the last three values that are in that data file. And you can see right here, it numbered them all the way up to 11,913. Oh my goodness, they put a lot of data in this file. I didn't even look to see how big the file was. So you can really easily get through and view the different data in here. When you're talking about big data, you almost never just print out car. In fact, let's see what happens when we do. If we run this and we just run the car, it's huge. In fact, it's so big that the Pandas automatically truncates it and just does head plus tail, so you can see the two. So we really don't want to look at the whole thing. We'll go ahead and go back to, let's stick with the head. displaying our data. There we go. So there's the head of our data. It gives us a quick look to see what's actually in there. I can zoom out if we want so you can actually get a better view. Although we'll keep it zoomed in so you can see the code I'm working on. And then from the data standpoint, we of course want to look at data types. What's going on with our data? What does it look like? Now this, you show when you're talking to your shareholders, they like to see these nice, easy to read charts. They look like a spreadsheet. So it's a nice way of displaying pieces of the chart. When we talk about the data types, now we're getting into the data science side of it. What are we working with? Well, we have make model, we have an integer 64 for the year. Engine fuel type is an object. If we go up here, you can see that most of them are it's a set manual, rear wheel drive. So they might be very limited number of types in there. And so forth. And it's either going to be a float 64, an integer, or an object is the way it's going to read it on here. And the next thing you're going to know is like your columns. And since it loaded the columns automatically, we have here the make, the model, the year, the engine, the size, all the way up to the MSRP. And just out of something you'll see come up a lot is whenever you're in pandas and you type in .values, it converts it from a pandas list to a numpy array. And that's true of any of these. So then you end up in a numpy array. So you'll see a little switch in there in the way that the data is actually stored. And that's true of any of these. In this case, we want car.columns. You have a total list of your car columns. And like any good data scientist, we want to start looking at analytical summary of the data set. What's going on with our data? So we can start trying to piecemeal it together. So we can do car, describe, and then what we'll do include equals all. So a nice panda command is to describe your data. If you're working with R, this should start looking familiar. And we come down here and you can see count. There's make, the model, the year, how many of each one, how many unique values of each one, the top value of each one, what's most common, the frequency, the mean. Clearly on some of these it's an object, so it really can't tell you what the average is. It'd just be the top one's the average, I guess. The year, what's the average year on there? All this stuff comes down here. Your standard deviation, your minimum value, your maximum value, what's in the lower quarter, 50% mark, where's that line at, and what's in the upper 75%, the top 25% going into the max. Now, this next part is just cool. This is what we always wanted computers to be back like in the 90s instead of 5,000 lines of code to do this. Maybe not 5,000. All right, I built my own plot library back in 95, and the amount of code for doing a simple plot was, I don't know, probably about 100 lines of code. This is being done in one line of code. We have our car, which is our pandas. We generated that. It's our data frame. And we have .hist for histogram. That is the power of Seaborn. Now, it's still going to generate a numpy graph, but Seaborn sits on top, and then we can do the figure size. This is just so it fits nicely on the paper on here. And we do something simple like this, and you can see here where it comes up, and it does say matplot library and does subplots and everything. But we're looking at a histogram of all the different pieces in our database. And we have our engine cylinders. That's always a good one because you can see like they have some that they had a null on there, so they came out as 0. Maybe one of them had a 2-cylinder engine way back when. 4 is a common, 6 a little less common, and then you see the 8-cylinder, 12-cylinder engines. Boy, that's got to be a speedster or something. But you can see right here, it just breaks it down. So now you have how many cars with how many, whatever it is, cylinders, horsepower, and so on. And it does a nice job displaying it. You can see if you're working with your, you're going into your demo, it's really nice just to be able to type that in and boom, there it is. They can see it all the way across. And we might want to zero in and use like a box plot. And this time we'll go ahead and call the Seaborn, SNS, box plot. And we're going to go ahead and do vehicle size versus engine horsepower XY plot. And the data comes from the car. So if we run this, we end up with a nice box plot. You see our mid-size, compact, and large. You can see the variation. There's our outlier showing up there on the compact. That must be a high-end sports car. Large car might have a couple engines, and again we have all these outliers and then your deviation on them. Very powerful and quick way to zero in on one small piece of data and display it for people who need to have it reduced to something they can see and look at and understand. And that's our Seaborn box plot, or SNS.boxplot. And then if we're going to back out and we want a quick look at what they call pair plotting, we can run that, and you can see with the Seaborn it just does all the work for you. It takes it just a moment for it to pull the data in and compile it. And once it does, it creates a nice grid. And this grid, if you look at this one space here, which is, you might not be able to see the small number, it says engine horsepower. This is engine horsepower to the year it was built, and it's just flipped. So everything to the right of the middle diagonal is just the rotation of what's on the left. And as you expect, the engine horsepower gets bigger and bigger and bigger as time goes on. So the year it was built, the further up in the year, the more likely you are to have a heavy horsepower engine. And you can quickly look at trends with our pair plot coming up. And look how fast that was. It took it a moment to process, but right away I get a nice view of all these different information, which I can look at visually and kind of see how things group and look. Now, if I was doing a meeting, I probably wouldn't show all the data. One of the things I've learned over the years is people, myself included, love to show all our work. You know, we were taught in school, show all your work, prove what you know. The CEO doesn't want to see a huge grid of graphs, I guarantee it. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and drop the stuff that might not be interested in. And I'm not really a car person. Our guy in the back is, obviously. So you have your engine fuel type. We're going to drop that. We're going to drop market category, vehicle style, popularity, number of doors, vehicle size. And we have the axes in here. If you remember from NumPy, we have to include that axes to make it clear what we're working on. That's also true with pandas. And then we'll look at just what it looks like from the head. And you can see that we dropped out those categories, and now we have the make, model, year, and so forth. And we took out the engine fuel type, market category, etc. And this should look familiar to you now. When you start working with pandas, I just love pandas for this reason. Look how easy it is. It just displays it as a nice spreadsheet for you. You can just look at it and view it very easily. It's also the same kind of view you're going to get if you're working in Spark or PySpark, which is Python for Spark, across big data. This is the kind of thing that they come up with, and this is why pandas is so powerful. And we may look at this and decide we don't like these columns. And so you can go in here and we can actually rename the columns. Simple command, car equals car, rename. Columns equals engine horsepower equals horsepower. This is just your standard Python dictionary. So it just maps them out. And instead of having like a lengthy, here we had engine horsepower, we just want horsepower. We don't need to know it's the engine horsepower. Engine cylinders, we don't need to know that it's for the engine, because there's only one thing we're describing if we're talking about cars, and that's cylinders. And we'll go ahead and just run this. And again, here's our car head, and you can see how that changed. We have model year and horsepower versus model year, engine horsepower, engine cylinders, and just cylinders. Again, we want to keep reducing this so it's more and more readable. The more readable you get it, the better. And of course, we can also adjust the size a little bit, so that when it prints out, instead of splitting it on two lines, we get like a single line. We can do that also. That's just your control mouse up or plus sign you use in Chrome. That's a Chrome command. And if you remember from NumPy, we had shape. Well, pandas works the same way. We can look at the shape of the data. So we now have 11,914 rows and 10 columns. So you see some similarities because Pandas is built on NumPy. And questions that come up just like you did in NumPy, we might want to know duplicate rows, and so we can do car. And look at this switch here. We're doing a selection. This is a Pandas selection with the brackets, but we want to select it based on car.duplicated. So how many duplicates on there? So it's starting to look a little bit different as far as how we access some of the data on here. This can be a logical statement. And we get the number of duplicate rows. We have 989 rows by 10 columns again. And this is one of those troubleshooting things that we end up doing a lot, more than we really feel like we should. We might go ahead and do like a car count just to see how many rows we're dealing with. And then right after that, we might want to go ahead and say, hey, let's drop duplicates. So remember we did all the duplicates on there. So car equals car.drop duplicates. And then we can print the head again. We'll just do car head here. And you can see the data on there looks the same as before. And just note that we did car equals car.drop duplicates. There are commands in here where you can do, where it changes the actual value. And it works on some of them and not on others depending on what you're doing. But by default, it always returns a copy. So when we do this, we're reassigning it to car. And you can see it's the same header, but we want to go ahead and do count and see how the count changes. Let's go ahead and run this. And you can see here, instead of 11,914, we have 10,925. So we've removed about 100 cars that were duplicated, just slightly under 100 there. And then as we're prepping our data, we might want to know car is null. So it's going to count the values of null, and then we want to sum that up. And when we do that, we do the car is null function.sum. We end up with HP, the horsepower is 69 have null values, and 30 have cylinders have null values. Now, if you don't put the sum at the end, it's just going to return a mask with the true false of is it null or is it not, by 0 and 1. So you're summing up the ones underneath each column. And this, of course, then you have to decide what you're going to do with the null values. There's a lot of different options. It might be that you need to put in the average or means. Maybe you want to put in the median value. There's a lot of different ways to fill it. Usually when you first start out with the data, a lot of them you just drop your null values. And you can see here car.drop NA, which is equal to all. And then we're going to go ahead and count it. And you can see that we've dropped almost another 100 values. So from 10,925 to 10,827, maybe 75 or so values. So we've cleaned this is really a big part of cleaning data. You need to know how to get rid of your null values, or at least count them and what to do with them. And of course, if we go back to counting our null values, we should now have null values. There we go. And you'll see there's 0 null values. I don't know how many times I've been running a model that doesn't take null values and it crashes, and I just sit there and look at it trying to get, why did that crash? It should have worked. It's because I forgot to remove the null values. So we've been jumping around a lot. We're going to go back to finding outliers, and let's go ahead and bring that back into our Seaborn. And if you remember, we did a box plot earlier. This time we're going to do a box plot just on the price. And you can see here our price value, and we have the deviation with the 2 thinner bars on each side of the main value. And then as we get up here, we have all these outliers. In fact, we have one way out here that's probably a really expensive high-end car is what we're looking at. If you were doing fraud analysis, you would be jumping on all over these outliers. Why are these deviation from the standard? What are these people doing? Again, this is probably, like I said, a really high-end expensive car out here. That's what we're looking at. And we can also look at the box plot for the horsepower. We'll put that in down here and run that. And you can see again, here's our horsepower, and it just jumps. And there's these really odd, huge muscle cars out here that are outliers. And we're going to jump into making this a little bit more, as you start displaying your data or your information to your shareholders. We're going to look at plotting a histogram for the number of cars per brand. And the first thing we want to go ahead and do is we have with our car, go back over here, here we go. We have our make value counts, largest plot, and we want to do a kind equals bar, figure size 10.5. And right off the bat, we jump up here and we see Chevrolet. It's going against, what was it? It's figure ratio, the value counts, and we want the largest value. So here's our value counts and compared to what the different cars are. Chevrolet puts out a lot of different kinds of cars. I didn't realize that they made that many cars or different types. And then for readability, let's go ahead and add a title, number of cars by make, number of cars, and make. If you had looked at this the first time, you would have been like, well, what the heck am I looking at? Well, we're looking at the number of cars by make. And then you can see here, now we're talking about the type of cars and the different ones are put out. Lotus, I guess, only had a few different kinds of cars over there. Very high-end cars. And then as doing data analytics and as a data scientist, one of the things I am most interested in is the relationship between the variables. So this is always a place to start. We want to know what's going on with our variables and how they connect with each other. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set a figure size because we want to make sure it fits our graph. We'll just go ahead and set this one, plot figure, set to figure size 2010. If you never used the matplot library, which is sitting behind Seaborn, whatever is in the PLT, this is what's loaded. It's like a canvas you're painting on. So the second you load that PyPlot as PLT, anything you do to that is affecting everything on it. And then we want to go ahead, since we're using Seaborn, we'll go ahead and create a variable C for relationships or correspondence, and car.corr. That's a correlation in Seaborn on top of pandas. Again, one line and you get the whole correlation on there. And because we're working with Seaborn, let's put it into a nice heat map. If you're not familiar with heat maps, that means we're just using color as part of our setup. So we have a nice visual. And we can see here that the Seaborn connected to the pandas prints out a nice chart. We'll talk a little bit about the color here in a second. It prints out a nice chart. This is a chart I look at. As a data scientist, these are the numbers I want to look at. And we'll just highlight one of them. Here's cylinders versus horsepower. The closer to 1, the higher the correlation. So 0.788. Pretty high correlation between the number of cylinders and how heavy the horsepower is. I'm betting if you looked at the year versus horsepower, we can just look at that one. Here's year and horsepower. 0.314, not as so much, but if you combine them, you don't actually add them. But if you combine them, you'll start to see an increase in horsepower per year and cylinders. You could probably get a correlation there. And just like 0.78 is a positive correlation, you might notice if we look at cylinders, or let's look at horsepower and mileage. So if we go here to horsepower to mileage, you get a nice negative. We'll do cylinders, that's a bigger number. With cylinders to the miles per gallon, it's a minus 0.6. So it's a negative correlation. The closer to -1, the more the negative correlation is. And then the chart you would actually show people is a nice heat map. This is all our colors, and it's just those numbers put into a heat map. The darker the color, the higher the correlation. You can see straight down the middle, obviously the year correlates directly with the year, horsepower with horsepower, and so on. That's why it's a 1. The closer to the 1, the higher the correlation between the two pieces of data. Now, this is a good introduction. Pandas goes way beyond this. Most of the functionality in NumPy, since Pandas sits on it, is also in Pandas, and then it even has additional features in it. And we use Seaborn pretty extensively sitting on top over our PyPlot. So keep in mind that our PyPlot has a ton of other features in it that we didn't even touch on in here. We couldn't, even if you had a sole course in it, there's just so many things hidden in there depending on what your domain you're working on. But you can see here, here's our Seaborn and here's our matplot library. That's all our graphics that we did. And then the Seaborn works really nicely with the pandas. We really like that. So that wraps up our demo part for today.
Let's learn about data manipulation in R. And here we will learn about dplyr package. And when we talk about this dplyr package, it is much faster and much easier to read than base R. So dplyr package is used to transform and summarize tabular data with rows and columns. You might be working on a data frame, or you might be getting in a inbuilt R data set, which can then be converted into a data frame. So we can get this package dplyr by just calling in library function. And this can be used for grouping by data, summarizing the data, adding new variables, selecting different set of columns, filtering our data sets, sorting it, selecting it, arranging it, or even mutating. That is basically creating new columns using functions on existing variables. So let's see how we work with dplyr. Now here I can basically get the package here. So I can just say install.packages dplyr. Now we already see the package here, which is showing up. So I will just select this one. I can do a control enter, and that will basically set up the package dplyr successfully unpacked. So that is done. Now you can start using this package by just doing a library dplyr, and this was built. It shows me my version of R. So let's also use a inbuilt data set, that is New York flights 13. So we can do install.packages, and that will search and get that relevant data set. I can again call it by using library function. Now once that is done, we can look at some sample data here by just doing view flights, and that shows me the data in a neat and a tabular format, which shows me year, month, day, departure time, scheduled departure time, and so on. Now we can also do a head to look at some initial data, which can help us in understanding the data better. So what is this data about? How many columns we have? What are the data types or object types here? It shows me how many variables we have. So this is fine. Now we can start using dplyr, and in that we can use, say, filter function if we would want to look in for specific value. Now here we have the column as month, so I will do a filter. Now I'm creating a variable f1. I'm using the filter function on flights, which we already have. And then what we can do is we can basically look at the month, where the month value is 07. So let's look at that. And this one, you can do a view on F1, which shows me the data wherein you have filtered out all the data based on month being 7. So this is a simple usage of filter. We can take some other example. We may want to include multiple columns. So we can say F2 filter flights, and here we will say month is equal to 7, day is 3, and then look at the value of F2 if you are interested in seeing this. And that tells you the month is 7 and day is 3. You could also look into a more readable format by using view on F2, and that gives me my selected result. So we are just extracting in some specific value. We can keep extending this. So here we can say flights is what we would want to work on. I'm using the filter function, so I can straight away, instead of creating a variable and then doing a view, I can also do a view in this way. I can just pass in my filter within the view, and within this I'm saying filter. I would want to look at the flights, month being 09, day being 2, and origin being LGA, and then that shows me the value here. And obviously you can scroll and look at all the columns, and if you see the origin column, it shows the selected value. So now we have filtered our data based on values in 3 different columns. Now what we can also do is we can use AND, or we can use OR operators. So I could have done this in a little different way. So I could have said head, which shows me initial result. I will do a flights. So within my head function, I'm passing in this. And what does that contain? So you are saying flights, and in this flights data set, you would want to pick up the month being the column. So we use the dollar symbol here. We give in a value, and I'll say and I'll again say flights, wherein I will select the day being 2 and remember, when you talk about and, it is going to check if all the values are met true. So then you say flight's origin, LGA, and you look at the value. So in this way, I can filter out specifically multiple values by specifying columns. Now we could have done it in this way. We could have created a view, or we could have assigned this to a variable and then done a view on that, where we could have selected month being day and origin. Or you can be more specific in specifying all the columns. It makes the code more readable. So let's look at the values, and here you are looking at head, which shows me based on month, day, and then you can look for further columns for other variables, that is origin being LGA. Now what we can also do is we can do some slicing here to select rows by particular position. So I can say slice, and I would want to look at rows 1 to 5, and I can do this. So you can always assign or look at the view of this. I can just do here. So when I did a slice 1:5, it shows me my entries for 1 to 5. Now similarly, we can do a slice 5 to 10, and now you're looking at 5 to 10 values. So you can always look at the complete data, and then you can slice out particular data. Now mutate is usually a function which is used when you would want to apply some variable on a particular data set, and then you would want to add it to your existing data frame, or you would want to add a new column. So this is where you use mutate, which is mainly used to add new variables. So let's see how you work on mutate. So it's pretty simple. So you create a variable over delay. Now I would want to do a mutate so that it adds a new column. So I'm selecting my data, which is flights. I will call the new column as overall delay, and then basically I can look at overall delay being arrival delay minus departure delay. So let's create this, and let's look at view of this, which shows me, or which should show me, my new column, which is overall delay, which was not in my original data set. So you can anytime do a head on this one to compare the value. So this one shows me arrival delay, and then there are many other variables. What you can also do is you can do a view, and you could have just look at flights if you would want to compare. So you can look at the flights, and this one would not have any overall delay column. So it basically shows me 19 columns only, what we see here. And if you do a view on overall delay, then that basically shows me 20 columns. So we know that the new column has been added to this overall delay. So if you would want to work with 20 columns, you will use overall delay. If you would want to work with your original data set, you will use flights. Now you can also use a transmute function, which is used to show only the new column. So we can do an overall delay, and at this time we will say transmute, we will say flights, overall delay. The computation remains same, but at this time, if I look at view on overall delay, it only shows me the new column. So sometimes we may want to compute result based on two variables or two columns and just look at the new value, and then we can decide if we would want to add it to our existing structure. Now you can also use summarize, and summarize basically helps us in getting a summary based on certain criteria. So we can always do a summarize, and what we can do is we can look at our data, and we can say on what basis we would want to summarize this particular data. So we can do a summarize function. Now summarize on flights, I will say average air time, and I would want to calculate an average. So for that I'm using an inbuilt function called mean. I will do that on airtime column. So let's look at flights once again, and here we can see there is arrival time, not airtime, sorry, arrival time, and we would want to do some average on this particular data. We would want to summarize this. So what I'll do is I will use the summarize function, I will say average airtime, and this one I will look at mean of airtime. So let's see if there is a airtime column. Let's look at this one, arrival delay, and yes, we have an airtime. So we were actually looking at summarizing based on airtime, not the arrival time. So airtime is how much time it takes in air for this particular flight, and we will want to use the summarize function, not the transmute. So summarize flights, average airtime, and this one we will calculate the mean of average airtime, and I will also do a NA removal, which is I'm saying true. So let's do this. And that basically shows me the average airtime is 151. I can also do a total airtime where I'm doing a summation of values, or I can get the standard deviation, or I can basically get multiple values such as mean. I can say total airtime where I'm doing a summation, and then I can look at other values, which is if you would want to put in standard deviation here, you could do that. So let's look at the result of this summarize, and this basically allows me to get some useful information which is summarized based on a particular function such as mean, sum, standard deviation, or all three of them. Now let's look at grouping by. So sometimes we may be interested in summarizing the data by groups, and that's where we use the group by function. So we can always use the group by clause. Now here we are taking a different data set. So we will say, for example, let's look at head of empty cars, and that is basically my data set on empty cars. Now that shows me the model of the car, it shows me mileage, cylinder power, and your horsepower, and various other characteristics or variables in this particular data set. So here we can say let's do a grouping by gear. So there is a column called gear, so I will call it by gear. I will look at my data set, and then what I'm using here, which you see with these percentage and greater symbol, is called piping. So that basically feeds your previous data frame into next one. So this is sometimes useful, and you can get this by just saying Control Shift and M, and you can then use this. So we are going to have piping. So I'm saying empty cars. Now this is my original data set where I did a head, or I could have done a view on this one if you would want to see it in a more readable format, and that basically shows me the data. So we are using a different data set, so I want to group it by the gear column. So I'm going to call it by gear, and this one takes my data that is empty cars. I'm using the piping, and then I'm saying group the data based on gear column. That's done. Now let's look at the value of by gear, or you can always do a view. So remember, whenever you're doing a group by, it is giving you a internal object where your data is grouped based on a particular column. So we can look at the values here. You can do a view that shows you your data grouped based on a particular column. Now I can again use the summarize function where I would want to now work on the new one where it was grouped based on gear. So I'm doing a summarize, and here I'm going to say gear 1, which will be having the value of summation on the gear column, and then I'm saying gear 2, which is mean. Well, you could give some meaningful names to this, and let's look at the value of this one where we are basically now looking at the values, which is sum and mean values based on the gear. Similarly, we can look at different example. So we can say by gear, and I'm again using piping, but earlier we had taken gear, we had grouped the data, and we called it by gear. So we took our original data set empty cars, but now within this particular data, which was grouped by gear, I will take this data set, I will use the piping, and I will summarize it where I am saying within this particular data set, I would want to get the sum, or I would want to get the mean, and then you can look at the values. So what you're doing is you are either looking at your original data set or you're looking at the data which was already grouped, and then you can look at the values. Now here what we can do is we can group by cylinder. Say might be you are interested in looking at data which is summarized based on the cylinder column. You can do that. And then for this by cylinder, I'm doing a piping where I'm using the summarize function, and summarizing will then be done based on the mean values of the gear column or the horsepower. So let's do this, and then you can basically look at the value. At any point you may want to look at the data set again, so just do a head and you can look at what does the value contain, and by cylinder or by gear and do a head, and it gives you the value. So you can always do some summarizing or grouping in these ways. Now here we are going to use sample underscore n function and sample underscore fraction for creating samples. So for this, let's take the flights data set again, and we would want to get 15 random values. Now that is done, and it shows me 15 rows with some random values from the data. What you can also do is you can do a portion of data by using sample underscore fraction, and here I'll say flights, I'll say 0.4, which will return 40% of the total data. So this can be useful when you are building your machine learning, where you would want to split your data into training and test. Might be you are interested in some portion of the data, so you can do this, which is very useful function, and then you can look at the value of that. Now what we can also do is we can use a range function. So like we were doing a grouping by, or we were trying to pull out a particular column. So in the same way, we can use a range, which is a convenient way of sorting than your base R sorting. So for a range function, let's do a view based on a range. So we will work on the flights data set which we have, and here what we would want to do is we would want to arrange the flights data set which is based on year and departure time, and we are doing a view out of it. So that basically gives me the data which is arranged based on your year and departure time. Now I can do a head to give me some highlighting of that data. Now the piping operator, what we are using, can be used in these ways also. So here I will say df, I will just assign the data set empty cars to it. Let's look at the df, which has basically your different models. You can obviously look at the head or view of it to look at useful information. We can also go for nesting options, which can be useful. So we are creating a variable called result here. Now that has the arrange function. So what does this arrange function do? So when we would want to use arrange to sort the data, so I would want to sort the data, but what data would I sort? So I will use sample n, which will give me some portion of the data or some sample data. Now what is that sample data? So here we are using nesting. That is, earlier when we did a sample, we just said data and how many random samples we want. But instead of giving that, what we are going to do is we are going to use filter here. Now this filter will work on df. So filtering will happen based on the mileage, which is greater than 20. I will say size is 5, and I would want to basically arrange this in a descending order. So I'm using the des on this particular mileage column. By default, it is always ascending. So let's get the result out of this, which will basically show me the mileage details in a descending order. So this is my data frame, and now we can look at the result, what we have created. So just do a view or do a head and look at the view. So here you see mileage, where the highest value is on the top, and we were only interested in 5 values in our random sample. So that's why when you did a view, it shows your 5 values, and it shows in a descending order based on mileage. So we have not only used an inbuilt function, we have not only arranged the data, that is, we have sorted the data, but we have sorted the data based on a descending order on a particular column. We have said the value should be greater than 20, and we have also said we just need 5 random samples. Now let's look at some other examples. So you can always do a multi-assignment. So I can say filter, wherein I'm going to use DF, which was assigned empty cars. I'm going to say mileage should be greater than 20. Then I say B, which is going to get a sample out of A, and I just want 5 random values. So let's look at that. So we have B, which is going to get a set of 5 values from A. Now I will create a result variable which will arrange B, which is sample data, in a descending order. Now let's look at the result of this, and that basically shows me what we were seeing earlier. So you can do a multi-assignment where you can create a variable, get a sample out of it, and then basically whatever is that result, you can arrange that or sort that in a descending or by default ascending order. So same thing, we can do it using pipe operator. So piping. So here I will say result. I'm passing in my DF, that's the data set. I'm using piping, and which basically tells what you need to do on this particular data set. So I'm going to filter out the data based on mileage 20. Then I'm going to push that or forward it to get the random sample, and whatever is this random sample is going to be pushed. So you are arranging this in a descending order. So this is one more way of doing it, and then basically you can look at the result. So these are some simple examples where you can use your dplyr with multiple assignments, or using your nesting to filter out the data. You can also do a range, which is to sort the data. You can get some random samples out of it. You can summarize the data. You can also summarize the data based on 1 or 2 or multiple columns, and you can use some inbuilt functions to summarize the data based on some functions which are applied on the variables or on the columns. You can transmute it, where you would be interested in only looking at one column. You can mutate it, where you want to add a new column. You can slice it, and you can give the conditions where you can say and or to filter out the data. So what we can also do is, on this particular data set which we have, say for example DF, where I have my data, let's look at this one. And if I just do a DF at this point, it shows me my data set. And if you would be interested only in particular column, then your dplyr also allows you to, either we can do a filter or we can simply do a select. Now for selecting, we can choose our data. So for example, I'll say df underscore, I'm interested in mileage, I'm interested in horsepower, might be I'm interested in your cylinders in this. And for this one, what I can do is, when I would want to do a select, I can basically say selected df, let's call it some name. I can say Control Shift M, which is for piping. And then basically what you can do is you can do a select, and you can choose your columns. So I was interested in mileage, I was interested in horsepower, I was interested in cylinder. And here what I'm doing is I'm using a select where I can look at the new data frame. So let's do this. And I'm sorry, here we will have to give it df. This is where you are passing in your data. Yeah, now this one is done, and we can look at the value of this one by just doing a df or head on df underscore mileage horsepower cylinder, and look at the selected result. So you can be looking at selective columns. I could have done this filter, but filter will always look for a condition. Say your mileage is greater than 20, or might be your cylinders are more than 4, or something else. But when you do a select, you are selecting specific columns. So view always gives you all the columns, head gives you highlight, but then select can be useful when we are interested in looking at only specific data. So this is how you can use dplyr for manipulation, for your data transformation, for basically filtering out the data by selecting particular data.
Hello and welcome to our presentation on Tableau interview questions. My name is Michelle and I'm with the Simplilearn team. Today we'll be going over answers to common interview questions for Tableau positions. First question is, what are the data types supported in Tableau? We have string, date and time, numerical, Boolean, so true or false, and geographical. In Tableau, you can tell what kind of data type you have. So when you're on the data source tab, you can see that this is numerical and this is string. Here we have a date. We don't have any date times here. That would have the little clock icon. And we also have geographical. These are set by default and you can change them by clicking on the icon and say we wanted row ID to allow text, so we'll change it to string. And you can see the icon changes there. The next question has to do with how well you understand dimensions and measures. So a key thing to remember is that dimensions are qualitative and measures are quantitative. And if you can remember those particular words, it helps convey what the interviewer is looking for. So dimensions are qualitative and you can use them to categorize your data. So for example, you can categorize your data by what country it comes from. And measures are quantitative and can be aggregated. So you can do a sum of sales, or you can do the average profit. Did you know that Tableau automatically assigns each field a data type and a role, and that it automatically aggregates your measures using sum? But you can change what the default aggregation is. Question 3. What do you understand by discrete and continuous in Tableau? So we have discrete values and continuous values. Discrete is represented as blue and continuous is represented as green. So let's look in Tableau. When we go to our worksheet, you can see that all of the dimensions are automatically blue and all of the measures are green. However, you can have a continuous dimension and you can have a discrete measure. So we have discrete dimensions, which is a blue dimension, but also continuous dimensions, and date is a good example of that. Let's take a look. So we pull on order date. We right now have year, and it's making categories instead of a continuous axis, so it's making a finite list there. But we can change it to be, you can see now it's marked as continuous here, and it's green, and we can change it to be an axis. Instead of different categories, it would be a continuous axis. So you can also have discrete measures, which are blue measures, and continuous measures in the green. So for example, let's say we had a visualization that had the region and sales and profit. But instead of having an axis for profit, maybe we just wanted to have a number for the profit listed right next to the region. And then we could have the sales visualization. So what we could do is change it to a discrete value and put it next to region. And now it's part of the labels. And that's an example of having a discrete measure. Did you know that continuous is infinite and discrete is finite? Those are some key words that you could use also to describe the difference between continuous and discrete. And also, just remember that discrete is blue and continuous is green. The next question, number 4, is what are filters? And name the different filters in Tableau. So filters are a way to restrict the data that allows you to only see the data that you want to see in your workbook or dashboard. And there are these different types of filters, and they also have a specific order. So if you can remember the different filters, that's helpful. But also if you can remember what order they apply in, that'll get you some definite bonus points in your interview. We have extract filters that filter the data as it extracts, and it will affect how big your extract is. We also have data source filters here, which will filter the data out of the data source. However, the extract will still be the same size. So let's take a look at this handy visualization that Tableau has on their website. we have the order of operations, and in blue we have our filters. So extract is first, and it filters down your extract to just what you've selected. Then we have data source filters that will apply to the entire data source. So any visualization that uses that data source will have these filters. We also have context filters, which are next, which come before some of these level of details. That's the major difference, is that it applies before some of these sets and conditional values. And then you will do dimensions and then measures. So any filters that happen on dimensions happen before any measure filters. The last type of filter we have is a table calculation filter, which happens after all of the rest of them and basically just applies to your visualization, just the one visualization. Question number 5. There are 3 customer segments in the Superstore dataset. What % of the total profits is associated with the corporate segment? Perfect. So in some Tableau interviews, you may be asked to build a visualization. For our examples here, we'll be using the Superstore dataset, and if you don't have access to the Superstore dataset, just comment below and somebody on the Simplilearn team will help you get access to that. Also, this is a fun opportunity to pause the video, and then you can work on this on your own, and then come back and see if what you did was the right thing or how we did it differently. Also, you can comment below on what your answer is, and we'll see if we can all get the right thing. So let's build this. 3 customer segments in the Superstore dataset. What % of the total profits is associated with corporate segment? Great. So we're going to bring on our segments, and we have consumer, corporate, and home office. And let's bring on our total profit. So I just did that by double clicking, and now it's just bringing on the sum for each of those by default, but we want to figure out what % of the total each of these are. So we can change this to be a table calculation. We can click add table calculation, or we can do a quick table calculation and find % of total. So let's go back to our question. We wanted to know the % of total profits associated with the corporate segment. And the corporate segment has 32.12% of the total profits. And here's our solution with 32.12%. So did you get it right? Comment below if you got that. What are the different joins in Tableau? Give an example. So in Tableau, you can join your data. So if we wanted to look at orders and tie it to people, we could pull on people and it will give you this visualization, and you can see all the different joins here, and we'll discuss those in just a second. You also have the opportunity to union information, which would be if we had maybe 2 Excel sheets that had orders information. Perhaps one of them had 2012 and one of them had 2013. Then you could take your orders and pull it. So you see that pop up, drag table to union. And that's another way to add more data. And so those are all worth mentioning. Let's take a look at the different kinds of joins. We have our inner join, which will only give you the values that have matches in both tables. Our left join, that will give you all the values in the left table and its matches in the right table. And then the right join, which will give you all the values in the right table and its matches in the left table. The outer join, also known as a full outer join, will give you all the values in the left and the right table. And then as we discussed the union, you can see it's represented by a more vertical join, and what it does is it adds more rows. All the rest of these are about adding more columns, but this will add more rows in the same columns that you had before. If you have the opportunity to draw out the answer to this question and make these Venn diagrams, it's a really helpful way for you to explain your point, and it really portrays that you know what you're talking about. What is the difference between a join and blending in Tableau? So I just showed you how to make a join here, and we are joining an Excel sheet to another Excel sheet, all within the same connection to that Excel file. So when you're joining data, we'll look over here at the joining side, that's when you're bringing 2 or more tables within the same data source, and that's how you join it. And so we're all inside of a data source here, which, when I go to sheet 1, just has one data source here called orders, whatever we wanted to call it, and that is all within one data source. However, let's say we already had 2 different data sources in Tableau, and we wanted to bring together 2 of them. So in this case, it's an Oracle table, and we brought in an Oracle table, and we made a data source, and then also an Excel table that had a second data source, and you can blend it together to get your combined data set. So the major difference, what you're going to really want to take away from this, is that blending is from two separate Tableau data sources, and that joining is all within one data source, and it ends up just being one data source in the end. In blending, each data source contains its own set of dimensions and measures, and when you join, it will combine it into one set of dimensions and measures. So let's go back to our example here. Let's bring on people. It is automatically said we're going to join it on region, and we're going to do an inner join. That's fine by me. And so we come here, and now we have just one set of dimension and measures under orders. However, if we were to add a second data source, which we will, it'll be an Excel file, and it will be based off of this rank example. We'll open that up, and now when we go to sheet 1, we have two data sources. And if we were to blend this data together, we would still see two separate sets of data, only we would be able to pull in from this set some information, and we'd pull in from this set some other information. So that's a visual difference between blending and joining. Question number 8 is, what is the difference between a live and an extract? So first we'll talk about live, and we'll say that your dashboard is connected live to a database. And so a live connection will query that database every time you open up the dashboard or visualization, so that you're getting the most recent information each time. And it's useful for if you need information that's a little bit more real-time. However, it can be slower, especially if your queries are complicated. With an extract, it will run the query beforehand and store the information on Tableau server or on your local machine, and so that it's faster to get to. However, it is not real-time information, so if you had a refresh of your extract that runs every day in the morning, and then during the day somebody has made a change to your database, they won't see that change on your dashboard until the next time the refresh runs for your extract. In Tableau, you can set if you want the connection to be live or extract when you first are making your data source. And this is in Tableau Desktop. In Tableau Public, you don't have that option. Did you know that the reason that extracts are faster is because Tableau doesn't need to access the database each time it builds the visualization? And did you know that you can set up a refresh schedule on Tableau server in order to be able to see your extracted data update? Question 9. What is a calculated field, and how will you create one? So if we look at our data set here, we have the opportunity to see the difference between order date and ship date. So to create a calculated field, you click Create Calculated Field with this drop-down arrow at the top, or you can right-click in white space, Create Calculated Field, then you give it a name, and we're going to call it Shipping Delay, and we are going to do a date diff. So if you don't see this dialog box here, you can click this arrow to see that. Our date part is day, the start date is order date, and the end date is ship date. So to remember how to create a calculated field, it's by clicking this down arrow and clicking Create Calculated Field, and then writing your query here. And a calculated field is an additional field made up using the data that you already have. So we've made a new field here, and it has the equal sign at the beginning. That might be worth mentioning, how to tell if it's a calculated field or if it was an original field. And then we can bring shipping delay here, and we can see the number of days that it took between the order date and the ship date. We could also duplicate a calculated field. So now we have shipping delay copy. And we're going to call this average shipping delay. And we're going to encapsulate it inside an average function. And now if we take off the order ID, the order date, and the ship date, it's automatically summing up those days, but we can bring on our average shipping delay. And you can see on average how many days it took. And let's change our number here to include decimal places. So a calculated field is a new field made from existing data. It can be used to create more robust visualizations, and it does not affect the original data set. For example, we made our average delay function here using data from our original data set. Question 10. How can you display top 5 and last 5 sales in the same view? You can show top 5 and last 5 sales for a same dimension by creating a set. So let's take a look at doing that here. We have our customers. So let's bring on customer name, and we're going to do it based on profit. So now that we've done it on profit, we can see these are our top 5 profit, and I've sorted it by profit. And here's our bottom 5. And we can create a set by coming and clicking on the dimension that we want the set to be based on. We'll right click there, and we will come to create and click set. And we're going to call this top customers. Top by field, top 5 by sum of profit. And now we have a set. It makes a set section here. Now we're going to make a second set off of customer name. Create set. Bottom customers. Bottom 5 by sum of profit. We'll hit OK. And now we're going to combine these two sets. So I'm going to control click, and then we have both of them selected. And we're going to click create combined set. Top and bottom customers. And we're going to have it include all members of both sets. And now we can pull top and bottom customers onto filters. And you can see our top 5 and our bottom 5. So if we control drag profit onto color, then it's colored by that as well. So key thing to remember is that you can use sets to create, to show both the top and the bottom in the same visualization, and that you can combine those sets. Is there a difference between sets and groups in Tableau? The answer to this is yes. You can describe a group as being simpler and using only one dimension to determine the group, whereas a set can be more complex. So you could say sets are more complex, and you can use conditions to create the sets, and you can also use multiple dimensions and measures to create the sets. For example, here we create a group of subcategory. So we grab all of these things together and can group it, and that will be, we'll have copiers and envelopes, and then we'll have one group of all of these together. Over here, you could create a set that looks at sales and profits to create a set. So the best way I can describe this is by looking at what we did here. And so we were able to use dynamic filtering here to create our sets, and where it will look at the top 5 or the bottom 5. And let's do the same thing we did there, but use a group. So for a group, we could see that these, we've sorted it, and we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the top 5. So we could create a group. That's this paperclip here. And now we have a group of the top 5. And it's added that group. It makes a new group, customer name group. And it put it on the color for us. Now let's go to the bottom. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll create our group. So now we have a top 5 group, a bottom 5 group, so let's name them that. And we'll do that by clicking Edit Alias. Top customers. Okay, and we'll come here and we'll rename that. Bottom customers. Okay, and we'll put our top customers on top. And then let's hide all of the others. So we'll click Exclude there. And now we have a similar visualization as we had before for our sets. Top, bottom. However, a key difference here is that we had to go through and select the top 5 and the bottom 5. So let's say that maybe Cindy, or let's say Henry Goldwyn has suddenly had much more positive profit associated with them. if that changes, he's going to still stay in our group. This group is just using these customer names to determine who's in the group. So the group is Henry, Sherelle, Luke, Grant, and Cindy, no matter if their data changes. So say tomorrow all of this data is different, it's still going to put these people into the group. However, the sets, as you saw before, is based off of the profit, the sum of profit, and who has the top 5 and who has the bottom 5. If Raymond suddenly has a lot less profit and falls out of the group, then the groups won't pick it up, but the sets will. So that's one thing to remember, is that it could be based on conditions. And then you saw how we took 2 sets and put them together into our combined group. You could also have a set that is based off of 2 different dimensions or 2 different measures. And that's how you could put those 2 sets together and get dynamic sets. So the major differences, as we saw, is that a group is just based off of 1 dimension, and a set can have conditions and be based off of other dimensions. Also, you need to know that groups cannot be used in calculated fields, but sets can. Question 12. What is a parameter in Tableau, and give an example? A parameter is a dynamic value that a customer could select, and you can use it to replace constant values in calculations, filters, and reference lines. So, for example, here we determined we wanted bottom 5 and top 5 customers, but let's give them some options. So we'll create a parameter, and we'll call it select number of top, bottom customers. And we're going to let it be a range with a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 20 and a step size of 5. So we'll let them go 5 at a time. Okay? Now if we click show parameter control, we can see our parameter control, and you can do 5, 10, 15, or 20. But since it's not in any of our calculated fields or sets or filters, then it's not making any difference. So let's put it inside of these. We'll edit our set, and instead of top or bottom 5, we'll click bottom, select number of top bottom customers. So now it's taking our parameter and inserting it in to our set there. We'll do the same thing with top customers. Okay, and now right now we see top 5, bottom 5. If we change it, now we see top 10, bottom 10, 15, and there's our 20. So it replaces a constant value and allows the end user to select the value. Question 13. What is the difference between tree maps and heat maps? So let's first talk about what each of these are. Heat maps compare categories using size and color. I think the biggest thing about heat maps is the color. Size is somewhat optional, so let's build this visualization quickly. So we have region, category, and subcategory. And we're making a heat map, so we want to bring profit onto color. And you can see we've got hotter and colder. In this case, for a heat map, we might want to change. So in this case, what it's doing is hotter is negative, but we could reverse that, and then hotter is positive. And so hotter maybe means this is where more activity is. We can also double click on profit. We can also bring profit onto label, and we'll change this to square, and now it's marked at what everything is. So a heat map will use color to draw your eye to the places where there's heat or maybe activity. We could also use size in this case. So it's not just defined by color necessarily. Maybe we want the size to be defined by sales. So we get things that are bigger but they're blue, which means that they are bigger in sales but their profit is negative. And it draws your eyes to technology. So machines in the South are doing a lot of sales, but they're not having positive profit necessarily. Also, you can see some things that have darker colors but are smaller. So high profit but not a lot of sales. So that is a heat map. A tree map is used to represent hierarchical data. Now, hierarchy is the term you need to remember when you're talking about the difference between a tree map and a heat map. In the heat map, none of these boxes have to do with the hierarchy with each other. Whereas with a tree map, you can see that this box has a thick white line between it and the other ones, and that means that that section are all connected. So these are all technology. And the bigger this section is, that means the bigger the, size is based off of profit. So this bigger section means that technology has more profit than furniture. So let's build this one. When I build tree maps, I like to use our Show Me tool. So here's a tree map, and it says 1 or more dimensions or 1 to 2 measures. So we're going to grab category, and we're going to control-click subcategory, and we're going to control-click profit and sales. And we'll click on our tree map. Perfect. And so the darker the color, that means the more sales there is. And that's pretty similar to our heat map over here. So the color indicated, in this case it was profit. So the color indicates the difference and the size indicates the difference. And that's true over here. The color indicates a difference and the size indicates a difference. However, there is a hierarchy to it. Over here you can see that there is hierarchies because we have furniture, and then that puts that all together under furniture. And then here's the subcategories. However, if you were trying to compare furniture to office supplies, it's really difficult to tell which one has more sales. But if we go over to sheet 7 that has our tree map on it, you can see really quickly that office supplies has much more sales than furniture. In this case, office supplies has much more profit than furniture. The biggest difference is that tree maps have the hierarchy. Question number 14. What is the difference between TWBX and TWB? So these are all Tableau file formats, and the TWBX contains all of the necessary information to build a visualization. So it's called a packaged workbook, and it compresses it all together. However, the TWB just contains instructions about how to interact with the data source. So when it's building a visualization, Tableau will look at the data source and then build the visualization. With an extract, it contains all of the information that you need, so all of the data is wrapped up inside of there, and there's no connection that has to be made between Tableau and the data source because it's all right inside. Whereas with the TWB, it has to connect to the data source or else it doesn't have the data to build the visualizations. It just knows, it has the instructions of what to do with that data. So the biggest difference is TWBX has the data inside of it, whereas a TWB only has the instructions. Question 15. Explain the difference between Tableau Worksheet, Dashboard, Story, and Workbook. Perfect. Here's a breakdown and explanation of each of those. And in Tableau, this entire thing that we've been looking at, all of these sheets, is a workbook. However, this sheet 7 is just one worksheet. All of them together is a workbook, and sheet 7 is a worksheet. The big difference between worksheet and a dashboard is that the worksheet is just one visualization, and so it is only one set of columns and rows here. And a dashboard could contain multiple visualizations. So if we wanted to see our heat map and our tree map on the same page, that would be a dashboard. And then a story is somewhat similar to a presentation mode. And so you can have different pages. And so we could say, here is our heat map. And then we could make another page and look at our tree map. And then look at our heat map. And then we could duplicate that page. And we could say, let's focus on furniture. So we're going to highlight furniture. And then, so if we were to go through these one at a time, we would say, here's our tree map, and then we would look at information there, and we would say, here's our heat map, and then the next screen we'll say, let's focus on furniture. And you can see that it highlighted furniture for me when I went to the next scene. So a story can show you things one at a time. It's like a presentation mode. So the differences are the workbook contains the sheets, and the dashboards are the stories. The worksheet is a single view. Dashboard is multiple views, and a story is a sequence. A sequence is a good keyword to remember when you're describing a story. And did you know that the only place that you can access the dimensions and the measures and custom fields we've made is on a worksheet. So when you're looking at a dashboard, so on a worksheet we see dimensions and measures. When you're looking at a dashboard, you no longer see dimensions and measures. What you do see are all of the worksheets. Similarly, when you look at a story, you no longer see any dimensions and measures, but you do see all the worksheets and the dashboards. Question 16. What do you understand by blended axis? With a blended axis, you can use two measures that share an axis, and that means they necessarily have the same scale. So let's build something with a blended axis. So we could make a visualization that looks at sales over time. We'll bring on order date. And let's just do order date by month. There we go. So we can see sales over time. And say we wanted to also see profit. This is two visualizations that have two different axes. But if we wanted them to have the same axes and just the same marks card, you see how I made two different marks cards? We could bring on measure values and take off all the measures that we don't want. We just want. When we take them off here, it's creating this filter here for measure names. And let's take off these two extra visualizations. And now we have a visualization that has a blended axes for sales over time and profit over time. And you can see that they necessarily have the same axes. There is no second axis. What is the use of a dual axis? And how do you create one? Perfect. So a dual axis allows you to compare measures, and you can have two different scales. So if we had this same visualization, that same information that we wanted to see with, again, profit and sales over time, we'll do, okay, great. And we wanted them to have the same axes. We could right click on the second pill of the measures and click dual axis. And now you can see that they do not share the same axis, and you can see profit is much higher here, right there. And so the use of this would be, sometimes you need things to have different axes. If you come here and you click synchronize axes, you end up getting a pretty similar visualization, but you do get two separate marks cards. So a key thing to bring up if you are asked the difference between a blended axis and a dual axis chart is, one, that the blended axis uses the same scale and a dual axis could have two different scales. And two, a dual axis has two marks cards. So let's say we wanted our profit to not be a line chart, but to be a bar chart. That gives you that option. When you go to the blended axis, we only have one marks card, so we change it to bar, everything is bar. But back over here, we change it to circles, and we see the circles. So if we wanted to show sales by year and profit ratio by year in the same view, that's where two different scales could be handy. Let's build that visualization. So we'll make a new chart, and we'll bring on sales and profit ratio over time. That is profit. I still did profit, so I'll drag profit ratio right over top of profit. There we go. And you can see that they can't use the same scale because this is a percentage, and so if we had them on a blended axis, 20% is really 0.2, and it would just be so tiny. But if we wanted them on the same area to apply to the same space here, we could dual axis it. That you can still see useful information there. But otherwise, this would just be in such a tiny, tiny space. So our profit ratio would just show up right here, almost like a straight line. Question 18. What will the following function return? Left 3, Tableau. Here's the question again. And here are the potential answers. Tab, or EAU, error, or none of the above. So just take a moment and see if you can answer this question correctly. Go ahead and pause the video, and if you get the answer, you can comment below, and then we will discuss. We've taken some time to answer this question, and let's go ahead and see what the answer is. The answer is it will return an error. That's because the syntax for left is that the string must go first. First you say left, then you put the string, and then you put the number. So let's talk about what left does. It returns a specific number of characters from the left, and if you had done it correctly, the left is this side. So if you had done the string first and you said you want 3, the result would be TAB. There's also one called right, and that would come from the other end and go EAU. So that's where these answers came from. Question 19. How do you handle null and other special values? Tableau is unable to plot null values or zeros or negative values on a logarithmic axis, and so it will display an indicator in the lower right corner, which looks like this, telling you that it is unable to draw those 2 points. So when you click on the indicator, you can choose from the following. First, you can choose to filter the data, which will exclude the null values from the visualization, or you can click Show Data at the Default Position. So we'll look at both of these. So you click on your indicator and it will say, what do you want to do with these 2 values? If we click Filter the Data, then you can see that it has filtered that blank space and drawn a line connecting those dates in between. Even though there is no point for the 29th or the 30th, it goes straight from the 28th to the 31st. So what's happening on our visualization is it's adding this filter. If we press the back button, we see that filter disappears. If we come down and select Filter the Data, it adds a filter here that then only includes non-null values. So those are all removed from our visualization. And up to this point, you can see that we have 1 point per day, the 21st, the 22nd, the 23rd, the 24th. But then when we get to the 28th, we don't have a 29th or 30th, and it just draws that line to the 31st. Assuming that during that time period, what we want is a straight line. Now the other option would be, we could also make the assumption that whenever there is a null value, that actually means 0 sales have happened during that time. So that's when you would click Show Data at Default Position. And now it draws those 2 points at the 0 line. And when you hover, it still shows sales null. And when you hover here, you can see the actual amount for sales during that time. So if a null in your data means 0, then Show at Default Position is good for you. And if it doesn't necessarily mean 0, then you can filter the data, or you can leave it disconnected like this. Question 20. Find the top product subcategories by sales within each delivery method. Which subcategory is ranked number 2 for first class ship mode? If you'd like to pause the video and work on this on your own and then see if what you did matches what we did, then you're welcome to now at this time, and comment below what your answer is. Okay. So we want to know by subcategory and by ship mode which subcategory ranks the highest for each ship mode. So in sales. So if we take sales onto the visualization, we can see that by the ship mode, it's already split up, and we could see that maybe this one for standard class, it would be chairs. You can kind of look through and oh, it's not chairs. Chairs isn't number 1 because we have this one, it's phones. So to make it easier, we're going to change sum of sales to a rank table calculation. So we're going to come here and click Add Table Calculation. And we're going to change the calculation type to rank. And it's going to rank them in order of sales. So, but right now, we can see that it's highlighting. That's called Calculation Assistance, helping us understand how it's ranking us. So if I unselect Calculation Assistance, then it gets rid of it. But you can see right now, it's ranking it across the table. So it says accessories has most sales in standard class, then second class, then first class, then same day. And that's not what we want to see. We want to see it up and down. We want to see for first class which subcategory has the highest sales and second highest sales. So let's turn back on our calculation assistants, and we're going to click table down. And you can see now it's going up and down. Within first class, what are all the subcategories ranked? So that's what we want. Now, as soon as you click things in the table calculation, it applies it over here, so you don't have an OK button. So you can just close that out. And you can see now we have a rank up and down for the subcategory. So back to the question, was which subcategory is ranked second for first class ship mode? Here's first class. Let's find number 2. It's chairs. Question number 21. Find the customer with the lowest overall profit. What is his/her profit ratio? Let's go ahead and build this visualization. Customer profit. And we're going to bring all of our customers on. And then we're going to bring on profit. Let's do it as a visualization, so I'll bring it onto columns. And then let's sort smallest to biggest. So Cindy Stewart is the one who has our lowest profit. And now to figure out her profit ratio, we need to make a calculated field, which I've already made here. So in this calculated field, we take the sum of profit and divide it by the sum of sales. We do this so that it will sum up all of the profit per row. So for Cindy, we want to take all of her profit over all of her transactions and divide it by all of her sales instead of doing it row by row, profit divided by sales, and then summing that up at the end. So we'll take our profit ratio and put it on the label, and we can see what her profit ratio is. And since it's a ratio, here I have it in a percent. If you don't have your profit ratio set up as a percent, it will look like this, -1.65. Question number 22. What is the rank function in Tableau? We got to look at the rank function earlier when we figured out our top product subcategories by sales and what was ranked number 2. So I'm sure you're familiar with what ranking is, which is assigning something a position like first place or second place, usually within a category and usually based on a measure. So Tableau is able to rank in several different ways, where you can do rank or rank dense, rank modified, or rank unique. And we'll take a look at these in a visualization here and talk about the difference. But if you are asked about the rank function in Tableau, it's worth bringing up that there are several different ways to rank, and going into a little bit of detail on those different ways will be helpful for you. So let's build off of this rank example instead. So we're going to bring on our store, and we've got store A, B, C, D, and E. And then we'll bring on our sales. And store A had $10 and E had $40. So now let's create a calculated field. We're going to call it rank. We're going to do a rank calculated field based on sales. We're going to do a rank calculated field based on sum of sales. Perfect. Okay. We'll double click on rank, and we can see first place is the one who had the most sales, and fifth place is the one with the least sales. Now, we had a tie here at 20, and it gave them both third place, and then it skipped fourth place and went to fifth place. And that's how the basic rank function works. So if we duplicate it, and we edit our copy, and we're going to make this one rank dense. You know what? Let's do rank modified second. Okay. And we bring on rank modified. Let's have this happen in order. So sum of sales, then rank modified. Now you can see it's similar to rank, first, second, but then it skips third and goes to fourth, and then fifth. So over here it gave them a higher number when there was a tie, and over here it gave them the lower number when there was a tie. So if you could remember that rank gives them the higher number, and rank modified gives them the lower number. That will be helpful for your interview. Now we're going to take a look at rank dense. Rank dense, apply. And rank dense doesn't skip a number. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and it condenses the ranking without skipping any numbers. And now let's do our last one, which is going to be rank unique. Okay. And with rank unique, it refuses to give two the same rank. And how it determines when there is a tie is it will look at the dimension that's in the visualization and do whichever one comes first in ASCII. So it goes 1, 2, and these are a tie, and since capital B comes before lowercase c, then it's doing B first, then C, then A. So in your interview, it would be really impressive to talk about the different versions of ranks and how they all work. Question 23. How can you embed a web page in a dashboard? So we're just going to build this and then explain it. So I have here my map by sales, and we're going to build a dashboard. We'll bring on, first we'll change our layout so I can fill up the screen. Then let's bring on my map. And I've added the state name and the sales on the map here. For an embedded web page, you can grab it from the objects section, the web page, and then you could put a URL right inside of here, and then that will embed that page underneath. So if we wanted to do Wikipedia or something, we can hit OK, and it will take you to Wikipedia. But what we're going to do is make this page dynamic based on what state you select. It'll look up that Wikipedia page for that state, so you could maybe look at some population data. We'll close that, and we'll try again. We're going to bring on our web page. It's going to ask for a URL, but we're just going to hit OK and not provide it with a URL. And then we'll use this dashboard action and create a URL action that then contains our URL with our state appended at the end, which is how Wikipedia formats their URL. So we'll hit OK. Oh, I forgot one more thing. Let's do it on select instead of on menu, so whenever we select something, it will run this. OK, OK, and now when we select Texas, it brings up the Texas Wikipedia page. When we select Nebraska, it'll change. So the major points to know on how to embed a web page is you bring it in from the objects section, and then if they ask how to make it dynamic, you use dashboard actions and a URL action. Question 24. Design a view to show region-wide profit and sales. So one way you could do this is by bringing on region and then bringing on profit and sales. And that's a pretty simple view of profit and sales by region. However, one thing that interviewers may be looking for when asking a question about region is your mapping capabilities in Tableau. So what we could do is, region is not a geographic location, so it takes a little bit of creativity, but if you bring on state by double-clicking it and it maps out the states, you can make it a map here and it fills it in, and then you can bring region onto color, and that splits it up by region. And then if you bring on profit and sales on the labels, and let's also bring on the state onto labels. And then you can look at your profit and sales inside of their regions, inside of their states. And so that is another view where you could look at profit and sales by region. And it's a little bit more, takes advantage of some of the mapping capabilities in Tableau. It may be what your interviewer is looking for. So you could discuss multiple ways to look at it. But here is one way that we could recommend it. Question 25. How can you optimize the performance of a dashboard? There are multiple ways to optimize the performance of the dashboard. Some of the things that you might mention is that you could exclude any fields you're not using from your visualization, just keep them off, or you can use extract filters. And if you recall, extract filters will remove out rows of data from the extract, and so only focus on the data that you need. Another thing you can do is try and limit the amount of filters that you use. And when you do use filters, avoid using quick filters, and you can use action filters and parameter filters instead. Filters cause your queries in the database to be a little bit more complex and can keep them from running as efficiently as they could. Use min and max instead of average, because average functions require more processing time than min and max. Also, you can try to use Boolean and numerical calculations, because computers do better with integers and Booleans than they do with strings. So quick things to remember is keep your data simple, use fewer filters, and when you do use filters, use parameters or actions. Avoid using average, use min and max, and avoid using strings by using Booleans and numerical calculations. Question 26. Which visualization will be used in the given scenarios? Here we have 3 scenarios of opportunities that you might want to visualize, and there is no perfectly exact answer for these, but there are some visualizations that tend better for certain types of data. However, there sometimes could be different ways to visualize it, and it doesn't mean that these are the very best ways. However, if you want to take a moment, go ahead and pause the video and go through and figure out what your 3 answers are, and comment below, and we can discuss what we think the best ways are. So first, we want to show aggregated sales totals across a range of product categories and subcategories. We want to show the duration of events or activities, and we want to show quarter-wise profit growth. So to show aggregated sales totals across a range of products, subcategories, and categories, you could use a tree map. The reason we bring up a tree map here is that they are known for allowing you to show a visualization using hierarchies. So let's take a look at that. We're going to show aggregated sales totals across a range of product categories and subcategories. So if we come here and make a sheet, and we want to see sales across control click category and subcategory, and then we click a tree map, what happens, it's showing it based on size and color. And so it shows the size, the bigger the size, the more sales, and the darker the color, the more sales. And the reason we choose a tree map over just a normal heat map is that it makes a category here. So we can compare this box that has all the technology in it, see how all of these are technology, to this box that has all of the office supplies. And you can quickly see that technology has more than office supplies, but you can also see that phones has more than art. And it breaks it up as a hierarchy and breaks it up based on your sum of sales. And question 2 is show duration or events, a duration of events or activities. And you would use a Gantt chart. Gantt charts are used to show duration. And each of these lines is a duration. So it's like it's got a start date and an end date basically. And it shows you how long everything takes. And the last one is to show profit growth. And you can use a waterfall chart. And that looks like this, where you can see how the profit changes across every period and if it's going up or down, and each one of these show you how much up or how much down they go. But as we said, there are potentially other answers to this question, so if you have any questions about why we didn't say this chart or that chart, go ahead and comment below and we can start a discussion. Question 27. What would you do if some countries or provinces or any geographical entity is missing and displaying a null when you use map view? So when you start to map the geographical fields that you have, sometimes Tableau is unable to map them because their locations are unknown or ambiguous, meaning a lot of states have a city called Springfield, and it won't know where to draw that city. So for example, let's look at here. So we've taken city as our detail, and it's drawn a lot of cities. However, it's got a lot of unknown values here. So if this question comes up, you've got to remember these 3 things. You can edit locations, filter the data, or show data at default position. Edit locations allows you to correct the locations by putting in their unique names. We'll show you an example of this. Filter the data means just keep them off of the view, and show data at default position means show it at 0, 0 on the map. So edit locations. Here we can say, here's all of these cities that seem to exist in multiple locations. And we could say, well, we know what state they're in as well, and that should help you answer the question. So you could choose a field that will define the state. So here we're saying the state is from the state field, and we hit OK, and then it can draw the rest of those cities. Sometimes you want to keep them off. Perhaps maybe they spelled city names wrong, and you just want to exclude those. And the last one is show data at default position, which is 0, 0. 28. What is a level of detail expression? A level of detail expression, or an LOD expression, is maybe the way they will present it to you, and LOD stands for level of detail. So obviously it helps you get to the level of detail that you want in your visualization, but it also is used to run complex queries at the data source level instead of all in the Tableau interface. So we're going to take a look at an example here, which is adding a dimension to an already calculated aggregate field. In our case, we're going to exclude a dimension from a calculated field. So here we have a visualization that I built, and right now it's just looking at sales by category and subcategory, but say we wanted to look at the total sales for furniture and not break it up by the subcategory. So if we take off subcategory, then we get the total sales for furniture. But if we want a side-by-side, and so that you can see the total sales for furniture and you can see it broken up by subcategory, you can use a level of detail calculation. This, I already made the field for it. I've called it exclude subcategory, so that's right here. Right now it just contains sales, but we're going to use the level of detail calculation exclude, and we're going to tell it what to exclude, which is subcategory, and then we're going to do sum of sales so that it will sum it up for us. And once I apply these changes, it should change it here and our labels. Perfect. So now we can see that it's ignoring the fact that this is chairs and this is tables and this is bookcases. It's just doing the total for furniture and just ignoring these because we told it to exclude. So level of detail helps you to be able to define the level that you want to in your visualization, regardless of what else exists on your visualization. It also moves some of the logic from inside of Tableau to the actual database. And there are 3 level of detail calculations. This will be an important thing to bring up in interviews. They might give you brownie points when you can remember all 3 of the level of detail calculations, which are, we looked at exclude, but we have exclude, include, and fixed. So include, exclude are pretty easy to remember, and just always remember fixed as well. Question 29. How do you calculate daily profit measure using level of detail? Here's another opportunity for you to pause the video and take a look at calculating a daily profit measure using level of detail. We are going to get started. Profitable level of detail. So we want to have a daily profit measure, and I already made a place for it, profit per day. And we want to look at the profit for a day regardless of what else is on the visualization. So we're going to use a fixed instead of an include or an exclude, which will only take into account whatever you put in for include or exclude. Fixed will take into account everything. It will ignore everything else on the visualization and only look at what's in your list here. So we're going to fix it by day. And you have to put a colon. And we're going to do a sum of profit for each of those days. And close it off. So now we have our profit per day. And we'll hit OK. And now we're going to make a KPI, which for our purposes, if profit for a day is greater than 2,000, then that day is highly profitable. If it's less than 0, then it's unprofitable. Otherwise, it is profitable. So we're going to go if our profit per day is greater than 2,000, then we're going to call it highly profitable. Else if we're going to do less than or equal to 0, then profitable. Else otherwise it is profitable. always have to end with an end. Great. Okay. So now we're going to make some visualizations, and it's going to look at it by year. Now it all fits in one view. We can rotate these labels to make it easier to see. And we're going to bring on order ID. But now it's showing like a lot of orders. And so we actually want it to be used as a measure, and we're going to do a count distinct. Great. So now we can see how many orders were on each day. And so that's helpful for us to see how many orders are on this day each day, but we want to see the orders on each day that are highly profitable versus unprofitable versus just profitable. So we're going to use our level of detail and break it up into different sections. So we have highly profitable, profitable, and unprofitable. Let's also bring this onto our color. Highly profitable, profitable, unprofitable. And now we can see that the profitable ones are going up. Unprofitable ones seem to be going down in 2015, and that's nice, but they are going up. And highly profitable is not very many. Oh, in this case we did area charts instead of just line charts. To make that change, you change it from automatic to area, and that helps you see some of that spatially as well. Comment below if you were able to make this visualization on your own. Question 30. How can you schedule a workbook in Tableau after publishing it? So when you publish a workbook in Tableau, if you've used an extract, you're going to need to refresh that extract. So in Tableau, when you create a Tableau data source and it's an extract version of the data source, it will no longer update if the data from your database updates. So somebody's made some changes to your database or your Excel file, and you want to see that in your Tableau visualization. Well, you're not going to see it, but you can see it if you make a refresh. So you do that on Tableau server, and you can remember that you have to get all the way to your data source. So you can go to your data sources or to your workbooks, and then you look at the data source on your workbook, and you go Actions, Extract, Refresh. And then you select Schedule a Refresh, so that looks like this. You can press these three dots next to it and click Refresh Extracts, or you can go to Actions, and then here you click Schedule a Refresh instead of Refresh Now. And then oftentimes in Tableau you'll have several different options. You can choose daily at 7 a.m. or every 4 hours. If an interviewer is asking you about how to schedule a refresh, it might be worthwhile bringing up the fact that you only need to schedule a refresh if you are using an extract on your data source, and then that will help them know that you know the difference between live and extracts if they didn't ever ask that question.
That's a wrap up on our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn. Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, you can check the description box below.